Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter defied the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Abandoned to hardship, Harry Potter grows into a cunning thief and rebel. Armed with his wits and magic, he enters the wizarding world on his own terms, challenging authority and reshaping his destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter, can't believe I'm finally meeting you. So proud of what you did, Mr. Potter. Delighted, Mr. Potter, can't tell you how delighted. This was insane. How on earth was he going to keep a low profile with this kind of treatment? It was hard to do much of anything when this many people were watching you. Harry had an ingrained dislike of large crowds due to most of his exposure with them being either Dudley's gang, the bridge club or juvenile hall, the correctional facility being the kindest of the three. Why on earth were people reacting this way? On the other hand, Harry felt himself smirk ever so slightly. People who had this kind of blind adoration behind them could get away with anything. He knew that from personal experience. After all, his cousin was a perfect example of that. He met his defense against the dark arts teacher here, and honestly Harry was kind of disappointed. He was expecting someone who taught that course to be an adult, magical version of Carrie, not a stutterer who jumped when tapped on the shoulder. It took Hagrid a while to finally get Harry out of the leaky cauldron. What was all that about? Harry asked. I know you said I was famous, but that was crazy. What could I have done to have people bowing at me? Hagrid grimaced. Well, 'member when I told you that your mum and dad were famous too? It's because when we're born, a wizard gone bad went after parents. Wizard gone bad, Harry muttered. He didn't like the sound of that. How bad? Oh, he wanted to rule Britain. He'd got it in his head that only a certain type of wizard should be allowed to practice magic. Got himself some followers, some scared o' him, other wanted a bit o' his power, 'cause he was gettin' it for himself, all right. Dark days, those were, Harry. Then mum and dad, they tried to stop him. Harry could guess from the tone exactly where this was going. He'd read in history books about Germans who had attempted to resist the Nazi movement, and it had rarely ended well for them. Why yes, Hagrid said, swallowing. Mum and dad, nicer people there weren't. He went to their house for some reason, maybe to get them to join, but in the end he killed them. Harry stopped walking and turned that thought over in his head. For so long he had believed that his parents had died because of drunk driving, and now he learned that they died protecting him from someone who wanted to kill them. Harry wasn't sure if this was better or worse. Here's the strange bit, though. He tried to kill you too, to make a clean job, pre-baby. But, somehow, no one knows how, you survived. And he died that day. That's why you're famous. That's you got that scar. Harry's hand immediately went to the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. I see, he said quietly. What was this wizard's name? Hagrid gulped. Hard to say. People are still scared. All right, Voldemort. He shuddered. No one uses his name these days. Still call him you know who. Voldemort. So he hadn't lost his parents. They'd been taken from him. Knowing this somehow made the last 10 years feel so much worse. Harry stared up at the Gringotts building, specifically at the sign on it. Enter stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you've been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. At this point, Harry made a mental note that if he ever had to rob a bank, he was going to stick to the Muggle ones. He walked in with Hagrid and looked around. There were goblins everywhere, counting and weighing the wizard coins. They were smaller than him, but looked very nasty. He didn't want to be on the bad side of one of those. He'd been distracted, but a comment from Hagrid brought him back. It's about you know what in Vault 713. If Harry had been a cat, his ears would have swiveled towards Hagrid in uttermost interest. You know what? What was Hagrid looking for? If he felt the need to move it from here, supposedly the safest place in Britain, it must be something extremely important. But why on earth would a school headmaster take a highly sought-after object into a, for all intents and purposes, boarding school? For that matter, how could a school headmaster have that kind of power? What could this thing do, and how much would it be worth? Perhaps he could snatch it later, get a look at it. Would be easy to get it off his guide. A minute later, Harry stepped into his vault and stared. There were stacks of gold and silver coins bigger than him, with heaps of bronze scattered everywhere. If the Dursleys had known about this place, they never would have called him a burden, they'd be begging him to share with them. He got out his backpack and packed more coins than Hagrid seemed to think necessary, but it never hurt to be prepared. They went down to the super-secret vault, and Griphook said something that reaffirmed Harry's new, never steal from goblins policy. Go in there and you'll be trapped, and we only check once every 10 years. He bared his teeth when he said this. Definitely stick to Muggle banks. The vault was empty except for a single package sitting in the middle of the table. Hagrid picked it up and Harry watched which pocket he put it in. One rickety ride back to the surface and Harry stuck right behind Hagrid, holding onto his arm as though he were rather younger than he was. What's amateur, Harry? Hagrid asked in concern. It's just overwhelming, Harry mumbled. That much was true, at least partially. There's so much to look at. It's just a little frightening. I don't understand very much. Y'all in time, Harry, don't you worry about it. Harry patted him on the head. Now, let's go get you your wand. When he started to walk again, Harry carefully slid a hand into the front pocket, pulled out the package, stowed it in the still open compartment of his backpack, and zipped it up the rest of the way. Harry kept toying with his wand as he walked away from the wand shop, thinking about what Ollivander had said. He didn't really like having only one wand. Dudley was liable to snap it if he ever got the chance. He had been tempted to snatch another one but the way they were boxed hampered him, so he had to leave with one. He was getting a headache from trying to memorize the streets and different directions they'd walked in. One of Miranda's cardinal rules was always know your way around a place before you do anything. Next was robes. Harry had resisted the urge to groan. Robes trailed near your feet and increased the likelihood of tripping. Jeans would have been much more practical, in his opinion. Hogwarts too, young man. The lady asked him. Many have been coming in. Stand here. She indicated a place next to an angular boy who was also getting fitted. Harry looked at the fabric for the robes. It wasn't that bad he'd been afraid actually. Hello. The said, Hogwarts too. Yeah, Harry said, bit overwhelming. I've been stuck with my aunt and uncle for my entire life, and I've basically spent today playing catch-up. It's incredibly irritating. Muggles. The echoed in his drawl voice. You're a Muggleborn then. A what? Harry echoed. Muggleborn. Means you don't have wizarding parents. The explained, his head tilted back slightly in a gesture of superiority. Harry had seen that look before, and it never boded well. My parents are both from respectable, ancient wizarding lines. My mum and dad were both wizards, Harry said. Were they purebloods? I don't know. Aunt Petunia never talked to me about my mother and father. Harry was starting to feel a little agitated. It matters. Of course it matters. Only people with two wizarding parents will be able to make great achievements. The said, we're of noble breed. You probably are too, if both your parents are wizards. Harry wondered, if wizards knew anything about Muggle history, if this boy was aware of how much he sounded like a junior neo-Nazi. Which house do you think you'll be in? The boy asked with that same pompous drawl. I'm going to be in Slytherin, I'm sure of it, my whole family has been there. Harry thought about what little Hagrid had told him about the 4 houses inside Hogwarts. My best guess is either Gryffindor or Slytherin. Head for Slytherin, it only accepts the best. I really don't think they should let the other sort in. Most of them hadn't even heard of Hogwarts before they got their letter. What's your surname anyway? No, I'm not going to talk to him. An angry girl's voice startled both of them. Harry and the boy both turned their heads to the right. At the door of the shop were 2 adults and 2 young girls, one their age and the other slightly younger, who was glaring daggers at the boy. They were both haired and green-eyed, though the younger girl's angry expression distracted from her otherwise pretty features. Astoria, for Merlin's sake. The father whispered in an unhappy tone, he's your intended. You should get to know him better. Get to know him. I already know all I need to. He's a horrible, stuck-up snob. The girl snapped, yanking her arm away from her father. And I never, ever want to marry him. Sweetie, the discussions have already occurred, the woman said in a pained tone. He's born to an old, powerful family. It would be the best for you. Show him some respect. I give respect to people who earn it, Astoria said high-handedly, turning to glare up at her parents. Her sister looked aghast at her behavior, frantically looking around for some way to change the subject. Her green eyes fell on Harry, shot to his forehead, and she yanked on her father's sleeve. Father, look. Isn't that Harry Potter? All 4 family members stopped what they were doing and looked at Harry, who was now feeling very put on the spot. It is, her father murmured, starting to walk towards him. He looked past him, saw the boy and said, "Hello Draco, fancy seeing you here." "Hello Mr. Greengrass." The boy, Draco, said politely, though he looked like he was trying to hide his annoyance at Astoria's not-so-quiet comments and at Harry. Mr. Greengrass then turned his attention to Harry. "You must be Harry Potter." He took Harry's hand and shook it. "My name is Daniel Greengrass. Off to Hogwarts, aren't you? I'm on the board of governors." Why yes, I am." Harry managed. He felt like he was stuck in Buckingham Palace when he really shouldn't be there, talking to people who would squash him socially and legally if they were malicious enough to do so. "My 2 daughters have just made their societal debut," Daniel Greengrass said. "The older one, Daphne," he gestured to Astoria's older sister, who hadn't stopped staring at Harry since she'd spotted his scar, "will be in the same year as you. If there is anything you need to know, she'd be happy to fill you in." Okay, thank you," Harry said, rooting around for the right words. Politeness and decorum really weren't up his alley, but judging by the man's clothing and attitude he was probably high class, and thus would care very much about it. "I'll keep an eye out for her." He nodded at Daphne and gave her the lopsided smirk he was famous for. Daphne's cheeks flushed and her eyes immediately dropped to the floor. Astoria was scowling even more fiercely than when she had spotted Draco. Speaking of whom, Harry shot a quick glance and saw the other boy glaring at him, all pretenses of friendliness dropped. Mercifully, Madame Malkin broke in and said, "You're all done, dear." Relieved to escape the shock and calm his burgeoning blood pressure, Harry stepped off the stool and bowed to Mr. Greengrass and his family. I'm sorry I have to take off, but I'm running out of time and I need to get the rest of my school stuff," he said rapidly. "Nice to meet you, sir and ma'am. And Daphne and Astoria." He bowed again and left the shop in a dead sprint. Astoria watched Harry Potter leave and resisted the urge to glare at her older sister, who was still blushing like crazy. Her father looked extremely pleased with himself. He was probably planning to get in early, try and marry Daphne to Potter before the other pureblood families got wind of his return and started trying the same thing. That smirk. There was so much personality in that smirk. Astoria had learned from her mother how to understand someone just by looking at their eyes. She could see the devil-may-care spirit that he was hiding for the sake of politeness. There was a life in Harry that Draco certainly didn't share. Astoria was willing to bet he was a much cooler person than her betrothed. Her scowl deepened and she wanted to stamp her foot at the injustice of it. It figured her older sister would get someone interesting to spend her life with while she got stuck with Draco Malfoy, an egoistical spoiled brat. It just wasn't fair. Luckily for Harry, the rest of his trip passed without another unpleasant encounter. He collected his parchment, ink and quills and headed into the pet shop, doing his best to put both Draco and the Greengrass sisters out of his mind. While he was in there, a little gray kitten caught his eye. She looked pleadingly at him. He pointed at her and asked, "How much for that one?" The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. "Dearie, you'd be better picking something else. That kitten is a troublemaker of the highest order." "I'll pay top gallon for her then," Harry said brightly, pulling out his bag. The shopkeeper looked at him with a little disbelief but gave him the kitten's cage. Harry smiled at the kitten and said, "Troublemaker, huh? That makes 2 of us, doesn't it?" He gave his new pet a mock-serious look. Don't rat me out ever, okay? The kitten mewed and rubbed her head against the cage. What would be a good name for you? Better think on it for a little. Time skip. Harry walked back into Privet Drive loaded down with his stuff for school. Dudley opened the door, saw him, screamed and ran further back into the house. Harry smirked, rolled his eyes and headed up to his room. He wasn't allowed to use magic outside of school, but Dudley didn't need to know that. He shut the door and opened his kitten's cage. I'll call you Maria, he whispered. Welcome home. Maria bounced out and purred, rubbing against Harry's ankles. Harry organized his trunk and then set down his backpack. He dug through the money and books and eventually pulled out the package from Gringotts. Harry unwrapped it, and a large red stone dropped into his palm. It glimmered slightly in the light of his room. What is this? Harry whispered. He lay back in his bed, turning it over in his hands. Is it a ruby? As quick as that thought came he dismissed it. No way. Even a ruby as big as this wouldn't receive that level of security, but then, what is it? Some sort of artifact. He thought for another moment, and then said, what do I know about this? Okay, it's a magical stone that Headmaster Dumbledore was going through great pains to see wasn't stolen. What kind of thing could? He trailed off. The only stone he knew of that was associated with magic was the Philosopher's Stone. Was that what this was? Harry got off his bed and walked over to his desk and his questionably legally obtained desktop computer. He quickly booted it up and Googled, Philosopher's Stone. Then he switched to images. Sure enough, the images on the screen matched the item in his hand. He switched back to web, and read the wiki article. And read it again. Bloody hell, Harry swore, staring at the innocuous-looking red stone. I could get anything I wanted with this thing, if it could make gold out of nothing. Hell, I could use this thing to make the Dursleys do whatever I wanted. No wonder it was so high security. It also makes you immortal. Crazy. I gotta tell Carrie about this. He paused and then laughed. I just pulled off the greatest theft of my life and it was by far the easiest. Man, if the whole wizarding world is this easy, I'm going to have a ball this year. Maria hopped up on his lap and mewed in agreement. Harry absently stroked her fur while looking at the legendary stone on his desk. I wonder, Harry muttered, does this have anything to do with that guy, the one who killed my parents? I return to the wizarding world for the first time. Headmaster Dumbledore asks the guy taking me shopping to bring him this precious stone, and I meet a bloodline elitist who will be at my school. This might be paranoia, but it seems strange. The guy who killed my parents is dead now, Hagrid said, but he had followers. What happened to them? Maria licked his hand and stared up at him with wide yellow eyes. You're right, Maria. I should talk to Carrie and the others about it tomorrow. In fact, I think it's time I invited them over. Time skip. Petunia looked like she had swallowed a wasp 2 days later when Harry's juvenile friends appeared on her doorstep after lunch. Carrie didn't say hello. She just said, "We're here to see Harry. He told you were we coming right?" Without waiting for an answer she pushed past his aunt and walked upstairs towards his room. Pierce and Miranda followed immediately, only Pierce deigning to be polite enough to acknowledge Petunia. Carrie opened the door and looked in surprise as a gray kitten padded up to her and nuzzled her leg. Hi, who are you? She scooped the kitten up and looked at Harry. You look cheerful. That's Maria, my familiar. Pierce, could you close the door? I've got a lot of stuff to tell you guys about. Immediately, the 3 older kids sat down and Harry began showing them his wizarding things. You're rich, Pierce said joyfully when Harry spilled some of his gallons and sickles onto the floor. Filthy stinkin' rich. He suddenly looked hopefully at Harry. I don't suppose you'd mind paying my college bills. You know, for being such a nice friend. Harry laughed, knowing his friend was at least half joking. Come on, Pierce. I haven't even gotten to the good part yet. He removed the Philosopher's Stone from the desk. This, my dear friends, is a real, true red Philosopher's Stone. No, Miranda said disbelievingly. Pierce laughed for a moment before seeing Harry's expression and realizing he was completely serious. That thing that creates the elixir of immortality. That can turn anything into gold. Yes, Harry said smugly. How'd you get it? she demanded. Swiped it from my guide's pocket. Harry chuckled. It was ridiculously easy for something with that high security. He didn't suspect a thing. It was Miranda's turn to laugh. She lightly batted Harry around the head. I'm so proud of how much you've learned from me, she squeaked. Harry hesitantly reached out and touched the smooth surface of the stone. Well, you'll never be short on cash, at least, she remarked. Yeah, the problem is I don't know what to do with it while I'm at school. Harry explained. I don't feel like taking it with me, I get enough attention as it is. I'll be exposed fast. Enough attention? Harry inquired. More seriously, Harry explained the story of the leaky cauldron, the story of his parents and his encounter with the Draco and the Greengrass family. Harry sat up straighter and let out a resigned sigh. Bigots are bigots, magical or not, I guess. You were bound to run into one sooner or later. That stuff about your parents. Oh, that's terrible, Harry. Miranda said, eyes wide. Maria took this as a sign she needed comforting and jumped from Carrie's lap to hers. Miranda immediately started petting her. Harry had a feeling that the general intelligence of any given human dropped 20% when confronted with an adorable kitten. At least the guy who did it is dead. So you're basically a celebrity. Pierce theorized. I have to admit, I don't envy you, Harry. The life of a celebrity isn't as cracked up as it makes itself out to be. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Harry said with a scowl. My point is, I don't think I should bring this with me and I don't want Dudley finding it when I'm out. He then reached out and put the stone in Carrie's hands. You hold on to it, Carrie. If anyone needs gold, you do. Carrie's eyes widened. You're okay with that. You have a stone that makes gold, and you're just giving it to me. For safekeeping, Harry said, but seriously, use it to upgrade your house and pay off your brother's alcohol debts. You deserve better than that. Carrie looked shocked, touched and thankful. She leaned over and kissed Harry on the forehead. Thank you, Harry. Now what's this about two girls? You'll be a regular ladies' man. You haven't been in the wizarding world a day and you've already scored a pair of sisters. Pierce added teasingly. Flustered, Harry retorted. That's not what happened. I just met them today. I'm not looking for a girlfriend, not yet. Older people do that. Miranda groaned. Were you listening, Harry? My daughters just made their societal debut. Before Muggle women were allowed to pick who they married, that was code for, I'm interested in creating an alliance between our families by marrying you to my daughter. Mary. But, she's 11. I'm 11, Harry protested, now beyond alarmed. Hell, forget out ages, how exactly is he going to convince Uncle Vernon to let me marry another magic user? He hates me, but he's still my guardian, and I don't think he'll want a witch around here besides me. I suppose you could refuse. And if he finds out you have a criminal record, there's a good chance he'll change his mind, especially if he's from high society. Most lords and ladies would die before associating with a criminal, let alone marrying one, unless they were sufficiently well off and canny. Miranda said thoughtfully, but if they read that as an insult, that would make you enemies. Harry groaned. Oh, this is just great. I've met a bigot, heard about a mass murderer and met a guy who wants me to marry his daughter, and I haven't even gotten to school yet. Speaking of the school, how exactly are you going to get there? Miranda inquired. Oh, I have to go to King's Cross Station. Harry dug out his ticket and showed it to them. Platform 9 3/4. Miranda looked confused. I'm pretty sure King's Cross doesn't have that platform. Maybe they do, we just can't see it. Carrie said. That makes sense, it keeps the Muggles away. Right. Harry stared at his ticket. Could you guys get me there? Sure. I'll borrow Dad's new car. Harry tilted his head slightly, and Maria mewed again. Going to crash this one too. Quote. Maybe. The rest of the month before the first term at Hogwarts started was uneventful. The Dursleys were doing their best to pretend Harry didn't exist, and he decided to give Officer Parker a break by focusing on reading his magical textbooks instead of going out causing trouble. As he'd suspected, Ryan was delighted to get a few gold gallons, and he paid handsomely for it. Harry would bet that any pawn shop he went to would also be good for it. Carrie used the stone to turn many of her coins gold, and used this to pay off her brother's drinking debts. They had been too pleased with this to ask where she'd gotten the money from. At last, September came. Harry collected all his school stuff and walked out the door. To his surprise, Officer Parker was waiting there. "I hear you're going to a boarding school," Parker said. Harry nodded. "Well, I need you to take this to the headmaster. I'm afraid it's protocol to inform the school of your criminal record." Harry nodded again and accepted the letter from her. "Yes, ma'am. Have a good year." He waved and dragged his suitcase along behind him as he headed for Carrie's house, Maria's cage hanging in her other hand. Parker watched the boy go and muttered, "This will either be the thing that straightens that boy out, or makes him worse than ever. I hope it's the first option," before heading back to her cruiser. Carrie, Pierce and Miranda were all waiting outside Carrie's empty house with her father's shiny new car. Carrie sized Harry up before giving him a hug. "I have to admit, it's going to be damn boring around here without you, Trouble," she remarked. Carrie liked to pretend she didn't have positive emotions, so this was her way of saying, "I'm going to miss you while you're at school." Miranda bobbled her head in agreement and hugged Harry next. Pierce just smiled vaguely and ruffled Harry's hair. "Come on, guys, I won't be gone forever. I promise, over the summer I'll show you around Diagon Alley," Harry said. "All right, let's get you to that train," Carrie said. Pierce took Harry's trunk and heaved it into the back of the car. Harry got into the back seat with Miranda, Maria's cage sitting on his legs. Pierce and Carrie got onto shotgun and driver's seat, respectively, before Carrie started the engine and headed towards London. King's Cross was a big station, and it took a lot of wandering around to finally find platforms 9 and 10. Luckily, it was still a while before the train left. "I don't see any other platforms around here," Pierce reported. "The other ones just go backwards from 8. It's gotta be around here somewhere." Carrie's eyes narrowed when she spied a young redhead girl crying pitifully, following a group of other redheads who were probably related to her, dragging along trunks that looked just like Harry's. "Hey, let's follow those guys. I think they might be wizards." Harry saw who she was looking at and nodded. They walked up to the group of redheads. "Excuse me," Carrie asked the little girl as gently as she could. The girl turned and looked up at her and Harry, deep brown eyes wide. "We're looking for platform 9 3/4. Do you know where it is?" The little girl sniffed sadly and nodded, pointing towards the wall between the signs 9 and 10. "Yes, we do. My big brothers are all going this year and leaving me at home alone." She looked pleadingly at the woman in the group, who was probably her mother. The woman just shook her head gently and said, "Next year, Ginny." "You're all attending Hogwarts?" the oldest redhead asked importantly. Harry noted that he had a silver badge with a capital P on it pinned to his robes. "Oh, not us. Just Harry, here," Miranda said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We're just bringing him here." At this, Ginny's sadness seemed to magically vanish. Harry Potter." Harry groaned. "Is everyone I try to talk to going to react like this?" At the girl's surprised expression, he sighed and said, "Yes, I'm Harry Potter." Ginny seemed to brighten. "I know where the platform is. I can show you." She then exuberantly led Harry through the crowd into a wall between the numbers 9 and 10. "It's behind this wall," she explained. "We go through here so we're not tripping over the Muggle train lines." She then turned towards her older brothers. "You should show him how to go through." "Yes, of course, Fred. I'm George." "Honestly, woman, call yourself our mother. Can't you tell the difference between us?" one of the redheads asked indigently. "Oh, I'm sorry, George," his mother said, patting him on the shoulder. The boy and his identical brother lined up in front of the wall. "Just kidding, I am Fred." With that, he ran through the wall and disappeared, his brother right behind him. Ginny smiled apologetically at Harry while her mother made an exasperated noise. "Percy, Ron, you'd best be off." She turned and smiled in a friendly way at Harry. "First time at Hogwarts. Don't worry, it's a very friendly school. It's Ron's first year, too." With that, Percy and Ron ran through the wall as well. Carrie took a breath and said, "I guess this is as far as we go." She ran her fingers through Harry's hair just like she had when she had first met him. "Good luck, Trouble. Watch where you step. Have fun." was Miranda's contribution. Make friends, Pierce said with a wink. Harry blushed, to Ginny's confusion. He nodded towards her and his friends before running through the barrier. Harry watched the platform in amazement. There was a whole new platform on the other side of the wall, a red steam engine waiting for him with the sign Hogwarts Express 11 o'clock hanging over it. Hundreds of other kids were milling around the platform, loading their trunks and saying goodbye to their parents. Harry was amazed. He hadn't thought there would be so many other wizards. "Gran," he heard a boy say somewhere behind him, "I lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville," an older voice sighed. Harry glanced over his shoulder to see a boy about his age looking around, an older woman beside him. Harry pulled down his baseball hat to hide his hair and his scar before moving on. He found an entrance to the train and walked on board. He wandered down the hall until he found an empty compartment and settled in. His heart was pounding. Before this, no matter where he went he always had his 3 friends, who were more like older siblings to him now. Now he was alone, on a train to a school that would teach him about a special gift he had. His mind went back to the Philosopher's Stone, safely locked up in Carrie's drawer. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, to think of what could await him there. He put his trunk on an upper compartment and set Maria's cage down. He opened the door slightly and petted her fur. "Sorry, girl," he said when she tried to push past his hand, "I can't let you out until I get to Hogwarts." Suddenly, the compartment door opened and one of the Greengrass sisters appeared in the doorway. She did a double take when she saw Harry and stumbled backwards a bit. Hi," she asked weakly. "Hi," Harry said. He looked at her for a moment. Her trunk was smaller than his and she seemed not to have a familiar. "Aren't you Astoria Greengrass? Why, you remember us," Daphne blurted out, before wincing like she couldn't believe she had said that. No, Astoria's my sister, younger than me by a year. We look alike. I'm Daphne." "Oh, right, sorry," Harry said. "You can sit down. It's fine." Daphne gave a relieved sort of smile before sitting down on the couch across from him. "I'm sorry if my dad freaked you out a little yesterday," she said. "He's not very subtle when there's something he has in mind. I hope that didn't bother you too much." "I was just surprised," Harry responded. "No problems." There was a pause as Harry cast around for a topic of conversation. He really wasn't very good at this. "So, any idea what Hogwarts is like?" "My father went there for schooling," Daphne recalled. "His years were a little overshadowed by you-know-who's rise to power, but he said that it's a good school. Mom wanted to send me to a private school, but Hogwarts is one of the best." "There are others?" Harry asked. "I've just learned about magic, so I'm catching up." "Oh, yeah," Daphne nodded. "Of all the high-profile schools, there's Beaubaxon's in France and Drumstrang in Germany. There's also Nocturne, but that's a private school in America. Salem is also high-profile, but it's girls only." "I see." Harry thought about that. "Hagrid said my parents went to Hogwarts." Daphne nodded. "Lily and James Potter were head boy and girl in their time," she said. "Your sister seemed really unhappy yesterday," Harry remarked. "She was scowling the whole time." "Astoria's passions boil close to the surface," Daphne sighed. "I don't think it will bode well for her now that she'd engaged to Draco Malfoy. I'm not sure he appreciates her personality." "Engaged," Harry repeated. "But she's 10. Daphne looked funny at Harry. "You weren't raised wizard, were you?" she asked. "No," Harry responded with a shake of his head. "I was raised by my aunt and uncle, in Little Whining. In that house, magic meant getting in trouble, lots of it." He snorted and leaned back in his seat. "Honestly, I prefer Juvenile Hall to the house I had to live in." "Juvenile Hall? Well, until you're 18 you're too young for prison, so they send you to this place called Juvie where they're supposed to break you of your habits and turn you back into an upstanding citizen without breaking your learning," Harry responded. "Did the wizarding world not have children's correctional facilities?" "You're an offender?" Daphne asked, shocked. "Multiple accounts of theft and arson. Aunt Petunia tried to get me in for assault but that was ruled as self-defense," Harry responded breezily. With any luck, that would curb Mr. Greengrass's enthusiasm to have him as a son-in-law. "Arson," It means willful destruction of another's property. Harry explained. In my defense, peers liked to beat me up pretty bad, so I had a bit of a grudge by then. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Quote. Astoria was right about you. I'm sorry, Harry echoed, surprised. Daphne tossed her hair over her shoulder. My mum has been trying to teach us to read people's personality from their eyes, their expressions and the way they talk. She explained. Astoria said she thought you caused trouble. Devil may care, I think was how she described it. Harry raised an eyebrow. What do you think of that? Daphne looked back at him for a long moment. As a daughter of two purebloods, I've never been allowed to do much. She whispered. It's about grace and beauty and security. It's like living in a cage. I think you have the potential to be dangerous, Harry. She paused and then whispered, I think I need a little dangerous. Harry felt a slight smirk edge its way onto his face. All right. Daphne smiled tentatively and glanced at Maria. She's your familiar? She asked. Yeah, be careful with Maria. She's friendly enough but she has a nasty bite and claws things she isn't supposed to, Harry warned. Do you have a familiar? Daphne nodded and opened her trunk. From there she removed a cage with a snowy white owl. Technically, it's a gift for my sister from Draco's parents, she said, but Astoria wanted to be close to me, so she told me to take her with me. Harry stared at her trunk. How'd you do that? Bottomless charm. My father put it on my trunk so I wouldn't have to carry much. Daphne said. Harry glanced at his gigantic trunk and muttered, should probably learn that one. Daphne giggled. What's her name? Hedwig, Daphne replied fondly, reaching through the cage to stroke the owl's feathers. At this moment, the door to the compartment opened to reveal the one of the redheads from earlier, Ron if Harry's memory served him. Hi, aren't you Harry Potter? He asked. Yes, Harry responded slowly. He wasn't sure he liked this guy's expression. It looked kind of like Ginny's but there was something off-putting about it. Great, I'm Ron Weasley. He glanced at Daphne, stared at her for a second and then said, aren't you Greengrass? Your whole family was in Slytherin, wasn't it? Not giving Daphne a chance to respond, he turned back to Harry. You should be careful who you hang out with. There isn't a single wizard in history who turned dark who didn't come out of Slytherin. Their lot, he jerked his head towards Daphne, have been in Slytherin for 3 generations. She's probably building up a foundation to get her claws in you. Daphne's jaw dropped. She looked appalled, offended and hurt all at the same time. Angry, Harry got to his feet and said, excuse me. I was having a perfectly ordinary conversation and you come barging in here telling me who I should and shouldn't associate with. And then you accuse a girl who's being friendly with me of being evil and a vamp within 2 sentences. What's wrong with you? Ron looked taken aback. I'm just trying to help you. Their type. I'll be the judge of that. Harry snapped, moving one foot back taking on the same stance for defending himself. I've met my fair share of people, Weasley, and believe me I know the difference between someone who's trying to be helpful and a punk who needs a lesson in manners. Now Ron's ears were starting to go red. I'm serious. You're the boy who lived. Everyone is going to be after you for their own reasons. Oh, does that include you? Harry asked sarcastically, and his eyes narrowed when Ron's ears went redder. I'll take that as a yes. Get out. Angry and bewildered, Ron started to back away when suddenly Draco Malfoy and 2 large boys who looked more like bodyguards appeared in the doorway. So it is true, Draco said in the same drawl he had used in the shop. Harry Potter has returned to the wizarding world. He glanced at Ron, hoping for handouts. Weasley, you probably couldn't afford the shoes on his feet, so that's not surprising. Ron glared at him. He looked like he'd happily attack Draco but was deterred by the 2 massive bodyguards. You'd be right to chase him off, Draco told Harry. You'll find out quickly that some wizarding families are better than others. The Weasleys are poor as sin. They just want your money. I can help you find the right people. Harry stared at Draco in disbelief. Ron hadn't made the greatest first impression but he'd never be cruel to someone whose family barely got by. Draco turned his attention to Daphne, who was looking more and more nervous as the altercation continued. Daphne, I want you to leave this compartment. What? Daphne demanded, getting to her feet as well. Why? Because, your sister and my intended has yet to cease speaking of Harry Potter, and that will never do. You are not to interact with other young men when you're chosen for someone else, and I don't want her hearing any more about him from you. You're not my betrothed, Daphne said angrily. Maria's fur was fluffing up ominously as she picked up on the black mood filling the room. You and Astoria are close, you share everything. I won't have her meeting other men through you. I won't stop talking to her just because I have a guy friend. Daphne was close to shouting at this point. Draco raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't have pegged you as the promiscuous type, Daphne. I figured your mother would have raised you better. We're not messing around or doing anything improper, we're just having a conversation. It's perfectly normal, Daphne shouted back, eyes burning with anger and unshed tears. I'll go to my father, Draco said warningly. You wouldn't disgrace my sister over something that trivial if you had half the honor you claim to have. My parents offered to join our houses because they thought you were a great and noble family, but if you dishonor Astoria over my actions you have no more honor than a Death Eater. Daphne seethed. Yeah, Ron said vehemently, his obvious animosity towards Draco overriding his suspicions of Daphne. You're just a slimy snake. Draco had gone rigid. He shot a look at one of the big boys, who suddenly lunged towards Daphne and slapped her across the face. Harry moved so fast it was a blur. He kicked the boy at the side of the kneecap, sending him to the floor. In the next second he grabbed the boy's head and slammed it against his knee before flinging him backwards into Draco. The boy howled in pain, clutching a bloody nose. Harry turned on his heels towards a stunned Draco, putting himself between the boys and Daphne, who was sitting on the edge of her seat holding her cheek. Touch her again, he said through gritted teeth, and I will break every bone in your hand. Draco pulled out his wand, but Harry struck the inside of his wrist with enough force to knock the piece of wood loose. He snatched the falling wand and said, I will snap this in half if you aren't out of this compartment in the next 5 seconds. 1. You can't do this. Don't you know who I am? Draco demanded shrilly, but he was staring at Harry with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. 2. Harry intoned, the undercurrent of rage still burning in his voice. Potter. 3. Harry started to bend the wand. Looking furious, scared and humiliated all at once, Draco fled the compartment, his dumb bodyguards following a second after. Harry tossed the wand out into the hall and shut the compartment doors in Ron's odd face. For a second, he glared at the doorway and exhaled angrily, trying to get his emotions back under control. After a moment, he turned and sat in front of Daphne, putting a hand on her bruised, swelling cheek. Are you all right? He asked. Hedwig and Maria both made noises of distress. I'll be fine. Daphne's voice was barely more than a whisper. You shouldn't have done that, Harry. Draco's father Lucius is influential and he'll be furious when he hears about this. Harry shook his head. I'm not afraid of influential people. Prison is nothing new for me. And besides, I wasn't about to let the brat smack you around out of some sense of entitlement. Suddenly, in the hall, there was a loud snap and an outraged scream. There was pounding and shuffling as a fight broke out in the hall. Must be Ron Weasley, Harry muttered. Draco had obviously struck a nerve with his poor Essen remark. He examined Daphne's cheek before muttering, I should get you some ice. He heard yelling in the hall, one of the voices belonging to Ron's older brother Percy Weasley. Stay here, Harry murmured before stepping out into the hall. Sure enough, Percy and another boy had dragged Ron and Draco off each other, 2 broken wands lying on the floor of the train. A girl and a boy were standing a few feet away, watching the scene in alarm. Percy was still shouting, Ronald Weasley. Getting in a fight before we even reach Hogwarts. Even Fred and George at least made it to the opening feast. And your wand is broken. What is the meaning of this? Flint, we must separate these two. The other boy, Flint, who had the same silver P badge that Percy did, nodded and began pulling Draco further down the hall, the 2 dumb boys trailing after him. Harry let out an irritated snort and dug into his pockets. He was sure he was at least partially at fault for things getting out of hand, and Ron would be in trouble at school without a wand. He took Ron's hand and filled it with gallons. Use that for a new wand. Don't pay me back, he said. He turned from Ron's shocked expression to look at an equally surprised Percy. I need to get something for swelling, Harry said. When Draco was in my compartment, one of his goons struck Daphne across the face. Percy adopted a look of righteous outrage. He hit a girl. Terrible. Of course I can get something. He waved his wand a few times and a pack of ice appeared. This will slow it for now. After the sorting she should see Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. He instructed. Harry nodded and returned to his compartment. He handed the ice to Daphne. Hold that, he said. Daphne placed the ice on her cheek and smiled at Harry, rubbing tears away from the edges of her eyes. Thank you, Harry. The boy and the girl from the hallway stuck their heads in their compartment, looking awkward. Excuse me, the girl said, looking embarrassed. But have either of you seen a toad anywhere? Neville's lost his. She gestured to the boy. Toad. Daphne muttered. Oh, wait, is this it? She reached under her seat and seized a large toad with her free hand. Trevor. The boy, Neville, exclaimed happily, carefully taking the toad from Daphne. Thank you. You're welcome, Daphne murmured. The girl looked at her face critically. Are you all right? That looks like an awful bruise. I'll be fine, Daphne insisted, eyes dropping to the floor. Mind if we stay here? We're halfway to school by now, the girl said. Harry sighed heavily but waved them in. The girl launched into conversation as soon as she was sitting down. I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and they've all worked for me. Nobody in my family's got magic at all. It was such a surprise to get my letter. I was so pleased. I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, or so I've been told. I've learned all the books by heart. Of course, I hope that's enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, and you are. Harry wanted to brain himself. A teacher's pet. There's a goddamn teacher's pet in my compartment. Someone kill me now. Mercifully, the train ride wasn't much longer and Harry didn't have to gouge out his eardrums from listening to Hermione Granger's increasing ramblings about school rules and the textbooks and the expectations and such, Daphne having been too dazed to cut her off and Neville desperately hanging on her every word. In the few moments he could talk, Neville had told Harry that he was afraid he'd be turned back because he showed so little magic. Harry responded that he doubted that since Neville had already been accepted into the school, he must meet the criteria. Neville's personality seemed to be an inverse of Dudley's. His lack of confidence was palpable. Stepping out of the train after being told Maria and his luggage were being transported to the castle and would be moved into wherever he was sorted, Harry began mentally going over the letter he was going to send Carrie and the others while looking in the direction of the school. It was huge and majestic, like something out of a fairy tale. They went there by boat. Harry almost had to take the same boat as Granger, but thankfully 2 other boys got to his and Daphne's boat first. They introduced themselves as Dean Thomas and Blaise Zabini. Blaise mostly spoke Italian, but he was friendly enough, while Dean was a football enthusiast who'd just entered the magical world. Harry, for his part, simply sat and listened. Learn your surroundings. Learn the people. Daphne had been happy to fill in for his silence. The swelling in her cheek had gone down. Learn the schedule. Learn the building. His eyes focused on the walls of the school as they got closer and closer. Hagrid led them through the gates and into the castle, looking worse for wear than the last time Harry had seen him. He brought them to a staircase where a stern-looking witch was waiting for them. Harry instinctively noted that she was less than likely to tolerate acting out in her class. He'd have to remember that. The Firs, years, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid rumbled. The stern witch nodded. Thank you, Hagrid. She turned her attention to the students. When you step through these doors, you will be sorted into one of 4 houses. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and lineage. While you are here, these houses will function as your home away from home. Now, this way please. Daphne kept pace with Harry, the swelling of her cheek having gone down dramatically. She murmured, I'm probably going to be in Slytherin. Do you have any idea which house you'll be in? Your father and mother were Gryffindors. Harry shrugged. I'm not sure. I was thinking Slytherin, but I haven't liked the personalities I've met there, bar you. He shot a dark look in Malfoy's direction, the having been trying to glare a hole in his head ever since stepping off the boats. I suppose we'll see, Daphne agreed. Professor McGonagall marched the students into a huge hallway. There were 4 tables, one for each house, in the hall, with the older students already sitting at it. The staff table was at the front, behind a stool with a hat sitting on it. Harry could see Hagrid and an old white-haired man who could only be Headmaster Dumbledore sitting up there too. McGonagall turned around next to the chair and pulled out a list of names. Abbott, Hannah. Harry watched curiously as a red-haired girl walked up to the chair, sat down and had the hat placed on her head. After a second, the hat came to life, and shouted, Hufflepuff. Huh, interesting. Harry put his hands in his pockets and looked around. He saw a black-haired man in dark clothes who resembled a vampire more than anything else staring at him with an expression of intense dislike. Why? Harry had no idea. He smirked in the man's direction before turning his eyes back to the sorting. Severus Snape jerked his head back when Harry Potter met his gaze. The expression in the golden brat's eyes had been the last thing he'd expected, and he didn't think it was something he should welcome. The boy had smirked, not in that arrogant, condescending way so characteristic of James Potter. No, it was more of a, if I am sufficiently angry, I will burn your house down for kicks. Perhaps he was imagining it, but he had a feeling this wasn't going to bode well for his years here. Duquesnes, Connor, Ravenclaw, Granger, Hermione, Gryffindor, Greengrass, Daphne. Harry nodded at his friend, who smiled softly and walked up to the hat. It sat on her head for a few moments before shouting, Slytherin. Daphne took off her hat and walked down to the Slytherin table, shooting a nervous smile at Harry as she walked on. Goyle, Gregory, Slytherin. Longbottom, Neville, Gryffindor. Malfoy, Draco, Slytherin. Potter, Harry. Harry watched as all eyes fell on him and the hall became quiet. He glanced at the staff table. Dumbledore was leaning forward in his seat. His interest was obvious, and Harry didn't like it at all. Professor McGonagall blinked when Harry walked up to her and dug a letter out of his pocket. It's for the headmaster, he said. It's confidential. McGonagall looked confused, but accepted the letter. He took a breath and walked up to the seat. The hat was placed on his head. Harry resisted the urge to wince as a voice resonated inside his head. Difficult, difficult, you're a tough case, Harry Potter. Let's see. Cunning and brilliance are tools you've been using for a long time. Slytherin would suit you well. I thought about that, Harry retorted inside his head, but then you put Malfoy in that house and its appeal dropped drastically. There's little doubt in my mind that my life at school would be exceptionally hard if I was a Slytherin. I see, you're probably right. Well, you're a smart boy. How about Ravenclaw? Not much of a bookworm, sorry. Besides, I doubt the studious Ravenclaws would tolerate my brand of humor. Gryffindor would suit you, too. You sure of that? Harry asked mildly. I suppose I can be brave, but chivalrous and noble are not the words I'd use to describe myself. You're a troublemaker, yes, but that is not the only part of you. I suppose, all right, I'll go with that. Dumbledore was beginning to become concerned. This was one of the longest sortings he'd ever seen in all his years at Hogwarts. He was about to ask the hat what was wrong when suddenly it yelled out, Gryffindor. The red and gold house erupted into cheers as Harry got off his chair and walked over to their table. The Weasley twins had started a chant of, We got Potter. We got Potter. Harry saw Daphne smile and wave from her table. Hi. Ron mumbled when Harry sat down. I just wanted to say thank you. For the money. And I'm sorry about the train. Don't mention it, Harry said absently, looking around his table. Neville had smiled a bit when he'd seen him before staring at his plate. Hermione was lecturing another first year on the fact that the sky-like ceiling was an enchantment. When the hubbub finally died down they turned to watch the rest of the sorting. Thomas, Dean, Gryffindor, Winchester, Carol. Harry watched as a dark-haired girl walked up to the sorting hat. She paused, turned and sat down, wincing slightly when she did. Just before the hat was put over her eyes she turned and looked at him. For a split second, her eyes shone gold, and Harry felt a shock go down his spine. Those eyes saw so much. Too much. Gryffindor. Carol slowly got off her chair, never breaking eye contact with Harry, the expression on her face suggesting she had felt it too. Quickly, she directed her eyes at the floor and walked over to the table, sitting several chairs away from him. Harry finally tore his gaze away from her and stared at his plate. "That was weird," he muttered. "What?" Dean asked, confused. "Zabini, Blaze, it's nothing," Harry muttered. Slytherin. Finally, everyone was sorted, and the meal began. Albus Dumbledore wearily sat back in his chair, relieved. For a moment there, he'd been worried Harry was going to be sorted somewhere other than Gryffindor. He had known, of course, that he'd be condemning Harry to 10 difficult years when he left the boy on the steps of his aunt and uncle, but he had been confident that the boy's basic character wouldn't change, that the experience would turn him into the admirable young boy who would need to face Voldemort. The Winchester girl had also been a spot of concern, since the hat had put her in Gryffindor, but Dumbledore was certain nothing would come of it. Young people didn't make friends with the opposite genders at this age. McGonagall had turned her attention to the strange letter Harry had given her. She opened it, and read its contents. Her face whitened. "Albus, this is dreadful." "What?" Dumbledore asked, startled. Minerva turned her attention to him, shock slowly collapsing into an angry scowl. "I told you not to leave him with those muggles, Albus. See what has become of it." "My dear Minerva, what are you talking about?" Dumbledore requested, bewildered by his deputy headmistress's hostility. Snape looked over in interest. McGonagall placed the open letter on Dumbledore's plate, and simply said, "Harry Potter is a criminal." She might as well have punched Albus in the gut. The world lurched dangerously for a moment. He immediately picked up the letter and retreated from the table, muttering for McGonagall to finish the evening. Once safely within his office, Albus Dumbledore read over the letter, hardly daring to believe. "Dear Sir, Ma'am, I understand that Harry James Potter is transferring to your boarding school to complete his education. I do not know if this information is already available to you, but since I cannot locate any correspondence from your school, I feel it is best to send you this note. As a police officer, I am required to inform you that Harry Potter has a criminal record. He has been placed in our juvenile corrections facility multiple times ever since an incident when he was 6 years of age, when he pushed his cousin and a friend off the roof of his suburban house. On this record are multiple counts of theft and arson within the Little Whining area. Several parents have requested I press assault charges, but those have been ruled as self-defense. He also consistently associates with 3 other troubled children he met during a stretch at corrections. I believe he may have committed many other thefts and acts of vandalism but was never caught. Now, I believe this behavior stems from his frustration with his home life, specifically the people he lives with and nearby. I originally suspected his guardians were abusive, and that suspicion still lingers, though I have yet to collect any solid evidence of it. Hopefully he'll be able to thrive away from them and the environment he associates with unhappiness, but I urge you to keep an eye on him, and make sure he's comfortable and happy. If not, he will undoubtedly continue with this criminal activity and end up in an adult system when he becomes of age. Thank you for your time. Officer Linda Parker, British Police Service, Little Whining Division. Dumbledore had to sit down and rest a hand on his head. Harry Potter, a criminal. This was terrible, dreadful. How would this affect his plans? He knew that Petunia and Vernon would have no love of their nephew, but to push him to criminal behavior, he had never thought Harry would go that route. How could he straighten the boy out? His whole plan depended on Harry being ready to do anything for good, not this. The disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone had been a serious blow to his plans for this year. The only good thing he could think about this was that Voldemort was yet to discover that the stone was not at Hogwarts. He had gone through many pains to keep the news hushed up. But this would change everything. Severus's approach to the boy may now prove to do more harm than good, with this new information. Or, Albus thought, it could be exactly what he needed. If Harry was not familiar with friendly adults, then perhaps a kindly, reasonable headmaster who was willing to let him get away with a thing or two compared to an absolutely unyielding Severus and Minerva would earn him the kind of trust he had meant for the boy to have in him. Yes, that could work. With any luck, after this year all his plans would continue without incident. The moment Harry was settled in his dorm with Maria curled up on his lap, he started writing a long letter to Carrie. Carrie, Pierce and Miranda. Today was very long and hectic, it's hard to know where to start. Carrie, you're going to be annoyed, but I got into a fight before I even got to the school. In my defense, the guy the first hit had done something to deserve the broken nose I gave him. Remember I told you about Astoria and Daphne Greengrass yesterday? Well, I saw Daphne again on the train today. She's friendly enough, though she seemed really embarrassed when she talked to me. But then I met Ron Weasley, one of the redheads from the platform, and he didn't make a good impression on me. He told me to stay away from Daphne because her whole family was in Slytherin, and apparently they're not to be trusted. I told him exactly what I thought of that and ordered him out of the compartment. That alone would have been bad enough, but then Draco from the robe store appeared as well with these two giant kids for bodyguards. He then proceeded to insult Ron for being poor and told me to get rid of him. Then he ordered Daphne out of my compartment because he didn't want Astoria learning about me through her. She told him to get stuffed. One of his guards hit her and I kind of lost my temper. At least I haven't gotten in trouble for it yet. Anyway, about the school itself, it looks incredible. Kind of like a real-life Disney movie. There are moving staircases, ghosts, talking portraits and floating candles everywhere. We got sorted into the houses today. I told you about them, remember, and I got sorted into Gryffindor. I know, weird, huh? The hat said something about my stealing not being the only part of me for his reasons for sending me there. Daphne's in Slytherin. There's a really obnoxious teacher's pet who's also in Gryffindor who's been assaulting me and anyone who will listen with random facts about the castle and magic, and it's starting to drive me crazy. On another note, this girl, Carol Winchester I think her name was, got sorted here too. I can't explain it, I've got a very weird feeling about her. No, not that kind of weird, Pierce. You know what I mean. I'm keeping an eye on her because I can't shake this feeling. She's very quiet, hasn't said much, but she looks at me strangely. The castle itself seems fairly kid-friendly, except for a third-floor corridor that will apparently kill us horribly if we go there. No really, Headmaster Dumbledore said so himself. He also said the Forbidden Forest was out of bounds, which means I'll be checking it out this weekend. My dorm mates are Ron Weasley, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and Neville Longbottom. There's a wizard town nearby the school called Hogsmeade. Only third years and up are allowed to go, but I'll be consulting the Weasley twins, resident pranksters here at Hogwarts, apparently to see if there's a secret way in. Having been cut off from Wizarding Society for so long makes me want to acquaint myself with it as soon as possible. Carrie, take care of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry. Dear Mum, Dad and Ginny. Today could have gone better, as I'm sure Percy has already told you. I met Harry Potter inside the train. He was sitting with this girl, Greengrass I think. You've probably heard of him, Dad. Anyway, I warned him that Slytherins are the bad sort and he got very angry with me. Said he'd consort with who he wanted and not to tell him who's the bad sort. Then he told me to leave. Then this Draco Malfoy comes into the compartment, insults me for being poor and basically told Harry that we were too low to associate with. And then he ordered Greengrass to leave because apparently he's betrothed to her younger sister and he doesn't want either of them talking to other boys. She told the prat to saw it off and one of his goons hit her. Harry, you should have seen him. Knocked the guy down in one hit. He was smaller than this guy. And broke his nose. Then he got Malfoy's wand off him and threatened to snap it if he didn't leave him and Greengrass alone. Malfoy left the compartment and shoved me against the wall, breaking my wand, and called me a blood traitor, and I got really mad and broke his wand. Percy and the Slytherin prefect separated us. Then Harry showed up again, asked Percy for some ice for the Greengrass girl. Then he pulled out a fistful of gallons, gave them to me and told me to buy a new wand. He also said not to pay him back. He's been sorted into Gryffindor with me. I don't know what to think of him, Ginny, but he's nothing like those books you have on him. He's too hard. Please don't send me a howler, Mum. I already apologized. Ron. Ginny read over Ron's letter for the third time while her mother and father discussed whether or not to send Ron a howler. The description was jarring compared to the image of the boy who lived that she'd had for many years. She hadn't expected Harry Potter to be so aggressive and sharp. On the other hand, he gave Ron money for a new wand when Malfoy broke his, and said they didn't have to pay him back. Ginny couldn't wait for next year, when she could go to Hogwarts and meet Harry Potter for herself. Then she'd be able to settle this confusion. Astoria paced in her room long past her bedtime, waiting for a message from Daphne. Her sister had promised to owl her as soon as she could after she was sorted, and she had never broken a promise to her before. But it was getting late. How long would it take Hedwig to get here? Finally, her waiting paid off when a snowy white owl landed and tapped on her windowsill. Eagerly Astoria let Hedwig in, took the letter from her and ripped it open. Dear Astoria, you were right about Harry Potter. And I'm also starting to understand why you feel so strongly about Draco Malfoy. All right, let me back it up. I ran into Harry Potter on the train to Hogwarts. I was embarrassed to see him, especially since Dad essentially threw me at him a month ago. But he didn't seem that bothered by it and let me sit with him. I talked with him for a while, and remember when you told me that you thought he would bring trouble. You were right. He confided in me that he had broken the law before. Nothing too drastic, but apparently he's been in trouble for multiple counts of theft and destruction of others' property. Apparently he did that because this Paris person is cruel to him. That's not all. When this red-haired boy accused me of seducing him, Harry came to my defense. He told him off for judging me and told him to leave. Draco Malfoy cornered us a second later. I think he meant to get Harry as an ally, but he torpedoed it with the way he behaved. First, he insulted the Weasley boy for being poor, and then he ordered me to stay away from Harry. He said that I exchanged too much information with you and that he didn't want you learning about him from me. I rightly pointed out that he was not my betrothed and couldn't give me orders, and one of these two brutes that were flanking him struck me across the face. And Harry moved so fast I missed it. He took down this much bigger brute with 2 moves, breaking his nose in the process, without ever touching his wand. Then, he disarmed Malfoy with his hand and promised to break his hand, and his wand, if he or his goons ever hit me again. Of all the boys father has had me meet, none of them, I think, would have done that for me. He barely knew me, but he stood up for me, to Malfoy, who will undoubtedly complain to his father. When I told him so, he responded that Lucius Malfoy didn't scare him, because he'd been in trouble before. He wasn't going to let Malfoy hit me on that account. It's strange and wonderful. You know, he initially mistook me for you when we met again. You were more vocal than me the first time we met, so I suppose I'm not too surprised. Anyways, I correctly predicted that I would be sorted into Slytherin. Also unsurprisingly, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, but it was strange how long it took the hat to decide his placement, almost 5 minutes. As far as I know, that's extremely unusual. I've sent a letter to Father regarding Malfoy's behavior towards me. Please report to me what he says in your next letter. I miss you, dear sister, and I cannot wait for you to join me here next year. All my love, Daphne. Astoria was both furious at Malfoy's treatment of her sister and more pleased with Harry Potter's reaction to it than she would have imagined. Those green eyes had been stuck in her head ever since their trip to the Madame Malkins. She wasn't sure why. Offering Hedwig a treat, she lit a candle and began to write back immediately, hoping to hear more in later letters. Harry was woken by Maria attempting to stick her paw in his mouth. An old nightmare from his childhood had come back to haunt him during his first night at Hogwarts. The high, cold laughter, the scream of a woman and the flash of green light seemed to burn behind his eyelids. That was an old dream, one he often had when the Dursleys had thrown him in the cupboard for accidental magic. He still didn't understand it, years later, but the strange feeling of pain and loss would always linger after he had it. Today was no different. He gently pushed his kitten off his face and groaned, sitting upright in bed. Then he remembered. First day of magical classes. Damn, am I late? That woke him up, got to his feet and dug his robes out of his trunk. This was the first time he could remember that he was eager to get to class on time. Maria mewed and watched him curiously as he collected his books. Stay here, girl, he said before taking off. Getting around Hogwarts proved easier said than done. There weren't any maps, and as Hermione Granger had said earlier, the staircases liked to shift occasionally. Some steps vanished, some doors weren't actually doors at all, and a trick staircase was worth the trouble if it meant you could avoid Peeves the poltergeist, who loved causing as much trouble as possible. Thankfully, nearly headless Nick, the head Gryffindor ghost, was willing to point him in the right direction whenever he found him. When Harry had been headed for Transfiguration, one of the staircases shifted and put him in front of the forbidden third corridor, where he was immediately confronted with Argus Filch, the school caretaker. "What are you doing here, Potter? Didn't the headmaster make it clear that this floor was out of bounds?" he snapped. "I'm lost," Harry said in irritation. "There isn't exactly a map up. Besides, even if I wanted to kill myself, there are easier ways to do it than this." He waved, vaguely indicating the hallway. "I ought to toss you into the dungeon for your tongue, Potter. You weren't allowed to talk to staff that way in my day," Filch said angrily. "Then I'll complain to the headmaster," Harry said in a bored tone, "and I'm sure he'll be glad to hear that you're doing everything in your power to run off the boy who lived." If possible, Harry, who enjoyed the company of his kitten very much, hated Mrs. Norris even more than Filch and made a note to do something to ruin his day later. Even the juvie warden wasn't as nasty as that guy. Needless to say, Harry did a lot of running around to get to his classes, and then there were the classes themselves. Easily the most boring was History of Magic. Professor Binns had droned on for a good 30 minutes about goblins' rebellions before Harry fell asleep. The only possible upside to this class was that he could probably do just about anything right under Binns's nose, and the ghost would never notice. Only a ghost could make a story about armed rebellion boring. Hermione, of course, was sitting right next to him and spent a good portion of her time trying to get him to take notes and stop nodding off. "Yes, Mother," Harry muttered under his breath when she snapped her fingers next to his ear for the third time. She scowled at him and turned her nose up when she was sure he was awake again. Astrology was the only class that resembled his Muggle learning, and it took place at midnight. His classmates would stumble up to their dorms, their heads spinning with star names as they tried to get some sleep. Harry was lucky. Once you got the hang of it, it was fairly easy to keep up with the students who'd been surrounded by magic from the get-go. Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, was a diminutive fellow, but at least he believed in hands-on training. His enjoyment of the lesson he thought seemed to be infectious. Of course, it was getting a little annoying to have everyone literally fall of their chairs when they realized he was in their classroom. Harry's ominous prediction about Professor McGonagall proved correct. When he and Seamus Finnegan scrambled into her class 10 minutes late, she transformed from a cat to a human and suggested that she transfigure one of them into a pocket watch so the other could get to class on time. Seamus wasn't sure if she was serious or not, so they both sat down fast. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said after they sat down. "Anyone messing around in my class will not be coming back. You have been warned." She then turned her desk into a pig, and then back. Defense Against the Dark Arts proved to be as big a disappointment as its teacher. The whole room stunk of garlic and you could hardly understand half of what Quirrell was saying, since he stuttered so much. Whenever you asked him about actual monsters, he would stammer and start talking about the weather. But worse was the headaches. For some reason whenever Quirrell's back was to Harry he felt a stabbing pain in his head, right where his scar was. After it finally ended, he considered just having a bottle of aspirin ready for his next Dada class. Friday rolled around and Harry was finally memorizing the way down to the Great Hall. "What do we have today?" he asked Dean Thomas. "Double potions with Slytherin," Dean responded. "Best be careful with the teacher, Professor Snape. He's head of Slytherin, favors his own house a lot." Harry resisted the urge to groan at this. So this school did have a Mrs. Cope. Well, nothing's perfect, he thought. Harry started and turned around, coming face to face with Carol Winchester. If he was honest with himself, he'd admit that he'd been avoiding Carol ever since the sorting. Not out of malice, but because he didn't like the way her eyes seemed to see through him. It left him feeling vulnerable and exposed. She was holding out a book in one pale hand. His charms textbook. "You forgot this," she said. "Oh, thank you." Harry took the book back from her, his hand brushing against hers. He was surprised by how cool her skin felt. Carol looked down at her feet and moved back to her seat. A moment later, the post arrived. A school owl dropped off a letter for Harry, from Carrie's address. She was probably the only one of his friends who knew how to send letters to Hogwarts. Pierce and Miranda had just stared blankly at him when he had explained it to them. Daphne fell in step with Harry as Gryffindor and Slytherin students made for the dungeons, which were cold and forbidding. They went into the potions room and got their seats. Harry watched as Carol sat down alone in a table near the corner. For a second, he wondered why she was isolating herself. "I heard Dean Thomas warn you about Snape," Daphne murmured in Harry's ear as the vampire-like man who'd been glaring at him during the sorting blew into the room, robes billowing. "It's worth mentioning it again. He can be vindictive and nasty." "I have a feeling," Harry responded, watching the potions master come in. He'd seen Snape staring at him with intense dislike at dinner, something he quite frankly found ridiculous. It was fine to glare at him after he'd done something he wasn't supposed to, but the man's expression bordered on petulance. Snape started taking roll call, until he reached Harry's name. "Oh yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity." "Draco." Crabbe and Goyle snickered. Harry merely arched an eyebrow, not seeing how that was funny. Snape calmly delivered a quiet lecture on potions class before stating that he would be able to teach them to bottle death, provided they weren't the usual batch of dunderheads he usually got saddled with. Hermione Granger, of course, was immediately at the edge of her seat, eager to prove she wasn't a dunderhead. "Potter," Snape said suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand immediately went up. Harry simply stared flatly at the teacher. "Sir, I assure you, if I knew how to make a high-grade potion flawlessly, I wouldn't have to take this class. As it is, I have no way of answering that question." A couple people, certainly Ron and Seamus, snickered. Snape simply scowled darkly at Harry. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter," he snapped. "All of you, get in pairs." Hermione glared at Harry, who rolled his eyes and offered to work with Daphne. The smiled and nodded. Sure enough, it didn't get much better for the Gryffindors for the rest of the class. The only student Snape actually seemed to be pleased with was Malfoy, irritatingly enough. Daphne had just moved their cauldron off the fire and put in the porcupine quills when Harry caught sight of Neville about to make a serious mistake. He reached over and grabbed the boy's wrist. "Put those in now and the cauldron will melt," he told Neville. "Take it off the fire first." Looking terrified of the mistake he almost made, Neville nodded rapidly, and he and Seamus moved the cauldron off the fire. Snape directed his ire at Harry once again. "That will be 2 points from Gryffindor, Potter. You shouldn't have helped him." As opposed to saying nothing, and letting the potion explode and possibly put several students in the hospital. Harry challenged. He was starting to like Snape as little as the teacher liked him. "I fail to see the logic in that, Professor. After all, the point of school is to have your mistakes corrected, isn't it?" Snape's jaw locked in anger. He turned his back on Harry for 1 second. Harry, now thoroughly irritated, tossed 2 porcupine quills across Neville's table, straight into Malfoy's potion. A cloud of acid green smoke and loud hissing filled the dungeon. "Told you," Harry muttered. Snape shouted for Crabbe and Goyle to move Malfoy to the hospital wing, because now there were boils on his face. When walking out of class an hour later, Hermione stepped out in front of Harry with an angry expression. "You shouldn't be talking back to a teacher," she snapped. "They're our seniors. You've lost 8 points for Gryffindor in your first week, Harry. You should think of how your behavior affects the rest of us." "Oh, give over, teacher's pet," Harry retorted. "With your obsession with answering every question posed in class, you'll win all those points back in a day. Mind your own business. It's not good for you to act out the way you do," Hermione went on as if she hadn't heard him. "Unless you're hoping to get bragging points over how many schools you got kicked out of, and I assure you that won't be fun." He shouldn't have taken points away for Harry helping Neville, was Daphne's opinion. She'd walked up behind them. "You're not the one who lost points," Hermione responded, before marching off. "I hate her," Harry growled, glaring at her back. Daphne sighed. You'll get used to her, Harry. Besides, she might have point about Snape. Antagonizing him might make him worse. He doesn't have a right to be worse, Harry said angrily. If he's teaching us, we shouldn't have to be afraid of him. Daphne gave a slight nod and they parted ways to go to their next class. On the way up to the boys' room, Harry almost walked into Carol, who had stopped on the stairwell to stare out the window in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Ow, sorry. Harry followed her gaze. Is something wrong? Carol turned her unnerving blue eyes back to him, and Harry could have sworn they flashed gold again for a split second. Something is wrong, she whispered, but I'm not sure what. Before Harry could say anything, she raised a finger and placed it on his scar. Harry nearly jumped when he felt a spark in his forehead, and Carol drew her hand back like it had been burned. Carol, Harry asked, at loss for what to do. He had no idea what was going on or how to react to it. It feels like your scar, Carol murmured, more to herself as to him. Come again, Harry asked. Carol suddenly turned and ran up the stairs into the girls' dormitory. Harry stared blankly after her. Okay, that girl definitely has something missing in her head. Creepy, but could that possibly mean? It feels like your scar. What's she talking about? Harry had felt some trepidation when he saw the notice that Gryffindors and Slytherins would be learning flying together. The idea of flying on a broomstick appealed to him greatly, but he was fairly certain Malfoy would love to push him off his broom, especially after their first potions lesson. Apparently, the potions master who had taken points off him was Malfoy's godfather, which made a lot of sense to Harry. That type of people just seemed to gravitate towards each other. Malfoy had been colder than ever after that lesson, especially since the other Gryffindors seemed very pleased by Harry snarking back at the teacher. He was also hearing from Fred and George Weasley that the school brooms were old and had a tendency to break or jerk around when you mounted one. Ostensibly the school didn't have the money to replace them, which was strange for the most respected magical school in Britain. Malfoy liked to talk a lot about flying. At breakfast and dinner he was always going on with stories of that always seemed to end with him narrowly escaping Muggle helicopters. Harry highly doubted these stories were true, but at any rate he had never been on a broom before, and Malfoy definitely had. It was never good to have lower ground when dealing with an opponent. That was enough to make Harry tempted to skip the class and hide out somewhere, but he scrapped the thought. He wasn't about to miss out on flying because of Malfoy. It was a sunny, cloudless day with a pleasant breeze as the Gryffindors and Slytherins piled out into a field where they were greeted by Madame Hooch, the flying instructor. There were 20 broomsticks lying in rows on the ground. They didn't look to be in the best shape, as the twins had said. Everyone stand by a broomstick, Madame Hooch instructed, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. Harry's broomstick immediately flew up into his hand. It was one of 3 that did. Granger's simply rolled on the ground while Neville's wouldn't budge. Harry felt kind of sorry for Neville. Nothing ever seemed to work out for him, and Malfoy took delight in bullying him about it. Harry didn't think Neville would do well on a broom anyway. He was a very nervous boy. Next, Hooch told them how to stay on their brooms without sliding off. She walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Harry didn't bother to hide his smirk when she told Malfoy that he'd been doing it wrong for years. Then came hovering. Now, when I blow my whistle, I want you all to kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet and then come straight back down. On my whistle. 3, 2, 1. A Slytherin girl named Tracy Davis was careful to do as instructed, but when she kicked off, her broom suddenly shot straight up like a rocket, hurtling high up in the air. It gained momentum steadily until she was at level with the towers, nearly a dot to anyone looking up. Come back, Hooch yelled. Tracy's only response was a distant, terrified scream. Her panic spread to the other students. Dean and Pavarti Potle bolted from the pitch back towards Hogwarts, hoping to get a teacher before it got any worse. The broom jerked a few times, and suddenly split in half, sending the red-haired Slytherin hurtling towards the ground. Harry couldn't remember doing it, his response was purely instinctive. In a split second he mounted his broom and flew straight up towards the falling girl. Tracy was terrified. She shut her eyes waiting for it all to end. There was no way she'd survive a fall from that height. The wind howled around her as it dragged her back onto the ground, the impact of which would shatter every bone in her body and leave her a blood-stained indentation in the earth. Her life was flashing in front of her. It wasn't fair, it was so short, she didn't want to die yet. Suddenly, there were arms around her breaking her fall. The broom below her shuddered and dropped a few feet, but held steady. Harry said a few words he'd picked up from Carrie as his broom jerked under the extra weight. These brooms really were pieces of crap, it would hardly obey him. He kept an iron grip on the handle with one hand, keeping it from moving around, his other arm securing the shaking redhead, who was still crying out. "You can stop screaming," he managed, the wind blowing her hair into his face somewhat. Tracy blinked, and finally registered she wasn't falling anymore. She pulled her head back just a little and stared in shock and amazement at the black-haired Gryffindor who'd caused a commotion in potions class, holding onto her, saving her from certain death. He regarded her with clear emerald eyes. "I still want to be able to hear in that ear," he said lightly. Tracy was too shocked to respond. She couldn't believe it. She was saved, by a Gryffindor no less. She never would have expected a lion to lift a finger to a snake, much less risk their own life for one. Carefully Harry maneuvered his twitchy broom to take them both back down to the ground. When they reached it, he dismounted carefully, still holding Tracy, who nearly collapsed when her feet touched solid ground. Harry was immediately swamped with students shouting and babbling with amazement. Madame Hooch ran over to Tracy and took her from Harry's steady hands. "Are you hurt?" she demanded. Tracy managed to shake her head no, still trembling from her near-death experience, turning her head to stare at Harry some more. She was crying a second later, and started babbling in German. It took Harry a second to realize she was thanking him. "Mr. Potter." Harry looked back to see his head of house running towards him, Dean and Pavarti right behind her. She was pale with shock. Not in all my years. I can't believe. Dear Merlin, are you both all right?" "I'm fine," Harry responded. Tracy might be suffering from shock, though. He nodded towards Tracy, who was sitting down on the grass, not trusting her legs at the moment. "How did you do that?" Ron demanded, eyes wide, managing to make himself heard over all the yelling going on. "With a school broom." Harry shrugged. "I wasn't thinking about it. With a girl about to fall to her death and everything, there were a few giggles that held a certain degree of nervousness or hysteria to them. Neville had put a good 3 feet between himself and the broom he'd been using. But I just did what felt right, and kept a strong hand on the handle. Wasn't that hard?" "I see," Professor McGonagall said. "Madam Hooch, do you have any idea what happened?" "No." Hooch looked ready to riot. "I've been telling the headmaster for years that these brooms need replacing, but he simply refuses to listen. I don't understand why that happened, but these old brooms are dangerously unpredictable." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and nodded. "I see. I hereby declare the school brooms a safety hazard. No one is to use them until they can be replaced. I'll be informing Professor Dumbledore of this incident, and we'll be investigating it." She nodded at the shattered remains of Tracy's broom. Her eyes then fell on Harry. "Harry Potter is hereby awarded 75 points for saving another student's life. Mr. Thomas, Ms. Pottle, please escort Ms. Davis to the infirmary to be on the safe side. The rest of you, dismissed." Harry: "Wow, I wish I could go to Hogwarts. It doesn't sound like it's ever boring there." Carrie predicted right. "Everything around here since you've left is back to boring as hell routine. Our parents have been having rows every other day. Carrie's brothers nearly burned her house down when they came home drunk, but apart from that we've been wandering through schoolwork and stuff. Miranda got busted for swiping the principal's car keys, but we haven't had charges since you left either. Keep an eye on that Malfoy brat. Spoiled brats will hold grudges to their deathbeds if they feel sufficiently insulted. If that vampire teacher, Snipe or something, favors him, you'll want to be as discreet as possible. As for Carol Winchester, you might want to watch her carefully. There might be more to that weird feeling. Keep writing. Carrie, Pierce and Miranda." Harry read over his letter on the way to Charms class, contemplating how to retell the story of him saving Tracy. It was all his housemates wanted to talk about. He'd been receiving many admiring looks in the hallways, like he was some sort of freaking action star. After being well known for less heroic reasons over the years, Harry found this attention awkward. He wasn't sure how to respond to it. He'd seen Tracy walk into the Great Hall at dinner. Daphne and another girl whose name was escaping him ran over and hugged her. Tracy glanced his way, blushed fiercely and sat down to eat, head lowered, golden red hair falling around her face. Harry shook his head to collect his thoughts and was headed for the Gryffindor table where he saw Draco standing, talking. "I can't believe flying lessons are suspended," Draco said angrily, "just because of one cursed broom." Ron, as usual, let the pureblood get under his skin with minimum effort. "In case you're forgetting," he snapped, "that girl Davis could have died. It's a travesty for the school not to have flying lessons. How are the first years going to try out for Quidditch next year?" Draco demanded. "And that shows where your priorities are," Ron growled. Draco turned and saw Harry, scowling. "Potter, what now?" Harry asked. "If you want Neville's Remembrall that badly, I'm sure you could badger your rich father into buying you one." Draco had tried to take the item at breakfast, but had been stopped by McGonagall. Draco's cheeks flushed. "All right, Potter, if you're so confident. I bet you couldn't fight with a wand. Don't think I forgot about what you did on the train. It's a disgrace to the Potter family. You rely on your fists and feet like a common thug." "What's your certainty on that?" Harry raised one eyebrow. "You don't go anywhere without those two meatheads. What, expecting to get mugged?" "I could take you on any time alone," Malfoy said confidently. "Tonight, if you want. Wizard's duel. No contact. Just wand. What's the matter? Never heard of a wizard's duel before, I suppose. Just because I was raised by muggles doesn't make me an idiot." Harry responded dryly. He'd read about the dueling circuit in one of the wizarding events books he'd bought. "Where do you want to go?" "Midnight, in the trophy room. The door's always unlocked." "How do I know you're going to be there?" Harry asked sarcastically, having guessed the answer. "I'm willing to bet you're going to take the easy way out, skip it and hope I get caught by Filch or his rotten cat." Malfoy glared at him and said, "I swear on my magic I'll be there." "You better be there too." "Fine," Harry smirked. "Don't worry, you'll learn to eat your words." Draco Malfoy glared at him, before tossing his head and stalking towards the Slytherin table. "Excuse me." Harry rolled his eyes and turned towards Hermione Granger. "What do you want?" he asked impatiently. "Can't I eat in peace without you hanging over me?" "Well, I couldn't help overhearing you and Malfoy." "I bet you couldn't," Ron muttered. "And you mustn't go wandering around the school at night. Think about all the points you'd lose for Gryffindor if you're caught, and you're bound to be. It's really selfish of you." "What makes you think I'm going?" Harry responded with a roll of his eyes. "Malfoy's a moron. I haven't known him for long, but he's always talking himself into situations that he's not cut out for or thinking through. I have every intention of just sleeping tonight. If Malfoy gets caught and in trouble, so much the better." Hermione scowled at Harry. "Can't you do anything that doesn't involve causing trouble and dragging other people into it? Does saving someone's life count?" Harry countered, standing up. He had a good inch on her. This teacher's pet was starting to get on his nerves in a permanent way. "Oh, I suppose I shouldn't have done that either because she said not to fly higher than a few feet. Never mind that not doing anything would have meant Tracis' death. And you got at me for making a sarcastic comment towards a teacher who was asking me a question I couldn't possibly answer to embarrass me in front of the class." Hermione took a step backwards, eyes wide, but Harry wasn't finished. "Here's a job for you. Is following the rules at the expense of someone getting hurt worth it? Because with the way you act, it's no wonder you don't have any friends." Hermione recoiled like he'd physically slapped her with that last comment. After a second, her breath started trembling, and she bolted from the Great Hall. Harry watched her leave, a bit startled. Any other teacher's pet he'd talked to that way had glared hatefully at him and reported him to a teacher anyway. They just got worse after that. He couldn't remember one of them looking genuinely hurt, or running away from him. "Good riddance," Ron muttered. Harry felt something in his stomach twist a bit. He wasn't entirely sure he shared the sentiment all of a sudden. Harry was walking back in the direction of the common room after dinner when he heard Daphne yell for him. He turned around to see her and Tracy heading his way. He stopped and waited for them to catch up. Daphne hugged him, catching him by surprise. A second later she let him go, looking a little embarrassed but thankful. "I was hoping to catch you," she said. "Thank you for saving Tracy. That was amazing." Harry smiled slightly. "No worries." He glanced at Tracy. "Can I help you with something?" Tracy nervously approached him, too shy to meet his eyes, and said, "Har, Mr. Potter, my father came in to see me and heard about you saving me, and he reminded me of this. I must acknowledge that I, Tracy Leah Davis, owe you a life debt. How do you wish that I repay it?" Harry glanced at Daphne in surprise and mouthed out, "Life debt." Daphne saw this and, remembering he was Muggle-raised, explained, "It's a thing in pureblood society. When you save someone's life, they're obligated to repay you in any way you desire. It could be anything from money, the deeds to land or business, or servitude, of both sorts." She glanced at the floor when she said this. Harry didn't have to ask her to elaborate to guess what "both sorts" meant. He was appalled. He may have a criminal history, but it was purely petty. He wouldn't inflict that on any girl, definitely not as young as they both were. He thought for a minute. "Well, Harry Potter, acknowledge this debt. And, well, okay, you may repay me by calling me Harry and sharing your potions notes with me." He scowled. "That class sucks." Tracy was astonished. She'd never seen anyone dismiss a life debt so casually, let alone a young boy who see the potential in asking long-term arrangement. Her father had warned her of the dangers of being so indebted to a family like the Malfoys or another similarly ruthless group, and yet Harry had asked basically nothing from her, after risking himself to save her, someone he didn't know. She couldn't help it. She took a step forward and kissed Harry on the cheek. Thank you, you're more deserving of the fame surrounding you than others." Harry blushed at this. He really wasn't familiar with this kind of thing and didn't know how to handle it. No problem. Any time." Daphne giggled at this before saying more seriously, "On that subject, there's some dark rumors rolling around. I've been hearing people say that Broom was meant for break." "Meant to?" Harry echoed, startled. "Someone meant to kill a student?" Both Daphne and Tracy nodded. "The story going around is that someone cursed it and laid it out, hoping for someone to pick it and fall to your death. And since all the school brooms are so worn, no one would suspect it." Daphne explained. "Many of the rumors say it was meant for you. What do the professors think?" Tracy scowled. "Professor Dumbledore just twinkled at my father when he asked that very question and said they were looking into it very carefully. But I think he does know about it, more than he's saying. It's just a feeling in my gut, though." "Who here would want to do that?" Harry asked. "For a second, I thought of Professor Snape, but his behavior is way too obvious. He'd get himself caught." Daphne looked troubled. Professor Snape can be very harsh, but I agree, whoever did this wasn't him. It couldn't be." She shook her head. It's just a rumor. We could be worrying over nothing, but what happened to Tracy was frightening, and I can't remember the school brooms, worn out as they were, behaving like that. But then, who did?" Harry wondered out loud. There weren't any obvious suspects in his mind, and he couldn't think of a possible motive for killing an 11-year-old. The thought of murder inside a school was an alarming one. "I think," Tracy murmured, "that I'll be looking over my shoulder a lot this term." "Good idea," Harry muttered. The student body had an enemy somewhere, and that was never a good thing. An enemy you couldn't see was much more dangerous than one you could. To Carrie, Pierce and Miranda, today was a bit of a roller coaster, and it's leaving me a little worried, to be honest. It started out easily enough, but during our first flying class, the broom a girl named Tracy Davis was on suddenly flew up really high, jerked around and then split in half. I'm not sure exactly what came over me, but I got my broom to fly far enough up to catch her and take her back to the ground. She's all right now, but the stories going around are what's got me awake. Some people seem to think that the broom Tracy had been flying on was cursed to take her up that high, break and send her to her death. I don't put too much stock into rumors, but in the off chance that it's true, that means there's someone here who's trying to kill a student. There's not much evidence going on it, but I'm on my toes nonetheless. The teachers are investigating it right now, but I don't know if they've turned up anything yet. On a less frightening note, Malfoy was stupid enough to challenge me to a wizard's duel at midnight. I made him swear on his magic that he'd be there, because I'm certain he meant not to show up and leave me to Filch, and I have no intention of going out. I wonder if he'll get caught. Ow. Maria, don't claw my stomach. Harry, has Albus Dumbledore said anything yet? Molly Weasley asked her husband anxiously. Percy's letter home had worried her immensely. Ginny hadn't seemed to register the potential danger. She was repeating the tale of Harry's daring rescue of the Slytherin girl from certain death to anyone who would listen. Not yet, Arthur Weasley responded, looking at his wife with concern. Look, Molly, it was probably just an accident. The students have been complaining about the school brooms for a while now. It's perfectly possible it was just a freak accident. The Davis girl came to no harm, and the brooms are being replaced. And if there is danger, Albus Dumbledore is headmaster. He won't let any harm come to his students. Molly exhaled and watched her daughter bounce in and out of the kitchen, rereading Percy's letter for the 10th time. I hope you're right, Arthur. Astoria pressed against the handrail of the stairs, straining to hear her parents talking. She was holding Daphne's letter in one hand. Harry's heroic rescue of Tracy Davis made the boy more endearing than before and made her more impatient to get to Hogwarts, but the rumor of the attempted assassination had her desperate to glean news. Astoria was not an idealist, mainly due to her most likely lot in life being Malfoy's wife, and there was one name that immediately came to her mind when she thought of potential targets. Yes, Astoria was absolutely certain this was an attempt on Harry's life. She could think of several people who would want the boy who lived dead and had the influence to attempt it. She knew better than anyone that not all of you know whose followers had ended up in Azkaban. But who would be close enough to curse the brooms? Would her sister be safe? The younger girl went back upstairs to write a letter to her sister, pleading caution. She hoped that there wouldn't be another incident too soon. Maria woke Harry early the next morning, asking for food. He had been teasing her with a little catnip when he saw Hermione Granger stumble into the common room, looking like she'd slept for a grand total of 5 hours. She was rubbing at her eyes, which were red. Harry focused on Maria's paws batting at the green leaves just out of reach, pretending to be too absorbed in this game to notice her. Harry, he was surprised to see a different distraction come in the form of Ron. He was holding his rat Scabbers while scowling down at Maria. Can't you keep your cat from hurting Scabbers? She clawed him last night. I thought you were going to keep him in his cage, Harry said distractedly. For some reason, Maria had taken an intense disliking to the old gray rat, and Ron was unhappy that she chased him everywhere. I forgot, okay. Besides, she's a sneaky one. She tried to push the cage off the desk once. I'll do something, Harry muttered. Come on. Let's get to class. Harry was sitting down in Charm's class when he heard some girls whispering when Hermione walked in. I heard her crying last night, Lavandar Brown whispered. How long do you think she slept? She's not looking so good. Pavarti agreed. The charm they were practicing that day was a levitation charm. Ron was having trouble with his feather and quickly got frustrated. Hermione reached out and stopped his flailing arm. Stop, stop, you're saying it wrong, she said. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Ron scowled at her. Why don't you do it, then, if you're so clever? Hermione pointed her wand at her father and said, Wingardium Leviosa. Sure enough, her feather floated off her desk and into the sky. Oh, well done, Professor Flitwick said happily. Miss Granger's done it, see. Ron was in a very bad temper. It's bad enough that she has to act like everyone's mother. He was snarling to Seamus when they were walking out of class. The fact that she's actually good at it makes her unbearable. Why couldn't she be sorted somewhere else? She's a shrew, honestly. Someone knocked into Harry as they picked up the pace. He saw it was Hermione, and was startled, again, to see her crying. Something twisted in Harry's stomach, something he didn't really like feeling, guilt. Sure, she'd been obnoxious and somewhat overbearing, but he'd never driven a girl to tears before, and he wasn't very happy with the fact he finally had. It didn't help that he later overheard Lavender saying that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be alone. She didn't show up to any of the other classes. Harry's gut feeling was getting more pronounced when he made his way to the hall for dinner. About halfway through the meal, Professor Quirrell hurtled through the doorway, screaming, "Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon!" He paused. "Thought you ought to know." He promptly sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was a single crack of thunder before every child in the hall gave a collective scream of terror. Everyone dropped what they were holding and started running for the exit. "Silence!" Professor Dumbledore yelled. The room fell silent, probably more out of shock than anything. "Prefects, lead your students to the towers. Teachers, follow me to the dungeon." Percy Weasley immediately began yelling, "Gryffindors, follow me, this way." They began filing out. Harry was headed up when something occurred to him. Something important. He stopped in his tracks. Had Hermione heard the troll warning? The girls' bathroom was a ways away. Was she still there? There was no sign of her in the crowd. And if the troll left the dungeon? Harry glanced in the direction of his house, then toward the back of the hall, and growled in frustration. However much Hermione had annoyed him over the past few days, being a teacher's pet did not warrant being left to a troll, an encounter that would most likely end in her death. Something that would be entirely his fault and Ron's for putting her in that emotional state in the first place. Of all days to grow a conscience, he said to himself, before turning on his heel and running in the direction of the girls' bathroom. He was halfway there when someone grabbed his arm. He turned around to see Daphne and Tracy right behind him, trying to catch their breath. "What are you doing?" Daphne gasped. "There's a troll on the loose." "I know," Harry said. "There's a girl, Hermione Granger. She's been in the bathroom for hours. She doesn't know about the troll. Have to go get her." Tracy went pale. "Move, move," she whispered. All three students hid behind a pillar. At that very moment, a massive, stone-gray figure slowly lumbered from around the corner, dragging a massive club along beside it. Harry swore again. That thing was at least 12 feet tall and over 200 pounds. Damn it to hell. The trolls left the dungeon. Daphne's breath caught in her throat. Oh no, it's going into the girls' bathroom. A second after the troll disappeared, Harry, Daphne and Tracy exchanged a single horrified look. "We should get a teacher," Tracy said as the three of them bolted towards the bathroom. "They're too far away. Won't get here in the time. Please tell me one of you knows an offensive spell," Harry said. "I know something, but it could be dangerous," Daphne said. "It'll have to do," Harry said, throwing the bathroom doors open. Hermione was curled up in a ball under one of the sinks, screaming for help. The massive troll had smashed most of the stalls in one of the sinks, and it wasn't far away from her. Her brown eyes caught sight of the three of them. "Help, please," she cried, tears running down her cheeks. Daphne pointed her wand at the troll's club, "Incendio," she yelled. The club was wreathed in fire. The troll howled in pain and anger and dropped it. It turned around to see the other three students, its beady eyes glaring down angrily at them. "Now what?" Daphne asked, sounding a little scared. Harry thought furiously. They needed some sort of plan. "Do we know anything about trolls?" Daphne nodded. "This one's a mountain troll. It's not very smart, but its skin is mostly spell resistant. It would take dozens of powerful stunners to knock it out. We could try a cutting curse, but I'm not very good with that one." Harry thought about that as the troll took a menacing step forward. Then he remembered something Pierce and Carrie had always said about bigger opponents: never go in from the front, they'll waste you. Get behind them, go for the legs or the nose. For now, we distract it. Tracy, get Hermione out of there. Harry pointed his wand and shouted, "Stupefy." The spell knocked the creature's head back but didn't have enough punch to knock it out. Sure enough, it began to follow Harry and Daphne, who ran out into the hallway. "Where are we going?" Daphne asked. "The stairwell," Harry responded. "It goes down for ages. It falls far enough and it's dead." Daphne nodded, fear fading as adrenaline took over. "Okay. But this isn't that high up. We should lead it up a floor or two." The troll's footsteps were getting louder, so they put on extra speed. Tracy flattened herself against the wall as the troll walked past her, going after the other two. As soon as it turned the corner, she rushed over to the sink Hermione was hiding under and held out her hands. "Come on," she said. Hermione nodded shakily and took the offered support. Tracy was about to bolt out of the room when Hermione said, "Wait. How are they going to stop that troll?" She looked scared. Harry's stupefied didn't knock it out. "I don't." Tracy trailed off when the doors exploded open. Both girls spun around to see Blaise Zabini and Dean Thomas standing in the doorway. "Figlio di una cagna, son of a bitch," Blaise yelled, staring at the burning club and the trashed bathroom in shock. "I saw Harry run off. What happened here?" Dean asked breathlessly. I didn't realize. The troll cornered me," Hermione stammered, still looking horrified. "Harry, Daphne and Tracy came in. Daphne burned its club and it's chasing her and Harry." She wailed the last bit. "Oh God, this is all my fault. What if it kills them? Oh my God." "Smetter panico. Stop panicking," Blaise snapped, and then coughed. "Sorry, I speak my native language in situations like this." "Which way did they go?" "That way," Tracy said. With that, all 4 students rushed down the hallway. Voldemort was ecstatic. Well, part of him was. He was pleased that the troll and the traps he had set in the dungeon were enough to distract the entire Hogwarts staff just long enough for him to get into the 3rd floor. It was so classic of Albus Dumbledore to try and eliminate a danger to his precious pawns in full force, not even considering that it might be a trick. Or if he had guessed it, then he obviously going senile. At last, the Philosopher's Stone would be his. "Alohomora," his servant intoned, unlocking the door that would lead to the stone. A shouting voice broke through the silence. "Harry, I think this is far enough. It's getting closer. Harry Potter. Oh, this was just too good. He could eliminate the brat that had destroyed him the first time and regain his physical form in one swing. The Potter brat was just a boy, after all. There was no possible way he could be a threat to his host. There was another child out there, but it was a girl, and easily silenced." He swept in the direction of the voice, desperate to destroy the source of his years' wandering, reduced to a pathetic wraith. In his hurry, he completely forgot that he had unlocked the door. A moment later, one massive dog head butted the door open. Harry swore when the staircase under his feet suddenly started moving. The troll wasn't far behind them. He looked downwards. The other staircases seemed to go on forever. "Think this is far enough?" he asked. They were approaching the forbidden part of the 3rd floor. "I think so," Daphne said. "Now we need to push it off the side." They both got off the stairwell and crossed a balcony, before turning and facing the troll. It looked angrier than ever, and it approached them with its hands over its head. Daphne's hand was trembling on her wand, but she stood firm. "It'll take several stunning charms to knock it over," she said. "Ready." "I'm always ready," Harry said, watching as the troll lumbered a bit closer. "Harry." The troll turned back a bit. Harry saw Tracy, Dean, Blaise and Hermione all hanging back from another entrance on the opposite side of the troll. "What are you doing?" Dean yelled. The troll looked between the packs of children, obviously struggling to decide who to go after first. "Getting rid of the troll," Harry shouted back. "Push it over the side." Blaise shot a quick look over the side of the balcony, seeing how far down it went. "Good point," he said. "That'll kill it. Come on, we'll help." Hermione whitened slightly when she saw the thing that had nearly killed her, but drew her wand along with the others nonetheless. They all pointed it at the troll. Stupefy. All 6 spells slammed into different parts of the troll, sending it stumbling towards the railing. It let out a low growl of pain. Harry grinned. This was going to be easy. Suddenly, there was a scream, this one unmistakably an adult. It was followed by another, which suddenly broke off with a horrible ripping noise that made Harry's spine stiffen and the hair on the back of his neck rise. Next there was the sound of chewing and bones cracking. There was a short pause, and then, a low, wolfish growl. Everyone, troll included, turned and stared down the hallway to the forbidden corridor. Tracy, Hermione, Dean and Daphne all screamed. Harry and Blaise were too shocked, sickened and now, genuinely scared, to say anything. For standing in the hallway was a massive creature straight from legend and nightmare. It had 3 heads, all dogs, a massive torso and 4 huge paws that looked strong enough to crush a full-grown man into pulp. In all 3 mouths were the remains of Quirrell's limbs and lower torso, leaving just the bloody upper body behind. Blood pooled by its paws and dripped down its teeth. 3 pairs of malevolent yellow eyes were now fixed on the troll. The Cerberus, guardian of the gates of Hades, howled in challenge and bolted towards the troll. "Scatter!" Harry shouted. All 6 students turned and bolted for the nearest staircase to the lower floors as the Cerberus crashed into the troll, knocking it to the ground. Daphne, who'd glanced over her shoulder, turned green and let out a sickened squeak when she saw the Cerberus rip the troll's head clean off, spraying blood everywhere. Both Blaise and Tracy were swearing frantically and very inventively in their native languages. Hermione was screaming. Dean was yelling something at the portraits and at the bloody Baron who'd appeared from the wall upon hearing the noise. Daphne was trying very hard not to throw up and Harry was wondering where the hell the teachers were when you needed them. "What do we do?" Tracy screamed over the racket. The Cerberus, evidently unsatisfied with the troll, had raised its bloody heads from the torn, savaged corpse, tracking the children. "Why the bloody hell is it looking at us like that? We barely even qualify as bloody appetizers and it's got a perfectly good troll right there." Blaise shouted. It's very very skinny." Hermione stammered out, her voice pitched so high only bats would be able to hear it soon. I see could see its ribs. It probably hasn't eaten in weeks. That's why. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just our asterisk 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 luck. Harry snarled. "We've got to get behind something. The armory is on the 2nd floor. A nearby portrait shouted. "The doors are double reinforced. It won't be able to get in." "You'll be able to barricade it when you get inside, there will be crates." Another portrait added. "Thanks," Dean said. "This way." The other students followed his lead in a mad dash down the hallway. Behind them, the Cerberus howled. The hunt was on. The armory came in sight a second later. Dean and Harry got there first and immediately went to the doors. The 3 girls cannoned in, Blaise bringing up the rear. The Cerberus had turned the corner and was headed right for them. Slam! Dean, Harry and Blaise managed to shut the doors just in time. Hermione, Daphne and Tracy quickly spelled various spears and swords and ran them through the door handles while Dean and Harry activated the locks, the Cerberus slamming its full weight against the doors the whole time. Heart pounding wildly, Harry grabbed the nearest weapon he could get his hands on, a silver sword. He held his wand in the other hand and pointed it at the door. The others haphazardly followed his lead, the girls grabbing bows and arrows while Dean and Blaise picked up spears. They stood in a semicircle, staring at the door as the monster on the other side continued to bat at it. After what felt like an eternity but was actually a minute, the Cerberus, barking in frustration having been denied its prey, stopped banging on the doors. Slowly, Harry and the others lowered their wands and weapons, just listening. There was heavy breathing on the other side, indicating that the huge dog was still there. "Why won't it leave?" Hermione asked, her voice a barest whisper. It was hoarse from all the screaming she had done. "If you hadn't eaten for weeks," Blaise whispered back, "and someone put some food behind a locked cabinet, would you leave it alone just because it was locked? I think it's going to try and starve us out." "Well, that's all well and good," Harry said sarcastically, "but could someone care to explain how the bloody hell there's a goddamn Cerberus in here to start with? A troll was bad enough, but a Cerberus?" No one had an answer to that. Hermione was shaking like crazy. According to Hogwarts. A history, there's supposed to be wards in place that keep dark creatures out of the castle. She managed through her trembling. It's supposed to be the safest place in Britain. The 2 pureblood girls swapped nervous but meaningful looks. Dean looked uncomfortable. But then how? Either the book exaggerates how safe Hogwarts is, Blaise muttered, or someone let the troll and the Cerberus inside. So that was the most painful death that awaited anyone who went into the 3rd floor corridor. Daphne whispered, "My father is going to be furious when he hears about this." Why would anyone let in a troll and a Cerberus? Hermione asked timidly. Do you think someone's trying to hurt us? Harry stared at the door for a minute. The Cerberus's breathing was still audible, but it was making no more attempts at the door. But there was also no sign of the teachers who had been searching the dungeons for the troll. It was completely quiet. "I think we better get comfortable," he muttered. "Where are the teachers?" Tracy whispered when they were all sitting against the far wall of the armory. It was a big room. There were old weapons stocked on the wall and dueling circles drawn on the floor. There was dust on many surfaces, indicating the room wasn't used very often. There were no windows or portraits inside. By some unspoken agreement, the unlikely group was huddled together at the back wall, wands in hand in case the huge dog managed to breach the doors after all. It can't possibly have taken them this long to search the dungeons, and the ghosts must have heard the commotion we made, first with the troll and then when the Cerberus appeared. Why haven't they come to get us? There was a pause. No one had an answer to that. Maybe whoever let the troll in also set up some traps for when the teachers came down to investigate it. Dean suggested. "Speaking of which, how did you two know where to look for us?" Tracy asked. "We followed the screaming," Dean responded. "I saw Harry leaving, and it took me a minute to realize Hermione was gone too. I remembered Lavender saying how Hermione was in the bathroom crying and I took off. I ran into Blaze halfway there because he'd seen you two leaving to help Harry." He glanced around. "Who set its club on fire?" "That would be me," Daphne said, having the grace to look embarrassed. "My mother taught my sister and I a few offensive charms over the years, and that was the first one that popped into my head." She glanced at the doorway. The Cerberus had become quiet, except for the rumbling of its breathing. "My father is going to hear about this. Not just a troll, but a Cerberus. That's a dangerous breach of security if there was ever one. Which begs the question of how it was in here at all," Harry said. He sighed in frustration and stared worriedly at the door. "This is beyond anything I was expecting. I have to admit none of this makes sense to me." "Let's try making sense out of it," Blaze suggested. He, too, was staring at the door. "We've got nothing else to be doing, anyway." He bit into his lip. "Wait until my mother hears about this. Oh, Merlin." He shuddered, and then continued. "Okay, so, someone lets a troll into the school, and it nearly kills Miss Granger here." Hermione could only nod meekly at this. "Somehow, I don't think you were an intended target, if that makes you feel any better," the Italian said. "So, we go find her, then we take it up to the third floor to find a way to get rid of it. Then, this Cerberus appears from the forbidden corridor, attacks first the troll and then us." There was a pause. "First question, and I think it bears repeating, why the bloody hell is there a Cerberus inside the school to begin with?" Harry asked dryly. "I've seen some very crappy schools and detention buildings, but none of them had monsters inside them." "Maybe to guard the school," Hermione offered tentatively. "It's supposed to be really safe, after all, and I can't imagine anyone wanting to attack a place with a Cerberus in it. But if it was here to guard the school, why was it so hungry?" Dean pointed out. "It wouldn't make sense for your guard dog to be so hungry that it tries to eat the students it's supposed to be protecting. To keep it locked up, maybe. I've heard of Cerberus cubs being sold to purebloods for attack dogs. The treatment of them can be very inhumane. Maybe this one was still feeling the effects of its earlier servitude." Blaze suggested, but then frowned. "But why in a school, where it could get at children, instead of with a trained dark creature handler?" Dean blanched. "You can buy Cerberus cubs. Only if you can cough up the money." Daphne responded softly. "There aren't very many Cerberus in the world because of how dangerous they are, and the fact they're connected to the underworld. They're exotic. Having a trained Cerberus is considered a symbol of power among purebloods." Hermione shuddered at the thought. "Maybe it was protecting something," Tracy suggested. "That makes sense, doesn't it?" Harry's eyes widened. "The Philosopher's Stone." "What?" Blaze stared at him. "How did you guess that?" Harry looked around the group and said, "You know the keeper of the keys, Hagrid. Professor Dumbledore tasked him with getting something from Hogwarts, on the very day he collected me from my aunt and uncle and took me shopping for school stuff." "Why would he do that?" Dean asked. "Show a kid a highly confidential artifact while he's getting his school stuff." "Wait," he blinked. "If it was confidential, how do you know what it was?" "I overheard some people talking about it," Harry muttered. cursing himself for nearly admitting to his theft with Hermione still in the room. "It's not here anymore. Someone stole it." "What?" Hermione squeaked. "Just like that. A philosopher's stone." Tracy breathed. "I hadn't thought one still existed. Imagine, you could turn anything into gold, live forever, wow." She looked critically at Harry. "But," Dean frowned, "where was this stone first?" "Gringotts. Why would they move it here? If there's any place in Britain that's completely secure, it's Gringotts. And if it was stolen," Blaise added, "why is the Cerberus still here? The thing it was supposed to guard never came to school." There was a long pause as the students considered this and came to a conclusion. "It's some sort of trap," Daphne decided. The stone was meant to be a lure, but Professor Dumbledore never admitted that it had gone missing, so whoever wanted to steal it would still come for it, and run into the Cerberus. "Set up a trap, inside the school. What for?" Tracy asked. It ate Professor Quirrell," Hermione muttered, sounding like she was going to become hysterical again any second. "Why was Professor Quirrell up here anyway?" Dean asked, looking shaken and green as he remembered seeing the professor's mauled corpse. "I mean, I suppose he could have heard the racket, but why didn't he come up the stairs towards us instead of walking past the Cerberus? And wasn't the door to the room locked? Was he trying to get whatever the Cerberus had been guarding?" Blaise asked uneasily. "Do any of you think whoever wants the stone was the one who cursed the broomstick that nearly killed me?" Tracy asked, sounding frightened by the concept. "Possibly. Maybe he cursed the broom and when that didn't get results, let the troll in. But that attacked two different people," Daphne pointed out. "First it was Tracy, but the troll cornered Hermione. Why go after two different people? I thought for a little it might be because of pureblood dogma, but Tracy's pureblood, so it doesn't make sense that she be attacked." "Maybe those events were meant for someone else," Blaise started, but snapped up, "you two instead. Whoever's behind it has been acting indirectly and as vaguely as possible to avoid rousing Dumbledore's suspicions." "Then who is it meant for?" Dean asked. Harry was quiet. He'd been thinking about that, too. Sure enough, Blaise looked towards him. "I can think of someone who'd have a few people cursing his very existence," he said. Harry let out a snort. "The worst bit about that is it makes perfect sense," he said shortly. "I blew up the Dark Lord when I was still in my cradle. I have no idea exactly how that worked, and Hagrid said not all of his followers were in jail. They probably hate me for the position they're in as much as for destroying their boss." Hermione made a noise of distress. "We have to tell Professor Dumbledore this. He's got to do something, or we'll all get killed." Harry glanced towards the door. "Doesn't look like anyone's coming yet," he said. "We might as well try getting some sleep." Tracy and Daphne both winced at the thought of sleeping on cold stone, but nodded reluctantly. They all made themselves as comfortable as possible and eventually sleep came. The sun was rising when Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore opened the doors to the armory and found several students sleeping inside. Harry's right hand was touching Daphne's, his other clutching both his wand and the hilt of a sword. Dean and Blaise were there as well, lying in front of Hermione and Tracy, holding spears close by in case they needed to use them. Tracy was next to Hermione. She'd clearly been offering the girl comfort. "They must have run here to hide from the Cerberus. Clever," Snape muttered in an attempt to distract himself from the shock of discovering the room. "Gryffindors and Slytherins, fighting together, fleeing together, safeguarding each other. There must be ice skating in hell tonight. Are you sure we shouldn't tell him, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked. She'd been frantic last night when Percy had reported 3 first years were missing. She'd been running around the entire night fearing the worst. Stumbling on the Cerberus had nearly given her a heart attack. "Minvera, he's much too young to know something so terrible. He's got every bloody right to know, Albus. He nearly died tonight. If he'd been any slower Hagrid's creature would have slaughtered them. Why wasn't it properly fed?" Albus hid a wince. He couldn't very well answer with, "Because I needed him to attack anyone who came in to maximize the effectiveness of the test, not after it had gotten loose." "Besides," Professor McGonagall whispered, "we know he is not gone. We saw the Wraith escaping Hogwarts last night. He must be ready." Albus merely twinkled at his deputy headmistress as he looked down at Harry. Inside, he was disapproving. He wasn't pleased with Harry's history or the company he was keeping. He had wanted to obliviate the 3 delinquents mentioned in the letter he'd received, but he did not know their names, and Harry was bound to get suspicious if they had no memory of him. At this moment, Daphne Greengrass stirred. Slowly, she pulled herself into a sitting position, wincing as cramps hit her arms and legs. She blinked slowly and then said, "Guys. The door's open." She said this loudly enough to wake the others. They must have been sleeping very shallowly. "Professor?" Dean asked dazedly. "Professor?" This roused them the rest of the way. The strange group of students scrambled to their feet, dropping the weapons they had been holding. "Thank Merlin," Tracy said. "We thought no one would ever come for a little there." Professor McGonagall fixed all 6 students with a frosty look. "What were you doing?" she demanded. "Why weren't you in your dormitory? You could have been killed." There was a short pause, and then, "It was my fault, Professor," Hermione Granger, star student, said timidly. I had been in the bathroom when the troll came in. I didn't know it was there. I never heard any alarm until it came in after me. Harry had realized I wasn't with the others and came back to find me." She nodded at the startled black-haired boy. Harry and Daphne led it away when Dean and Blaise showed up. They'd noticed their missing classmates too. "We were headed up the closest way to the towers when the Cerberus came. It's my fault, blame me." At this point both Harry and Dean were looking at Hermione in open shock, something McGonagall noted as confusing, but she was more concerned with her obviously distraught student. She turned her attention to Harry, Daphne and Tracy. "Well, that was very brave of you children, but you should have gone to your prefect." "I know," Harry said, sounding a little impatient, "but I figured the troll was still in the dungeon, and the bathrooms weren't far. I hadn't realized it was there until I saw it enter the bathrooms, and by then if I'd gone back it would have killed her by the time I returned. And everything else just kind of happened." "Where's the Cerberus?" Blaise asked cautiously. "It's hungry enough that it'll probably jump on the first living prey it sees, student or not." "The Cerberus has been removed from the castle," Snape said smoothly. 10 points to Slytherin and, he grimaced at this point, as though it was physically difficult to say, and to Gryffindor for taking decisive action in an emergency. "Now all of you get down to the infirmary." Dean looked shocked, again, that Snape had actually given them points. Harry obviously decided not to push his luck and headed out, the others trailing behind him. Professor McGonagall fixed Albus with a stern look and walked out after them. When they were alone, Snape said, "Well, that was unexpected. I thought Greengrass and Davis might follow Potter around, but other than that he's a very standoffish boy. I wasn't expecting Thomas and Zabini to go after him too." He frowned at the headmaster. "You have no intention of telling him, do you?" "I don't know what he'd do with the information," Albus said heavily. "He's already been behaving in a dark manner. You work with Mundungus Fletcher, and you have a problem with Potter's history." Snape snorted. "You should keep better track of your plans, Albus. Potter can't be the wizarding world's savior if he's eaten by a Cerberus." Daniel Greengrass was not usually a man quick to anger or one who held on to it, but from the moment he received his older daughter's most recent letter, he'd been in a towering rage. Currently he was stalking through the hallways of Hogwarts, headed for the headmaster's office. Lucius was right behind him. Angela Greengrass had been no less furious, and had almost insisted on transferring Daphne elsewhere, only for their daughter to plead to remain, for she had close friends here. But none of that would matter if Daniel Greengrass didn't get a sufficient answer for any of this. Not one bit. Dumbledore looked up from the papers he had been reviewing when he saw both Daniel Greengrass and Lucius Malfoy walk into his office. If 2 of them were here, something must be wrong. He put up a smile and said, "Ah, Mr. Greengrass, Mr. Malfoy, how nice to see you. Care for a drop?" Daniel slammed his hands on Dumbledore's desk, causing Fawkes to squawk in surprise. "Dumbledore, as you know I am on the board of governors. Tell me, why did I have to get a letter from my daughter to find out that she was nearly eaten by a Cerberus within school grounds? Not to bloody mention this was after it killed one of the teachers and a troll that also found its way into the school. I will demand a full-scale enquiry if I don't get a satisfactory answer now. Lucius decided to chime in at this point. Anything that put Dumbledore in a bad light was going to be good for him. One of the others involved was Tracy Davis, who nearly fell to her death earlier this month thanks to a faulty school broom, he intoned, that would make 2 near-death experiences for her in the same month. Frankly, I'm surprised Peter Davis hasn't pulled her out. I'm thinking of doing the same for Draco. Please, sit, Albus said with some difficulty. Inwardly he cursed Hermione Granger for having to be rescued. If she'd just stayed at the table, he wouldn't be in this position. I understand a few days ago that there was a serious security breach, though thankfully nothing came out of it. Nothing came out of it. Headmaster, my child could have died, if it weren't for Harry Potter and those other children. Daniel stormed. Daphne told me that the starved Cerberus emerged from the very place you told the students would result in a most painful death. This suggests you were keeping it there. Albus cringed, his mind racing. He had to find some way of placating Greengrass without telling him the truth. His position in Hogwarts could be threatened otherwise. My dear sir, you must understand that I've found reason to be worried this year, he said. Over the course of the summer I received multiple threats of student harm if I didn't resign my position. I thought the presence of the Cerberus would deter any such threats from being carried out. Threats from who? Lucius asked, one eyebrow raised. No one claimed responsibility for them, Albus responded. I fear whoever was involved got inside the school and lowered a ward that allowed the troll in. I've patched the damage now. There's no reason Hogwarts is not safe. And the Cerberus? Daniel demanded, his anger simmering. It has been removed from the school and placed in the Forbidden Forest. Albus replied, the classic twinkle back in his eye. It will not hurt anyone there. Daniel and Lucius looked at each other, words silently passing between them. At last, Daniel barked, all right. But understand me, Albus, if I hear any more stories I'll be back, and I won't be so easily placated next time my daughter is in danger. The safety of the students is my top priority, Albus said calmly. After Daniel and Lucius had left the office, Albus sighed and placed his head in his hands. That had been close. He'd be forced to curtail the test he had planned for Harry this year with that ultimatum hanging over him. This was frustrating. He'd come no closer to discovering who had stolen the Philosopher's Stone or where it might be. His only consolation was that Voldemort obviously did not have it, for he had no regained his physical form. He would have to wait to test the boy again, and he had a plan in mind. He knew that Lucius had been given something important from Voldemort and there was heavy amnesty between Harry and the man's son Draco. He would probably do something in the near future, and that would be a test for Harry. Now, he just had to find a replacement defense against the dark arts teacher. November waned into December with no more life-threatening incidents. The story of the Cerberus had circulated like wildfire, and other students were still talking about it even as Christmas break drew closer and closer. Dean and Blaise were more embarrassed by the attention than anything, while Hermione had retreated into the dorms where she milled over the events. Harry, for his part, retreated from public eye as much as possible. He didn't like how much he'd been doing over the months he'd been here. While they were undoubtedly good deeds, a lot of attention wasn't something you wanted if you were a troublemaker. He just sat at a table in the common room, doing his homework and entertaining Maria. Sometimes Daphne or Tracy would come over and join him. Draco was no more welcoming than he had been in September. He continued to pester Harry and try to get him into trouble throughout the weeks. The only time anything really came out of it was whenever Professor Snape turned the corner. The worst bit was the replacement Dada teacher. Lockhart was easily the single most incompetent individual Harry had ever seen. He spent his detention answering the man's fan mail, for Merlin's sake. If anything, they were worse of now than they were with Quirrell. What did questions like what is Lockhart's favorite color have to do with defense? And apparently the guy's idea of one of the most deadly creatures in the world consisted of pixies, of all creatures. Harry couldn't see how anyone this incompetent could do half the things his books claimed he could. What a waste of 30 gallons. He probably had a competent stunt double who did everything for him and he took the credit. Eventually, winter break did come, and Harry put down his name to stay at the castle. Carrie and the others wouldn't mind. He really didn't want to return to the Dursley house now, especially not that he had real, magical friends he could interact with. Besides, he was planning to sneak out to Hogsmeade at some point this week. Christmas morning did eventually come. Harry woke with Maria pawing his cheek, mewing happily. Harry chuckled to himself, "What is it, girl?" Maria hopped off the bed, padded to the door and then stopped, clearly waiting for him. Harry smiled just a bit. A real smile from him, not a trouble smirk or a scowl or a fake smile, was rare, as he was rarely truly happy. There had been moments of true happiness with Carrie, Miranda and Pierce, but they weren't here. He got up and followed his kitten, who scuttled down the stairwell and into the common room, where he was surprised to see several presents waiting for him. Harry carefully sat down and placed a hand on the nearest box, opening the letter. To Harry, Merry Christmas. We're missing you here. Carrie Miranda Pierce. He smiled softly and opened the box. It was the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Thanks guys, he murmured. He then turned his attention to the other boxes, that were all addressed to him. He had gotten more presents today than he had in the past 10 years. The one from the Dursleys was easy, just a 50-cent piece. Harry picked another one. Harry, this is for you. I know you're not terribly into Quidditch, but I thought it would be a shame to miss out on this. Daphne. Inside the envelope were 2 pre-ordered tickets to the next Quidditch World Cup, which was far more money than Harry would have meant for Daphne to spend on him. He'd have to thank her later. Next, to Harry Potter. Our only meeting was a while ago, but I wanted to thank you for saving my sister's life, and to ask for a chance to get to know you better. Astoria Greengrass. Harry whistled. He remembered Astoria, all right. As far as Draco was concerned, she shouldn't be talking to him at all. Evidently, Astoria didn't care much for that rule. He chuckled a bit. If that was the case, they would get along fine. The present in question was a book so big it could conceivably be used as a doorstopper, titled, The Lives of the Founders. He turned the book over, the cover having a colored image of all 4 founders, and looked at the back. It sounded interesting. He had scant knowledge of the founders themselves, and he'd be lying if he said that hadn't intrigued him. He grabbed some paper and wrote Astoria a response. There was another box, from Tracy. Harry opened it and saw a silver ring and some papers inside. To Harry James Potter. I thank you for saving my daughter Tracy, and do so offer my allegiance and assistance to the Potter family so long as you were its head. Peter Davis. Harry stared blankly at the paper for a long second. Oh, wow, okay. He ran a hand through his black hair, something he did when he was thinking. He really had no idea how to respond to that. Having allies would be good in a strange new world, especially since his Muggle friends' assistance of him would be limited by their lack of magic. Maria had hopped up on the table and was weaving between Harry's new books as he opened his next present. It was from Hagrid, and it was a photo album. Inside were several moving pictures. The first one was that of a man and a woman. His parents. Harry stared at the picture for a long time. He reached out and brushed his fingers against the first image of his parents that he had ever seen. His father had the same smile he did, and his eyes were the same as his mother's. Harry made a note somewhere in his head to pay Hagrid a visit later, for giving him something so precious. He turned through the book and came upon an image of their wedding. Lily Potter's wedding dress looked like something out of a dream. His father was there, next to her. Standing next to him was a handsome man who, judging by his position, was his father's best man. Next to Lily was a woman who bore a strange resemblance to Neville. There were others there, too, a ragged-looking guy with a weary but real smile, a smaller man next to him, and a few other women who were Lily's bridesmaids. Harry looked down. The wedding of Lily and James Potter. From left down, Lily, James, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Frank Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, Andromeda Tonks. Harry looked at the names, frowning a bit despite the very real warmth of seeing his parents' happiness. Those were a lot of people, all close to his parents. What happened to them? Couldn't one of them have taken him in, raised him in a magical world? Or at least visited him and given him some indication of their existence? Why did they leave him with his aunt and uncle, who hated magic and him and tried to pretend magic didn't exist? Deciding to look into that later, Harry turned his attention to his last two presents. One of them was a box of chocolate frogs addressed to him from a secret admirer, something that baffled Harry to no end, and the other was a relatively sized box. It was a cloak. Your father left this in my possession before he died. Use it well. There was no signature. Puzzled, Harry put the cloak on over his shoulders. Maria let out a mew of surprise, and Harry looked down to see that his entire lower body had disappeared. Harry took the coat off, heart thudding. This cloak made him invisible. This was priceless. The ability this gave him, wow. He put Maria back in his room and put on the cloak. He hadn't been this excited in years. He started off into the castle. There was a lot to look at. He went past the headmaster's office and down the halls. He threw apple cores at Flitch, who looked around wildly, yelling, as Harry swept down the hall, trying not to die laughing. He looked at the paintings and managed to get past Peeves without setting the poltergeist off. He walked through the great hall and saw the handful of still at the school reading, talking and otherwise having fun. No one noticed him as he walked past. The freedom of invisibility was something he'd never get used to. Eventually, Harry wandered down into the dungeon of the castle and went into a back room. Sitting in the middle of the room was a large mirror. There were words written on it that Harry couldn't read, but it was the mirror itself that he was looking at. Reflected in the mirror was himself, a young adult with the lopsided smirk he knew he had. Standing behind him were Carrie, Miranda and Pierce. But there was also a redhead he hadn't met before, and an older Astoria and Daphne. And in front of everyone there was a little black-haired girl with green eyes. When Harry looked at her, she smiled and waved energetically. Her eyes flashed with the same mischief as his. His eyes. Harry stared at the mirror for a long time. This was a family. His family. The impossibility of this weighed on his shoulders, the only thing he had wanted. Something that had haunted his dreams, the one thing that had lay out of his reach, was his wish that he had a family. A real family, one that wanted him, loved him. Love, something he'd been denied for as long as he could remember. What was this thing? I see that you, like others, have discovered the delight of the Mirror of Ursid. Harry spun around. Somehow, Dumbledore had come up behind him without him realizing it. Could he see him? Damn it, this was bad. It's all right, Dumbledore said in a placating tone. I knew you'd find this place eventually. It seems to be in your nature. I know about your father's cloak. Harry snorted, and removed the cloak that was keeping him invisible. What is this thing? He asked, turning his eyes back to the mirror, where the images waved at him. What am I looking at? The mirror shows us our heart's desire. Dumbledore explained. You, who have never known your family, see your parents alive and with you. Harry looked sharply at Dumbledore. He opened his mouth to correct him and then shut it. For some reason, he didn't entirely trust the headmaster, so he wasn't telling him anything important. What do you see, headmaster? He asked instead. Me, I see a pair of thick, woolen socks. Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. You're lying, Harry thought. I don't know why or how I know, but you're lying. Well, two could play at that game. He pretended to squint at the mirror and asked, Headmaster, who are the two men there? Aside from my parents, there's a tall, dark-haired man and a battered man with a kind smile. I've seen them before, they were at my parents' wedding. I saw them in the picture. At this, the irritating twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. In fact, for a moment he looked all his many years. Ah, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. They were close friends of your father, they went to school with him. Are they still alive? Harry asked. Why have I never met them? That is a difficult question to answer, Harry. Dumbledore responded vaguely. It involves the story of the war, which I will not utter here. I must warn you, it is not a happy story, either. I don't think it's something that should be told on Christmas. At a later date, I'll tell you what happened. What kind of answer was that? Harry thought, frustrated. So there was something big that Dumbledore wasn't telling him involving his parents' friends. That was something to look into later. Dumbledore returned his attention to the mirror. Harry, I must ask that you never come down here again. The mirror shows us what we desire, but it gives us neither knowledge or ability. Men have wasted away in front of it and gone mad from seeing something out of their reach. Come, lunch will be on soon. Harry gave the mirror one last look. I see, all right. Much later, Harry decided that he'd go out and see Hagrid. Perhaps the half-giant would be more willing to tell him about his parents and their friends than the headmaster, and he had probably been in trouble due to the Philosopher's Stone going missing. He owed him this much. He had been headed down the stairs when he saw Carol Winchester again. He'd been mostly successful in avoiding the strange girl for the past month, but what was she doing out here? Carol paused at the edges of the Forbidden Forest, looking around worriedly, before running into the trees. Harry followed her, a sense of unease increasing dramatically. Why was Carol going into the forest? The Forbidden Forest didn't look particularly welcoming, especially since the sun was going down, its dying light casting twisted shadows along the roots of the trees. Harry grimaced and watched where he was putting his feet as he tried to track Carol's progress through the woods. He could hear the noise of the other occupants of the woods in the distance. He hoped he wouldn't have to save the day again. Eventually, he turned the corner and saw a pure white horse lying on its side. A horn spiraled from its head, and there was a gash on its side, silver blood spilling onto the ground. Carol stopped and knelt next to the wounded creature, murmuring something soothing. She raised a slender hand and held it over the wound, eyes closed. Harry took an uncertain step forward. He'd never seen a unicorn before, and he figured there was a chance that whatever had attacked this one would come back. Harry, her voice startled him out of his thoughts. Carol didn't open her eyes, but she must have heard his footsteps. He walked closer to her, unsure, glancing at the unicorn. Will it die? He asked. Carol shook her head. Before Harry's startled eyes, the wound started to knit closed. The unicorn nickered softly, sounding much calmer than before. Carol opened her eyes and looked at him. The stark, deep blueness of them bored into him. No, she'll be fine. How'd you do that? Harry asked. Carol shrugged. Healing magic has always come easily to my family. Powerful healing spells. I don't know why. It's been like this for as long as I can remember. Brilliant, Harry said. That's amazing. Carol looked down at the unicorn, who nickered again. She and Harry stood up and watched as the unicorn pushed her way to her hooves and trotted off into the woods. Carol suddenly flinched and put her hand on her side as though it was hurting her. Harry looked questioningly at her. Are you all right? Carol grimaced, and whispered, all power comes with a price. Her hand trembling a little bit, she turned and looked into the woods. Before Harry could ask exactly what that meant, she said, do you know who attacked her? Harry blinked, temporarily derailed. I didn't see anything come or go. Not anything. Anyone. Carol said. The thing that attacked her was old, malevolent, but weak. Very weak, barely alive. Harry looked around the woods. Surely someone that weak wouldn't have been able to get far. But then how would they escape the woods? There were more than unicorns out here. There was a prickling sensation in his scar. He raised his hand to it. Carol looked at him and then said, then you know. Know what? Harry was getting agitated. Look, I got enough cryptic conversation from the headmaster earlier. Care to be a bit clearer? Carol frowned and said, the person who gave you that scar was here. That's why you're feeling pain there. There was a rushing sound near Harry's ears, and the ground beneath him seemed unsteady. But he's dead, he said. Voldemort's dead. Carol flinched at the name, and the trees around them creaked threateningly. The strange girl looked around and murmured, dead, but not gone. That's why he attacked the unicorn. Unicorn blood will keep you alive when you are dying, but it is a cursed life, for wounding something so pure. Her eyes were distant. That's how the troll got into the castle. The pain in Harry's forehead was getting worse. Ah, how could that happen? If you're dead, you're dead. Carol's eyes scanned the trees and widened. He's coming. We have to go. She took Harry's hand. The surprise of her cool skin made him blink, and the pain receded. Harry followed her as she hurried back in the direction of Hogwarts. He risked a glance over his shoulder. There was a mass of black smoke in the nearby trees, and Harry could swear he could see someone's face. He turned his head back and redoubled his pace, not looking back until they cleared the tree line. Harry spun around and stared into the trees. The black fog was gone. What the hell? He hissed. He didn't like this at all. That was too easy. Carol was still clutching his hand, looking paler than usual. They waited another tense moment, but the smoke never appeared. Harry let out his breath, the cold winter air swirling around them. That was too easy, he told her. Carol nodded, still shaking a bit from the encounter. We should tell Hagrid what's been attacking the unicorns. They'll need to hear this. Harry got off the train, Daphne right behind him, sighing. Damn, I never dreamed I'd ever say anything like this, but I'm going to miss school. He made a face. Yup, can't believe I just said that. Daphne giggled. I take it Muggle schools aren't as much fun as magical ones. Well, I've never been in life-threatening danger in a Muggle school. And I've never been able to fly at one either, Harry said. Maria let out a squeak of protest as his trolley hit a bump. And I've never had friends my age who used magic. Daphne nodded. That would be different. I've never set foot in non-magical society before. I've wondered what it's like sometimes. Father would never take me there, though. He hasn't told me why, still. Harry shrugged. He wasn't going to pretend he understood high society, Muggle or magical. The pureblood families seemed to have more in common with the old nobles than he was happy with, though, that much he was willing to admit. Where's your family, Harry? Tracy asked, her eyes scanning the platform. Harry looked around until he caught sight of Carrie's blue eyes in the crowd. Sure enough, Pierce and Miranda were waiting right where they had dropped him off last time. He smiled and waved in their direction. My friends are there. That's all I need. You will write, won't you? Daphne asked hopefully. Harry chuckled. Of course, Daphne. Daphne. Astoria's slender form shot out of the crowd and ran into Daphne, nearly knocking the older girl right off her feet. She looked as pretty as Harry remembered her, though this time she was actually smiling. Her two parents appeared a moment later. Astoria, you're hurting my ribs. Daphne managed after a moment, causing Tracy to giggle. Astoria released her hold on her sister and said, I've been going mad all alone in our house, Daphne. I've been alone except for when Primrose Marcus comes over, and you try having only her for company for a few months. Your letters were the only thing keeping me from going crazy. It's all right, Astoria, Daphne said. I'm here now and you'll be going to Hogwarts with me next year. Astoria nodded and said, finally. I can't wait to get sorted. I'll be the best witch to come out of my year. She nodded firmly and then looked at Harry. You're Harry, right? I think so. No, another trouble-making black-haired boy with a lightning scar. Carrie suggested teasingly, having made her way through the crowd to where Harry was. Harry blushed. Carrie, don't embarrass me please. But it's true, Miranda said pointedly, causing Harry to blush again and smirk a bit. I suppose so. He turned his attention to Astoria. I know I sent you a note, but thanks again for the book you sent me. It's been an interesting read. You're welcome. Astoria grinned. I think the wizarding community should put some effort into bringing Muggleborns up to speed on history. After all, someone can't have basic knowledge if it isn't provided for them. There was a certain edge to that last statement, one that wasn't lost on Harry. Yeah, I look forward to next year, Astoria. I think it will be interesting. Astoria's grin widened a bit. Daphne, Astoria, Angela Greengrass called. Girls, come, we should be headed home now. Daphne nodded and turned to Harry. I'll keep in touch, Harry, she said. Harry smiled and, feeling a little impish, took her hand and kissed it. See you in September, he said, grinning when Daphne's cheeks flushed. He turned his attention to Astoria and winked. Both of you. Astoria, looking as though she'd been handed a million gallons, winked back, took Daphne's hand and headed back to her parents. Tracy, at this point, turned and looked at Harry. I'll send you an owl as soon as I can, Harry. She said, thank you, again, for what you did for me this year. She, too, disappeared into the crowd. Harry nodded. After a moment, he turned and gave all three of his friends a hug. Hey Trouble, Carrie said, ruffling his hair. We missed you. Miranda glomped onto him and picked him up, much to his displeasure. I've been so jealous of you, there's a lot going on in that school. Pierce gave Harry his hug before raising an eyebrow, nodding as Carol passed Harry by with a soft goodbye, said, "3 girls." Harry looked indigently at his friend. "Hey, I like having intelligent conversation. I can't help it if my friends are all girls. That's just how it works. Besides, I'm on friendly terms with Dean and Blaze. I told you about them." Pierce just laughed and said, "Whatever you say, Trouble. Let's go home." Carrie carefully rolled her father's car into the back driveway and got out quickly, saying, "We better not hang around. Dad's been winding up for an explosion for hours now, and my brothers will be home any moment. If he finds out I borrowed his car, I'm dead meat." Miranda said a word that would have made Miss Cope wash her mouth out with soap and scrambled out of the car, Harry and Pierce on her heels. Harry collected his things and they had just crept past the alleyway when there was an enormous crash inside the house. "Where the hell have you been?" a voice in the house bellowed. Carrie's father. His voice was loud, and his words were slurred a bit, suggesting he'd been drinking. "Too late," Carrie muttered, "damn it. I've been waiting for you to turn up for hours now. What did I tell you would happen if you spent another night wasting all my money on alcohol, you wordless wastrals. The group got to the other end of the hall when Carrie swore viciously and stumbled backwards. "Ow," Miranda protested. "Leslie's still on the front lawn," Carrie hissed. Harry peeked around the corner. Sure enough, Carrie's college-age brother was still standing on the front lawn, staring into the house, clearly debating whether or not to catch up with Mark. "Disgrace to the family, you two pathetic layabouts, wasting your lives while I beep away to support you." There was another mighty crashing noise, causing Carrie to cringe. She was starting to look desperate, muttering, "Shit, shit, shit," over and over under her breath. Harry grimaced. He wasn't allowed to use his magic outside school until he graduated or his wand would be snapped, so his ability to defend Carrie should her father get violent again was handicapped by his size and strength. Sure, there was 4 of them as Miranda and Pierce would undoubtedly help, but Miranda, the tallest, was half the size of Mr. Fox, and that put them at a serious disadvantage. The words, "between a rock and a hard place," hadn't been so literal since his encounter with the Cerberus. "Like your sister. Where the hell is the little bitch? If she's broken the car again, I'll hit her so hard she won't be able to walk straight for a week." "Should have taken the train," Pierce muttered under his breath, watching the window in alarm. "Where the hell is my mother when I actually need her?" Carrie groaned as Leslie began to look around for her. What the hell happened? Usually he reserves himself to condescending put-downs and self-righteous orders. Harry wordlessly opened his trunk and dug out his invisibility cloak. Maria's fur fluffed up to twice her usual size at the racket going on. She had scrambled out of Miranda's hands and was standing in front of Harry, hackles raised. "Carrie, put this on," Harry muttered. "What?" Carrie demanded, staring at the cloak. "It's the invisibility cloak I told you about, now hurry up." Harry whispered. "Pierce, Miranda, go out the back, meet at my place, go." The Collins siblings took one look up at the window where Mr. Fox's voice was coming from and they both bolted in the other direction. Harry threw the cloak over himself and Carrie just as Leslie turned the corner. Leslie stared into the alleyway and shouted, "Carrie, I saw you a second ago, get the hell over here." "Ugh, don't be selfish you idiot, Dad's already gone spare. Come here, now." Maria snarled and rushed at Leslie, flinging herself at his legs. Leslie let out a shout of anger and pain as she sank her teeth into his skin. Harry and Carrie hurried down the alley and past Leslie, who had tripped and fallen over, Maria viciously clawing at him. Once they were clear of the driveway, Harry whistled. Maria ran after him after raking her claws over Leslie's cheek, leaving the older drinker cursing and shouting, "Damn cat. Get hit by a car." Harry didn't relax until they had turned the corner and reached the Dursleys' house and out of sight and earshot of Carrie's house. At this point, he took the cloak off. Carrie immediately collapsed on the front steps and buried her face in her hands. "Carrie," Harry asked cautiously. "Not now," Carrie said in a tone that warned any listener of her fraying emotions. Further pushing often got poor results. Harry stopped talking. Maria rounded the corner after them, mewing, some of Leslie's blood still on her whiskers. She sat down and looked worriedly up at Carrie. A minute later, they were joined by Miranda and Pierce, who were out of breath. "Holy hell," Pierce said, aghast, staring back in the direction of Carrie's house. "I can't remember the last time he was that bad. He's always that bad, he just doesn't let anyone see it." Carrie spat, her knuckles whitening as she buried her fingers in her hair. "What do we do?" Miranda asked. "Nothing," Carrie growled. "If I thought I could do anything I would have done it years ago. I don't know if it's because he's paying people off or what, but he never gets in trouble. He keeps talking to my mother's friends whenever there's a problem." Harry's jaw locked. He had known Carrie's family wasn't very friendly for years, but he hadn't realized exactly how bad it was before this. "Does he hurt you?" Carrie didn't move her hands or look up. "Sometimes. Only when I've done something to really piss him off. Otherwise he and Mum enjoy playing holier than thou, way too much to stoop to that. It makes them better and more in control than me, you know." Harry's fingernails sank into his hands hard enough to draw blood. If it weren't for the underage magic restriction, he would have unloaded every spell he had learned into Mr. Fox and his house. Maria padded over to Maria and nuzzled her knee, mewing in distress. Miranda groaned and glanced around the street. "I would invite you to our house," she said, "but Mum tossed me out for the day after hearing about my stealing her necklace." "Wouldn't work anyway," Carrie muttered. "I give it 10 minutes before Leslie and Mark start searching the neighborhood for me. I need to put some distance between them and me. I'll go break a store window or something. At least Juvie offers protection." Harry thought for a minute before saying, "No." This got Carrie to finally look at him. There was pain and defeat in her eyes, and that only served to make him angrier. "We're going to Diagon Alley." "What?" Miranda and Pierce chorused, looking shocked. "I thought you said that Muggles weren't supposed to interact with magic." Pierce said, "Doesn't the Ministry what's it mindwipe us if we see magic? Parents of magical children are allowed to help buy their equipment for next year." Harry responded, "If anyone asks, you're all my older siblings, and we're hanging out there because our parents are out of town." He grabbed his trunk. "Come on, I know where the entrance is." Harry had known that fame has its advantages during his first year at Hogwarts. He was fairly certain that no self-respecting hotel owner was going to turn him away if he asked for a room, or question his friends. He had walked with purpose through the streets and back to the Leaky Cauldron. His Muggle friends had endlessly gaped at everything they saw, it was so unreal to them. The nice thing about being in a magical society was that he got to use magic here, and he highly doubted that the Dursleys were very troubled by his absence from the house. He had left a note explaining where he was. Harry walked up to the bartender, Tom, and asked for a room. He put on a big production of sad eyes and saying how much he missed the magical world after spending so long Muggle, so could he please stay here for a while. Sure enough, Tom was floored by this and gave him and his friends a room without a second thought. Harry led them upstairs and into his room. It was fairly big, and had 4 beds. There was a mirror, a chandelier and a desk there too. Miranda wandered around the room, staring at the ceiling. Carrie simply sat down on the edge of the nearest bed and finally said, "Harry, this is amazing." Harry raised an eyebrow at his friend. "That's all. You're usually much more articulate than that," he said, in a gently teasing tone of voice. Sure enough, Carrie gave him an indigent look far more like her usual personality. "Well, excuse me for being a little at loss for experiencing magical community for the first time, smart Alec." There was a pause, and then everyone in the room chuckled. "But seriously, Harry, it's like a living dream." Harry shrugged. "It's not perfect. I mean, I haven't seen any wizard use a TV. Could you imagine that?" Pierce gave a mock shudder. "A society without Breaking Bad or Criminal Minds. That's absurd. How are kids supposed to entertain themselves? They don't have electricity either." Harry deadpanned, enjoying the utterly appalled look Miranda gave him at this tidbit of information. "It's funny actually. I've heard a few wizards talking about the Muggle Studies course, and apparently they think our last great creation was the horseless carriage. That did it." Carrie cracked and broke down laughing, Pierce right behind her. Miranda buried her face in her hands with an exaggerated despairing look. "The car, our latest great creation. What about the computer or the nuclear bomb or the mobile phone? When was the last time that teacher went into a Muggle society? She asked the world in general. Who knows? Harry said. The four of them chuckled. But in all seriousness, he said, looking around his friends. Their laughter quieted. I listened to some Muggleborns talking about their newness to the magical world. It's like they're expected to cut their ties with Muggle life and move into the magical world. Like you can't have a foot in both worlds. Pierce frowned. You said in one of your earlier letters that the Malfoy kid called Granger, Mudblood. You said that was a slur against those who don't have two wizarding parents. Maybe the first years are just trying to prove that they deserve their magic. Maybe, Harry said. It was possible, but he wondered if that sentiment ran deeper than just that. Muggles had prejudices and expectations. There was a good chance that wizards had their own strange expectations of how society should operate. Something that involved no Muggles. But maybe he was just expecting the worst from people. He had become accustomed to doing so. How long do you think it will take your father to cool down? Harry asked Carrie. She scowled at the reminder. Probably more than a week. She said with a groan. I'll go to Gringotts and pay for that. Harry decided. You guys can hang out in downtown London if people start to get suspicious. We'll meet every evening. We'll see an opera or something. Miranda smiled. Cool. Harry felt there was something satisfying about waking up each morning in the leaky cauldron, surrounded by wizards. He eventually decided it must have been the feeling of belonging, where his magic was welcomed, not despised. Where people looked on him with adoration and amazement rather than suspicion and spite. He relished being able to use magic for even little things. He spent an entire morning just levitating his trunk to and fro. Pierce had been rather sore with him after Harry had levitated the chair he'd been sitting in 3 feet in the air without warning, to the laughter and cheering of his sister. He used lighting charms to stay awake at night, reading and practicing his summer homework with Carrie, who hung on to his every word long after Miranda and Pierce had fallen asleep. He read about Grindelwald's rise to power and his defeat, something that creepily coincided with the rise and fall of Nazi Germany. Harry wondered if there was a reason for that, or if it was just a coincidence. Carrie said she didn't believe in coincidences. Getting the hang of basic transfiguration put a grin on his face that nothing could erase. He would transform every match he saw into a needle just for the sake of it. He toured Diagon Alley for hours every day. He would grab a copy of the Daily Prophet and head to a cafe where he'd have a butterbeer to start off the day. The paper covered news, sports and advice columns much like Muggle newspapers. There really was so much for him to catch up on. Wizards had theater, too. One of the most popular plays was The Lion and the Snake, which Harry took to be the story of Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. Harry still wasn't used to having the money to buy things. He had already snuck into a cafe by the back door when he put his hands in his pockets and they touched gallons. That had been embarrassing, though thankfully he hadn't been in too much trouble. Despite the very real fun he was having, Harry had an underlying sense of hostility and unease inside Diagon Alley. On one of his days he'd seen a young Muggleborn literally tossed out of a shop, the owner saying that he didn't cater to mudbloods. Not a single person close enough to hear the words commented on it. So the blood prejudice wasn't limited to school. Harry watched this scene and considered his own status. Outside of being the boy who lived, his father was pureblood and his mother was the first witch in her family. That would make him half-blood, and his father a blood traitor. A rather tenuous position to be in, and he had already made powerful enemies. Harry put his hands in his pockets and watched the Muggleborn as he stumbled to his feet, looking hurt and angry and confused, before walking away. Ridiculous, isn't it, the way they're treated? Harry blinked and glanced over his shoulder. Astoria Greengrass had walked up behind him while he was watching the scene, arms crossed. I think so, he said. Nearest comparison I have for that is Jim Crow in the USA. When Astoria looked confused, he remembered she didn't know much in the Muggle world or its history. Jim Crow was a series of laws that deprived people with dark skin of the rights given to their light-skinned counterparts. They couldn't eat in certain restaurants, were restricted to black fountains or schools, had to sit at the back of buses, couldn't hold well-paying jobs, things like that. Those laws were lifted only a few decades ago. Comprehension dawned in Astoria's eyes. I see. She looked out at the scene. Since Albus Dumbledore became the chief warlock of the Ministry, there haven't been any actual laws forbidding certain things of Muggleborns. There doesn't have to be. It's long-held opinions and standards that Muggleborns are less than purebloods. Harry turned his head towards her. What do you believe? Astoria glanced at him, her green eyes bright with intelligence. I believe that purebloods think they still have power that they don't possess anymore. She said, there are fewer ancient families than at any point in history, because they've been destroying themselves over power grabs and petty grudges. The Muggleborns outnumber us, at least in Britain. You read statistics, Harry said, not bothering to keep the surprise out of his voice. That wasn't something he would have thought a young noble girl would have been interested in. Astoria nodded. It fascinates me. Besides, I think knowledge of the world and society as a whole is very important to have. A distorted vision of the world is more likely to kill you than an aura. Harry put his hands in his pockets and turned to face her, lips quirked. That's a very political opinion to have, Astoria. Astoria gave him a challenging smile. Does that surprise you? We're not all like Malfoy, you know. I figured, but I had never had a conversation with one. Harry remarked. Aside from Daphne, anyway, and she didn't seem terribly interested in politics. Astoria nodded. Daphne wants to be an aura. I don't think our father is very happy with either of our career interests, but he loves us too much to object. She scowled. Except for giving me to Malfoy's son when I come of age. Not that it's any of my business, but why the Malfoys? Harry asked. I've talked to Draco and he doesn't seem like a very pleasant individual. Astoria snorted. I know. My parents aren't staunch pureblood believers, but they seem to think that I should marry someone worthy of me. Malfoy was the first one to offer, and he is rich, if nothing else. It would give me a secure future, Mother says. She snorted. As if I would want to trade my common sense for gallons. Hear, hear, Harry said feelingly. Draco's father Lucius unnerves me, as well. Astoria shuddered a bit. There's something about him that just feels off, and he touches his right forearm whenever someone mentions you know who. Strange, Harry agreed, his eyes darkening. He didn't like the implications of that. Fancy running into you here, Astoria. What brings you out? Is Daphne with you? She is. She's shopping right now. I'd already gotten what I wanted and went outside. I'm just waiting to do my Hogwarts shopping. Astoria said. I admit I was surprised to see you here, too. I had thought you'd be staying with your Muggle relatives. Harry snorted. Are you kidding? They were glad to have a reason for me to be out of the house and I was glad to take it. Actually, I'm here as a favor for a friend of mine. She needed to get out of her house and I paid for the hotel room. I also wanted to reconnect to magical society, so it kills two birds with one stone. Was that the girl from the station? Carrie, right? Astoria asked. Harry nodded. She seemed smart. Is she a relative of yours? In everything but blood, Harry responded with a smile. She's always been there when I needed her. Astoria, I kind of lost you in the store. I was wondering. Oh, hello Harry. Daphne had appeared from her store at some point during their conversation. How's Diagon Alley? Like a dream, Harry responded. How's your summer going? Slowly. Astoria here has been driving me up the roof asking questions about Hogwarts. Daphne said. Astoria gave her sister a scowl. More seriously, Daphne asked, have you gotten any of my letters? I sent you some, but I never got your response. Harry frowned. They didn't reach me, Daphne. It might be because I haven't been at my guardian's house. Something came up and I've been renting a room at the Leaky Cauldron. I'll be sure to check at home. Thanks, Daphne said. Lord, I hope Headmaster Dumbledore doesn't have that Lockhart idiot from last year called back for defense against the dark arts. That was an utter disaster. I'm going to be 2 years behind in defense at this rate. Don't hold your breath, Astoria muttered. I've heard that the job is jinxed and practically no one applies for it. Jinxed, Harry repeated. Shouldn't Dumbledore be able to remove a jinx? It's probably a powerful one, if it exists at all. Daphne said. It might take long, Delicate work to get rid of, especially if it's tied to the school's wards. We'd be better off teaching ourselves if he calls Lockhart back, Harry scoffed. He might as well have asked Paris Hilton to teach us defense, it wouldn't have made a difference. At least we'd have something to look at. When both girls looked blankly at him, he said, she's a Muggle celebrity. Oh, Daphne said. There was a crack, and a small creature wearing a toga tea towel appeared next to Daphne. Mrs. Daphne and Astoria must head home now, she said in a squeaky voice. Harry jumped. What's that? House elf, Astoria explained. They're basically little creatures who serve as servants to the family they're bound to. She paused. Father's probably asking for us, Daphne. Probably, Daphne said reluctantly. Goodbye, Harry. I suppose I'll see you next on the train to Hogwarts. Harry nodded. It was nice to talk to you both, he said. See you at school. Astoria grinned again and nodded. Both girls followed the house elf down the street and vanished around a corner. Harry put his hands in his pockets and headed back in the direction of the leaky cauldron. He had a lot to be thinking about. All too quickly, July turned into August, and Harry, Carrie, Pierce and Miranda returned to Little Whining. Very reluctantly. Thankfully, Mr. Fox was in much better temper than when they had bolted, so he only scowled and berated her for going off on her own. Much better than the alternative. Harry returned to the Dursleys' house, which was feeling more like a prison than ever before. He was nastier to the bridge club than ever before when they went to his house, resulting in many threatening to stop coming to meetings if Petunia didn't keep him away from their tables. So he spent most of Tuesdays and Fridays on the roof. He got into more fights with Dudley and his groupies, which he noticed to his cold delight were going more badly for Dudley these days. He was learning to separate the group and fight them one at a time. He tore up Petunia's garden one day when he was in a particularly vindictive mood. This, of course, only served to make his aunt and uncle angrier and angrier with him, to the point where Petunia ordered him to stay in his room at all times except mealtimes. Of course, Harry used his cloak to get outside when he was starting to go crazy, but opening his door and finding him not there only made Vernon tighten security more and more. He was one incident away from putting prison bars on Harry's windows. It was being more like prison than the actual prison had been. A few days before he was scheduled to go to Hogwarts, Uncle Vernon pulled him aside and told him that a business associate from Brunnings would be coming to their house. I'm warning you, he said firmly, I won't have your delinquent behavior ruining my chances of promotion. Harry rolled his eyes. Don't give me that attitude. Vernon blustered. I mean it. This is a very important meeting, and it could change a lot around here. You've never been grateful for everything we've done for you, like what? Harry thought scornfully, but even you can understand how important this is to me. Into your room, for the rest of the day. You just stay in your room and pretend you don't exist, and if that bloody cat makes a single peep, I'm throwing her out. Understand? Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said with as much sarcasm as he could put into that word. Vernon scowled angrily and shoved Harry towards the stairs. Catching himself by the banister through long practice, Harry walked up the stairway and into his room. Once he was inside, he let out an angry growl. He'd love no more than to mess up Vernon's meeting, preferably with paint guns, piñatas and glue, but he was worried about Vernon following through with his threat of throwing Maria out of the house. He could keep her in the backyard and feed her there, but there were vicious stray dogs in Surrey and he didn't want her vulnerable to them. It was always frustrating when he didn't have the freedom he had gotten used to after years of lawbreaking. Harry felt like a caged bird more and more every day he spent inside Privet Drive, and it was threatening to drive him out of his mind. Trying to play by the many rules the Dursleys had after disregarding them for years felt like someone had attached weights to his shoulders. Why obey the rules? Because if he was in juvie for too long, he would miss the Hogwarts train. And they had realized it. That was the worst of it. Adding to his unhappiness and cabin fever was the fact that, for some reason, Daphne and Tracis' letters weren't reaching him. Something or someone was cutting them off, and if Harry hadn't been a virtual prisoner in Privet Drive, he would have gone looking for whatever was causing it. Harry slammed his door shut as hard as he could to vocalize his displeasure with this. His window was still open, so he could always climb down the side of the house, something he had done many times before when confined to his room. He put some food and water in a dish for Maria and grabbed his Hogwarts book bag. Maria scampered over to the windowsill when Harry had halfway climbed out of it and mewed pitifully. "I know," Harry told his irate cat. "I hate it too, but those dogs are getting worse, and you're one of 4 things that makes this prison even marginally bearable. I don't want you getting hurt." Maria yelled in displeasure, causing Vernon to roar from somewhere downstairs, "I told you to shut that cat up." Harry gave an angry snort, stroked his cat's head and swung his feet out over the side. He grabbed onto a nearby tree branch and swung onto it, ignoring the smaller branches that swatted at his face. From there he climbed to the ground with practiced ease. Harry retreated to the far end of the Dursleys' backyard, taking a deep breath of cool September air. He opened Advanced Charms and started reading. The fact that he couldn't perform any magic around the Dursleys wore on him. The underage restriction rule was absolutely absurd. How was a Muggleborn supposed to keep up if they couldn't cast any spells over the summer? Then again, it was probably lucky for Dudley that it did exist, or Harry would have hexed him half to death weeks ago. To hell with any consequences. That mini killer whale had given it his all to make Harry's life as miserable as possible. Harry was getting to the point where he wouldn't mind having his wand snapped if it meant hurting that brat. The unfairness of his situation roared in his ears whenever Dudley punched him or took his food. Hogwarts would be an eventful school, if last year was any indication. Harry wondered if the headmaster had stowed away any more killer dogs and trolls this year. Yes, he had managed to survive that the 5th time, but that was mostly because there had been a floor between them, and all 6 of potential victims were fast runners. And in any case, wouldn't Granger's parents have complained that their daughter had almost died? Harry wondered about that. There hadn't been any outward signs that someone had commented on the hellhound being inside school. If that had been Dudley in that position, Petunia and Vernon would have been raising all kinds of hell. The wizarding world must really operate differently from the Muggle one. Harry's eyes skimmed the second-year spells when suddenly there was a popping noise. He looked up from his textbook and swallowed a yelp of surprise. Standing in front of him was a small, battered creature identical in all but gender to the creature that had picked up Daphne and Astoria when he'd seen them at Diagon Alley. A house elf. "Dobby has found Master Harry Potter," the little creature said in a loud voice. Harry's head snapped to the right, sure his insufferable neighbors John and Olive would overhear the creature. But nothing stirred at their window. "Quiet," Harry barked. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The house elf nodded jerkily, like he was in physical pain. Harry wondered what was wrong. Had he sprained his back or something? He was pretty sure any creature shouldn't move like that. "Dobby knows that Master Harry Potter is a great wizard. Dobby is a mere house elf, sir. But Dobby must tell you something." "Tell me what?" Harry asked, putting his textbook aside. "Look, my aunt and uncle are not very receptive of magic and magical creatures." He looked Dobby over critically. "And right now isn't exactly the best time." "Oh, of course, sir, Dobby understands, but Dobby must tell you. It's difficult to say, sir." The elf was trying very hard to tell him something, but it wasn't being very clear. Harry couldn't help it. His impatience and confusion got the better of him. "Okay, sit down and tell me what's wrong, then." Sit down," Dobby stammered, looking at him in shock. Before Harry's stunned eyes, he suddenly ran into the fence head first. And then he did it again. "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby," the elf shouted. Alarmed, Harry jumped to his feet. Hey, stop that." He grabbed the elf before he could hammer himself again and pulled him away from the fence. "What was that?" "Oh, Dobby is being a very bad elf, sir. Dobby must punish himself very severely for coming to see you." "Why?" Harry demanded, feeling the beginnings of a migraine headache coming on. Why couldn't anything around him make sense? "Because Dobby is disobeying his master, sir," Dobby said, wringing his tiny hands with such violence Harry half expected them to dislocate. "Dobby is disobeying orders. House elves must always obey their masters." "Master," Harry echoed. "Wizards have beeps." "Oh no sir, house elves are a bound race. We are supposed to serve our families," Dobby said frantically. No matter what, sir. Well, who is your family? Your master, Harry insisted. Most decent punishments didn't involve doing something that could potentially give you a concussion. Master is. Dobby's voice was shaking worse than ever before. He was obviously terrified and thinking of what his master would do if he found out about this. Master is Master Lucius Malfoy, sir. Malfoy, Harry echoed. As in Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy is young master, sir. Dobby said unhappily. Dobby is bound to serve them. So there's something Malfoy doesn't want me to know. Harry guessed. That he could believe. All right, Dobby. What is that? Master Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts this year. Dobby exclaimed. Once again, Harry winced at his volume. Not go back. Stay at Privet Drive all year. Their mere thought nearly made Harry physically ill. Why not? Why shouldn't I go? He asked. Dobby merely groaned, grabbed one of Harry's textbooks and began beating himself over the head with it. Harry's nerves, already on end, wouldn't tolerate this. No, stop that, give me that, and be quiet. He wrenched the book out of Dobby's hand. Dobby ceased his wailing, probably because Harry had given him direct orders, and stared up at the young wizard as though he had lost his sanity. Listen to me, tell me why, Harry ordered. Because. Dobby swallowed. Because the heir will be back at the school. The heir, Harry repeated, mind racing. Dobby's jaw locked shut. Clearly it was too much for the elf to continue any further. The heir, that could mean a lot of things, and none of them that obvious. He remembered his history book of the founders. Was one of their heirs coming to the school? That was probably it. Pureblood wizards liked to pride themselves on how far back their bloodlines went. It was possible there was a direct descendant from at least one of the four still alive. But why would he or she be a danger? Why yes, sir, that is why Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Dobby said, his voice shaking. Harry set his jaw. There was no way he was going to let some brat drive him away from the one place he had been completely accepted because of fancy ancestry. He was not trading Hogwarts for Stonewell in an entire bloody year unable to use magic, stuck with the Dursleys. But somehow he had to convince Dobby to let him go. Dobby, you're afraid of your master. No, don't hit yourself, just listen. Dobby had made to punish himself. Again, and only stopped when told to, looking up at Harry in confusion. You shouldn't have to be afraid of him, Harry went on. So let's say this. You let me go back to Hogwarts, and I will find a way to have Malfoy declare me you master. How does that sound? Dobby stared at Harry with abject disbelief. Master Harry Potter would do that for Dobby, sir. Of course, Harry said, with a roll of the eyes. I take good care of the people who are nice to me. Just let me go to school and I'll take care of things. Master Harry Potter, sir, is very great indeed. But Hogwarts will not be safe. Master Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. With that, Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared. Harry let out a sigh and leaned back against the trunk of the tree. This was already shaping up to be a repeat of last year. Damn it. Well, if he was careful, and clever, there should be no reason he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. After all, he'd been in bad fixes before. He was going to be fine. Right. Time skip. Ginny Weasley shuffled through her second-hand trunk, second-hand robes and second-hand books and put a lot of effort into hiding her current emotional turmoil. The ghoul in the attic was making more noise than usual, but she had grown accustomed to ignoring him. If only my mum had been willing to buy me a new robe, she thought sadly. Of course, her family's lack of money was nothing new to her, and this was going to be her first year at Hogwarts, but she recalled Ron's many letters complaining about people taunting and tormenting him about being poor. Mostly perpetrated by that rotten Malfoy character, if his raging comments were anything to go by. No, Ginny was worried that if she came to school looking completely secondhand, no one would want to be friends with her. And she had never had friends, beside Luna anyway. And Luna wasn't always easy to understand. Lack of money went hand in hand with loneliness as far as she remembered. If only there was something she could do to help her family. She'd begged her mother to buy her at least one new textbook, only to be turned down, repeatedly. She got a familiar phrase, "When your father's next payment comes, we'll see." But their father never made very much, because few people at the ministry took him seriously due to his fascination with muggles. Ginny often walked out to his garage and watched while he tinkered with muggle gadgets and batteries, wondering how they worked. She had never been in the muggle world, and with all her father talked about them, it was beginning to interest her as well. But it was no mystery that this was why he wasn't paid so well. His boss didn't share his enthusiasm for their unmagical counterparts. Luna could see her unhappiness and tried to cheer her up, in her own way. Thus, Ginny ended up spending several hours on a wackersprout hunt. While it left her tired, and they didn't find any, it had the effect Luna wanted. Ginny was in better cheer when she went home. Her friend was strange, but she was very kind. Finally, her first day of school drawing nearer and nearer, they went to Diagon Alley. Most, if not all, of Ronald's complaints about Draco Malfoy rang true when they ran into the boy and his father, Lucius, after buying their new Lockhart books, the ones she'd be needing for defense. They were much more expensive than her mother would have liked. Lucius Malfoy had come up behind them at some point and had immediately pulled out one of her old books. He berated her father for being involved with the raids the ministry was doing, and commented on their lack of money. Ginny opened her mouth to say something only for Percy to elbow her in the ribs. Her father urged them to move on, but Ginny could feel Lucius's eyes on her in a way that made her feel dirty. He had no idea what their life was like. Ginny fumed internally as she violently shoved her books into her trunk, still dwelling on that moment. Lucius had inherited the fortune he loved to flaunt around so much. He was handed everything he could want, while her father, a much better man, had to struggle to keep what they had. What kind of justice was that? She wanted to rip her hair out or break something. The more she thought about it, the more trapped she felt. She let out her breath. Was it not fair of her to wish her father made more money? He already worked so hard to get them what they had. What right did she have to demand more of him? She sat back on her knees, though the soles of her old shoes dug into her skin painfully. Her fingers worked their way through her long red hair. Stop thinking about them. It's just making you upset, and there's nothing you can do about it. Instead, she thought about Hogwarts. Her entire family was in Gryffindor. There was no reason the hat would put her anywhere else, right? Would her parents be angry if she was sorted somewhere else? Most of her siblings had a die-hard hatred of Slytherin, and Percy and Ron seemed to think very little of Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw wouldn't be that bad, she thought, but she wouldn't count herself as particularly clever. Her heart thudded in her chest. Oh dear, what if she wasn't sorted into Gryffindor? Would her parents stop loving her? Would her siblings hate her? Would it be because there was something very wrong with her, that the teachers saw unfit to be in Gryffindor? Ginny buried her face in her hands. She wanted to cry but refrained. She didn't want her brothers thinking she was a little baby. She was going to be fine. She would. She just had to think on it. Thinking on that, Ginny pulled her cauldron over and began pulling out her Lockhart books. After a few volumes, her hand touched a small black book. Confused, Ginny removed it from the cauldron and stared at it. She hadn't bought this. Where had it come from? Her fingers opened the cover and turned several pages. It was completely blank. Frowning, Ginny deduced that it must be a diary. Well, she could certainly use a place to put her thoughts. She sat aside, grabbed her quill and wrote, "Thoughts from Ginny Weasley." She was about to write more when suddenly the ink vanished. A squeak of shock escaped her, and she stared at the pages. After a second, the ink reappeared, but arranged into different words. "Hello Ginny. Time skip." Harry walked into King's Cross Station, Dobby's warning still ringing in his ears. The heir is coming to Hogwarts. No matter how many times he considered that enigmatic statement, he didn't come any closer to guessing what it might mean. The heir could be one of the first-year students coming to the school, but that wasn't a small number, and Harry had no idea what he would be looking for. He stood at the entrance to the station, alone with his thoughts, Maria's cage balanced precariously on the top of his trolley. People looked oddly at him as they passed by but didn't say anything. It would have been nice, he thought ruefully, if Dobby had given me some indication of what kind of danger to expect when he got there. Now I'm walking in blind. A flying car. Really, Arthur? Harry gave an oof of surprise when someone walked into him from behind. The redheads, the Weasley family, he realized, continued past them, caught up in whatever they were discussing. He turned around to see a small redhead mumbling apologies as she collected her books. That was the girl who'd shown him the entrance to 9 3/4 last year, Ginny. Hello, Harry said. Ginny paused in her corralling and looked up. Her eyes widened when she saw him and she jumped to her feet, forgetting about her other books. Oh, Harry Potter. Hello. I'm sorry, I was just thinking and well, I wasn't really paying attention to where I was walking, she said, blushing so fiercely her face was the same color as her hair. No worries, Harry shrugged, and dropped to his knees to collect the other fallen books. He stood up again and handed them to the girl, who would probably pass out if her face got any redder. This is your first year, right? Why, yes. Ginny accepted the books from Harry and clutched them against her chest. Very nervous. Fred and George and Percy have been talking about Hogwarts for years now, and now I'm finally going. My whole family's been in Gryffindor, like you, but I'm worried I won't be. She blurted this all out on a single sentence, and then looked embarrassed. And you didn't need to know that, I'm sorry. Harry rolled his eyes and smirked. So he had a fangirl. Oh, the many ways he could take advantage of that. If what Pierce had told him about the time he had won, it was like having a worshipper who'd do anything for you. That thought was enough to put him in a good mood. Maybe this year wouldn't be so bad after all. Don't worry about it. We're all a little talkative in our first year in. Ginny blushed again and looked around. Mum, Dad, the crowd around them had changed. Evidently, they'd been left behind. They seem to have left without us, Harry said mildly, grabbing his trolley again. No matter. Let's find the platform. The train leaves soon. Ginny looked extra nervous now that her family had accidentally walked off without her. Harry took it on himself to lead her through the crowd of muggles towards the archway to the platform. When they reached the platform, however, it became evident that something was wrong. Astoria was standing in front of it, kicking the wall, oblivious to the attention and stares she was drawing to herself. Damn it. Astoria, Harry said, walking up behind her, Ginny trailing behind. Astoria, calm down. People are taking notice. Astoria spun around, her hair whipping behind her, green eyes filled with anger. Harry, thank Merlin someone's here, something's wrong, she said, and if I ever get to Hogwarts I'll personally strangle the one responsible. Harry raised a hand defensively. Hey, take it easy. What's the matter? Take it easy. Astoria's eyes widened. Harry, something sealed the gate to the platform. Daphne got in just fine, but when I tried to follow her, she slapped her hand against the wall, which held steady as though it were an ordinary wall. See? Harry's eyes widened. That was bad. The train was going to leave any minute. What the hell? He walked up to the wall and tapped it himself. It didn't budge. Has this ever happened before? If it has, no one's ever mentioned it. Astoria fumed. Or how to get to Hogwarts when someone's locking you out of the platform. Someone, Harry repeated. Who would freeze the platform? No idea, Astoria said through gritted teeth, but if this is supposed to be a prank, I'm not finding it very funny. They both turned their attention to the clock. Oh no, Ginny whispered. My parents must have already gone through, they've left me behind. What do I do? Astoria blinked and looked at Ginny, noticing her for the first time. Oh, hello, who are you? This is Ginny Weasley, Harry responded for her. Ginny brightened when he said her full name. This one is easy, all right. Her parents got away from us when we bumped into each other. Astoria nodded. Astoria Greengrass, she said. Hello, Ginny said timidly. I don't suppose you know any other ways to Hogwarts? Astoria asked as though not expecting an answer. Sure enough, Ginny shook her head. Damn it all, she crossed her arms. What are we going to do then? We can't just stand here. Harry thought about it, and suddenly remembered something Molly Weasley had said. Ginny. Yes, Your mother said something about a car. He recalled. Is it a normal car? Oh no, Ginny shook her head. My dad. He's fascinated with Muggle stuff, and one thing he did this summer was restore one and give it the capability to fly. He's really proud of it. Astoria's eyes lit up. We do have a way to Hogwarts. That's wonderful. But, she glanced at Harry. Can you drive? Harry smirked. Yeah. Wait. Ginny protested. My Mum will be really mad if I take it. I could get in a lot of trouble. Mum could send me a howler. Blame us. Harry responded. Tell her we talked you into it. Believe me, it works. Don't you want to go to school? Besides, I think this qualifies as special circumstances. He waved a hand at the sealed gateway. This is our only chance. Or we could all be stuck going to St. Brutus for the year. Street. Brutus. Astoria looked blankly at Harry. It's a school for incurably criminal children. My uncle likes to threaten to send me there instead of Hogwarts whenever I annoy him even slightly. Harry said. But. Ginny shook her head wildly. Harry, if we get caught, the consequences can be very serious. The ministry might get involved. Then we won't get caught. Harry turned around fully to face Ginny, a false pleading look in his expressive green eyes. He gave her a smile he usually reserved for the staff of Winners whenever he shoplifted there. Please, Ginny, you're our only hope. That did it. Ginny led them back into the parking lot towards a blue car. It was an older model than the one Carrie used, and thus had simpler to drive. Ginny importantly tapped it with her wand, and the three of them piled their trunks in the back, Maria and Hedwig being placed with Astoria in the back seat. Ginny sat up front with Harry, pointing at various parts of the car explaining what they did. That's the invisibility button, she said, tapping the silver button with her finger. Makes the car vanish. But. Not here, Harry agreed, finishing her sentence for her. Too many Muggles. Let's find a garage. Astoria hung over the back of Ginny's chair as Harry put the car in gear and drove it off. They ducked into a back alley and Harry swung it into the driveway, being careful not to turn the steering wheel too hard. Harry pushed the silver button, and the car shimmered. A Muggle walked right past it, giving no indication he saw it. Harry felt himself smirking again. Wicked. He put the car in gear and had it fly into the sky. The buildings seemed to shrink as the car coasted over them. Now all we have to worry about is the aeroplanes. Harry said. Ginny let out a squeaking noise and stared out her window. Astoria was doing the same, gaping down at the world below. This was the first time either of them had seen Britain from the sky, Harry mused. Look at that, Astoria said, amazed. Is that all Muggle London? What can I say? Harry shrugged. There is a lot of us. There's the Express, Ginny cried. She pointed downward. Sure enough, there was the Hogwarts Express, streaking across the countryside like a snake. We'll check every 30 minutes, to make sure we haven't lost it. Harry said, before pulling them back above cloud cover and flooring the accelerator. The car sped on above the clouds, like wandering into a dream. The sun blazed down from an endless sea of bright blue, the clouds making all kinds of shapes beneath them. Ginny stopped her worrying about getting caught to stare out of her window. Astoria had dropped her unhappy mood ages ago and would enthusiastically point at various things whenever they dropped below clouds to keep an eye on the train. This is amazing, Astoria said. Do all Muggles have one of these? More often than not, Harry said, although most of them can't fly. He added as an afterthought. We have aeroplanes for that. The drive itself continued for several hours, and was in fact quite pleasant. There was a stack of sweets in the glove compartment, and Harry was free to discuss Muggle life with the two girls. Ginny, now feeling giddy over her first major break of the rules, had inherited her father's interest in Muggles. That coupled with her obvious crush on him had her hanging on his every word. It was both cute and extremely amusing. Astoria, having never met a Muggle in her life, listened curiously, her arms resting on the back of his chair, interrupting only to ask questions. The thought that he had managed to pull off a more dramatic entrance to school than Fred and George Weasley also put a smug grin on Harry's face. Several hours later, Hogwarts finally came into view. Astoria was feeding Maria and Hedwig when the car started to descend. Where are we going to park it? Ginny asked nervously. Now that they were here, the excitement of having pulled off the theft had once again given way to anxiety. It reminded Harry of the first time he'd shoplifted. Out back, Harry responded easily. Right behind where they keep the express. The train'll be along in a few minutes, and we'll just join the crowd. Easy, and no one will have to know. The tires touched the ground as Harry followed the last bit of train track to the garage where the train was kept. Turning the steering wheel to the right, he swung the car around back. Last stop, everyone out, he said cheerfully. Ginny sprang out of the car, squeaking as her cramped muscles strained in protest. Astoria got out more carefully, holding Hedwig's cage. Well, that was interesting, she said. Harry got out of the car, turning it off the same way Ginny had activated it, before getting Maria out. She didn't seem to like flying very much, because she was giving him an evil eye. Grab your trunks, he said. The train will be here very soon. Slipping into the crowd, Harry felt a twinge in his stomach. Shouldn't he feel bad about using Ginny that way? A crush was so easy to manipulate, but had she deserved to be put in that position? After all, if they had been found out, they could have faced expulsion from Hogwarts, and she hadn't been wild about doing that until he'd given her the look. But when no one looked sideways at them as they entered the school, he decided that it didn't matter. No harm had come from it, and they had gotten to school on time to boot. Astoria looked like she enjoyed the trip a lot, and was currently walking up the hall to be sorted. She grinned at Harry as she walked past. Ginny offered him a tentative smile, before turning her eyes to the floor looking guilty as sin. Again, Harry felt a twinge, but dismissed it quickly. It would stop bothering her after a little. Daphne looked a little suspicious when Astoria had reunited with her on the platform, clearly not entirely buying the story of being in a different compartment. Now she was smiling as Astoria went to get sorted. With any luck she wouldn't think too hard on it. Greengrass, Astoria. Harry watched as Astoria scampered up to the hat and sat on the chair. After a second, the hat shouted, Slytherin. Astoria put her hat down and darted over to where her sister was sitting, the table clapping and cheering. Lovegood, Luna, a dreamy-looking girl, walked up to the chair. Harry watched curiously as the hat shouted, Ravenclaw, and the strange girl wandered down to the Ravenclaw table and sat down. That was a strangeness he had come to associate with Carol. Maybe they knew each other. Weasley, Ginny. Ginny walked up to the hat. It sat on her head and waited. And waited. The hall grew quiet, and suddenly the hat yelled, Slytherin. Ginny sat frozen on the chair, unable to comprehend what had just happened, though the word was ringing in her ears. Slytherin. Her. McGonagall gently pushed her in the direction of her new house. There was a scattering of polite applause, but she could feel several of the house members glaring at her. She swallowed. Then Astoria stood up and waved her over. Over here, Ginny, she said. A boy nearby, Malfoy, Ginny realized. She remembered him from Diagon Alley, glared at her, but she seemed not to notice. Nervously, Ginny walked over to her and sat down at the offered seat. That was unexpected, Astoria remarked. We were expecting you to be sorted with the rest of your family. Well, welcome to Slytherin. This is my sister, Daphne. The older on Astoria's other side nodded and smiled. Hello, Ginny, she said quietly. She glanced at her younger sister. You've met. On the train, Astoria lied immediately. We happened to run into each other while looking for a compartment to sit in. We talked a lot. Ginny nodded, praying her guilt didn't show in her face. Her father was going to be so worried. She'd have to make sure it reappeared when she came back for the summer. Oh dear, they'd be so angry with her. They were already going to go spare. She'd been sorted into Slytherin. Her hand went into her bag and she felt Tom's diary. She relaxed a bit. Tom had been a Slytherin. He'd be able to calm her down. She knew Astoria, too, and Harry Potter had made sure she got to school. That couldn't be too bad, right? Harry immediately sat down on his bed, for once not protesting when Maria hopped up on his stomach. The other boys were talking to Ron, who had been beside himself over the fact that his little sister had been sorted into Slytherin. Harry really didn't see what the problem was, but the way Ron was going on about it made it seem like the Hat's decision was some sort of personal betrayal. Dean and Seamus were trying to get him to see reason, but they didn't seem to be having much luck. Neville was hanging back, too nervous to comment on anything, as usual. That was a frustrating note about the shy boy. If you were too afraid to take risks, how did he expect to do anything in life? Ron's yelling was making it hard for him to sleep, and after the pulse-pounding expedition with the borrowed car, Harry could really use some. He kept wondering why the gateway to the platform had been sealed, or who could have done it. Blaise might have a few suggestions, he mused. He was just glad Granger hadn't seen him come in on the car. Lord knows how she would have reacted. It probably would have involved a big speech about how it was the wrongest thing he could possibly do. You'd think he'd have committed murder or something, the way she acted when he broke a rule. It wasn't as though anything bad had happened. He realized he didn't have much knowledge about the other two houses, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. It would be good to keep an eye on the two houses, perhaps make an acquaintance or two inside them. After all, the more you know, the better prepared you are when something goes wrong. Which things often seemed to around Harry. He fell asleep with Dobby's warnings in his ear. The sealed door was just the start, wasn't it? Ginny numbly followed the other Slytherins down the halls into the dungeons, feeling very much like someone had dumped her into a tank full of hungry sharks. The Hat had insisted something about her brilliant mind. Before sorting her here, no amount of begging had made it change its mind. Can you remember the last time a blood traitor was sorted into Slytherin? Draco said in a voice that was meant to be a whisper, but pitched to Carrie in a way that couldn't have been anything less than intentional. That was decades ago. Usually, when one of those, or Merlin forbid, a mudblood, was sorted into our house, they didn't last a month. The last recorded honor killing was 100 years ago, Draco. Blaise said, his tone hard. We've given up on that bloodthirsty tradition. Draco seemed not to notice. The last recorded honor killing, he muttered, casting a glare at Ginny. It's a pity, really. Hogwarts could use a little cleanup. Ginny shivered and started walking faster in an attempt to put some distance between herself and Draco. His two cronies and a few girls snickered. Her distress must be obvious to them. Her father had talked about how barbaric the honor killings had been. Oh Lord, what if she was targeted? She didn't want to die. Ignore him. Another girl who'd followed Astoria and Daphne down the halls, Tracy Davis if Ginny was remembering her name right. The Malfoys have very strong views on blood purity. He's just trying to frighten you. Don't let him know it. Walk with your back up straight and your eyes indifferent. Sharks won't come after you if they can't smell your blood. Astoria nodded in agreement of this. Ginny swallowed and straightened her back like she was told, forcing back tears that wanted desperately to come. It felt forced and awkward at first, but she saw what they were getting at, and held herself this way all the way to the common room. The common room was coldly pretty, with green and silver everywhere. There were armchairs around the fireplace, a circle in the corner for dueling, and there was a skull on the mantel. Ginny tried not to look at it. They were immediately menaced by their head of house, Severus Snape, who launched into a monologue about honor, cleverness and tenacity that Ginny desperately hung onto, trying to absorb how she would be expected to behave. An ideal Slytherin girl should be, according to the speech, cool and reserved, careful and clever, put thought before action, pragmatism before emotion, act instead of react, and weigh all the possible outcomes to a situation. She would never start a battle that she could not win. She would lie her way into the enemy's good graces to lower their guard, and then she would strike. She would never dishonor her allies. Ginny fought back a shiver. It sounded so opportunistic and uncaring. She'd always been emotional and outspoken. How would she meet these expectations? The stress of her situation was high and mounting every minute. After this speech, Severus Snape dismissed them with a twirl of his cape and told them to prepare for their lessons tomorrow. She was scared of him. She had heard all kinds of horror stories about Snape from her brothers. How would he treat her? Ginny followed Astoria, Daphne and Tracy into the girls' dormitory. The first-year girls took a different section from the others. Daphne and Tracy said something to Astoria before going in the other direction. Some of the older girls who were already there gave a moment to stare at Ginny as she walked past them, some of them with coldness in their eyes, others with confusion, and still others with simple curiosity mingled with a challenge. Pansy Parkinson stopped her, Astoria and her two other dorm mates Megan Rushman and Selena Pritchard on their way to their room. Her eyes were so dark they were almost black, and they were like chips of ice full of scorn and hate. "What's the blood traitor doing here?" she demanded, not even looking at Ginny. Her whole rotten, muggle-loving family's always been in Gryffindor. They should keep their disgrace away from this noble house. "She's been sorted here, Parkinson," Astoria responded stiffly. "That makes her one of us." Pansy tossed her hair and glared at Ginny in a way that made the redhead want to melt into the floor and disappear. "One of us? A base-born brat born of a muggle lover who raises his children like animals?" She scoffed. "Not likely. Send her off somewhere. I don't want to share my dorm with the likes of her." Several other pureblood girls made noises of agreement. Ginny swallowed hard. She would not cry in front of this girl, it would only egg her on. Astoria merely glared back at Pansy and said, "Parkinson, she won't be in your dorm, she'll be in mine. It's the Hat's decision to put her here, therefore it falls on us to help her become a snake. She's still a pureblood, you know, and therefore you should show her a little respect." "Respect," Pansy growled. "Her father is so obsessed with muggles he's hardly better than one. None of them have any respect for ancient traditions or their bloodlines. They're no better than those mudbloods. I won't have her tarnishing our house honor with her presence." "Move, Parkinson," Astoria said, her temper visible in her words. "If you have nothing constructive to say, say nothing, remember." Pansy gave Astoria a dirty look. "You better watch it, Greengrass. I'm not going to kowtow to you just because you're Malfoy's betrothed." She spat the last words out as though they were poison to her. "You can go and host a filthy blood traitor if you'd like, but I have social standards. And I'll be keeping them." She walked past the group, smashing Ginny with her shoulder as she went past. "You better watch your back, blood traitor," she finished scathingly. "If I catch you doing anything untoward, you're dead." The girls who'd been standing with her all shot Ginny venom-filled glares and followed Pansy to her dorm. Ginny stumbled a bit, nearly falling over backwards over her trunk, but Megan caught her arm. "Quite the conversationalist, isn't she?" the black-haired girl asked sarcastically. Astoria shook her head. "Girls, not here, come on, we better get to our dorm." She nodded in the direction of her dorm, and led the other girls into the corner where the 4 beds were. The other Slytherin girls watched them leave. There was a long, painful pause before Megan walked over to the far-end bed and dropped her trunk in front of it. "Nice welcome. They sure know how to treat new students." If her sarcasm had a physical form, it would have been heavier than an elephant. Her blue eyes were alive with scorn. Selena, a silver-haired girl with storm-gray eyes, was still gawking back in the direction the confrontation had taken place. "Do they all talk like that?" she asked uneasily. "A lot do, but it's hardly just them. There are bigots scattered throughout all 4 houses. Some are more vocal than others," Astoria said, putting her trunk on her bed. "I'm sorry, Ginny, but I'm afraid there's going to be more of that in the first year." Ginny stared at her trunk, still refusing to let herself cry. Her day had been horrid enough already without breaking down in front of a group of strangers. "About what Malfoy said, have there been any honor killings recently?" she asked, hoping that she sounded casual, and that the answer was no. Astoria looked grimly at her. "A Muggleborn disappeared during Daphne's first year. They never found him, and I have a sneaking suspicion why, especially since Drake Lehane looked so pleased with himself, but mostly Muggleborns are just bullied so fiercely their parents pull them out." "That's comforting," Megan muttered. "So they won't kill you, they'll just make you life utterly miserable." "That's so much better." Ginny squeezed her hands around the handle of her trunk. Her parents couldn't afford to move her to a different school, the tuition would be too much for their already shaky finances. "What do you guys think?" she whispered. "Me being a blood traitor? Should I be thrown out? Am I a disgrace of a witch?" "No," Astoria said flatly. "We can't help who our family is. And I don't think blood is an appropriate measure of magical ability. After all, wasn't it Harry Potter, half-blood, who defeated he who must not be named? Besides, Regardless of blood, I'm not treating another girl my age that way. I don't hold that against you, Megan said. My eldest brother eloped with a Muggle lady not too long ago. He escaped to Australia, of all places. You should have seen my parents. Believe me, that's not a scene you want to step into. But I still love him, and I don't think he would have chosen her if it was wrong, somehow. Selena shifted. I don't really have an opinion, she whispered. But you don't seem wrong, Ginny. Ginny listened to this, burying herself in those words and trying to put out Pansy's vicious statements about her being dirty and worthless out of her mind. Her shoulder was aching and probably bruised. What's her family like? She asked quietly. Oh, Pansy gets all her unpleasantness from her father, Evan Parkinson. Astoria said darkly. He works alongside Lucius in the ministry, trying to pass laws that would put further restrictions on what Muggleborns can and cannot do. He also claimed Imperius after the First War with you-know-who. They're like minds, Malfoy and Parkinson. Everyone was expecting them to form an official alliance via marriage contract, but for some reason Malfoy came to my father instead. Megan nodded. I heard about your betrothal. My father was surprised by it, too. I think he meant to offer my brother Hadrian as a husband for you, but Malfoy got there first. I think he might have his eye on your older sister, though. Astoria shook her head. I think my dad's aiming to have Potter for Daphne's husband, she said, especially after the way he talked to him when he first met him at the robe store. I can see why, Selena said quietly. The Potters are one of the oldest families still alive, and have relatively healthy blood. My mother is certainly willing to overlook the fact he's half-blood if it means marrying me to him. She sighed. I'm a little worried about that. If he turns me down, my other choices seem to be Marcus Flint or Drake Lehane, and they're awful brutes, both of them. Astoria nodded. You have my sympathy if you get stuck with one of them, Pritchard. She said. What about you, Rushman? How's your future looking? Megan managed a sarcastic smile. At least one of my choices looks like a half-decent fellow, at least. Lucky for me, she muttered. It's Nathan Clearwater. He's a Ravenclaw. Frankly, I'd rather him, or death, over my other option. Who's that? Ginny asked, her mind spinning with this talk of marriage contracts and old families between the other girls. Her mum and dad had tried to distance themselves from pureblood tradition and history and hadn't told her about these things, so she was feeling hopelessly confused. The girls referred to themselves by their last names instead of their first. Was that a sign of respect? Or wariness? Should she use their last names too? Theodore not. Megan replied with a grimace. If there's a more unpleasant bigot, I'm yet to meet him. How about you, Weasley? She turned her attention to Ginny. Considering your status, let's call it, I'm not sure if your parents are looking at marriage contracts, but are they thinking about it? Ginny took a breath to steady her voice, and did her best to match Megan's cool, indifferent tone. Not as of yet, no. My father doesn't think some of the old traditions have my best interests in mind. Astoria looked seriously at Ginny. Are you familiar with any pureblood customs? No. The girl let out her breath. Okay, you going to want to get up to speed on those for your duration in the Slytherin house. I'm not asking you to change what you believe, but it will be much easier for you if you outwardly meet the model the other Slytherins are expecting. We'll help you, Selena offered. Ginny looked hopefully at her dorm mates. She already had a target painted on her, but with some help maybe she'd be able to make it through her school year. Thank you. That means a lot to me. You might want to leave it mostly to us, Greengrass, Megan warned Astoria. I don't need to talk to Malfoy to know he's angry enough about you chatting with Potter without you publicly lending a hand to a known blood traitor. Astoria's eyes narrowed angrily, and she exhaled through her teeth. You have a point, right? Damn him. Sorry Ginny, but I won't be of much help to you in class. Only when we're here. She gestured to the dorm. We might as well start now. Tom, I've been sorted into Slytherin. You have. I told you before, that's my old house. You must be pleased to have been placed in the most noble of Hogwarts houses. I was a little scared actually. Remember I said my whole family was in Gryffindor. What if they're angry? What if they don't like me? There's no reason they should be. They should be proud of a Slytherin daughter. There's so much you can do, and what you can become. None of the other houses can, or are willing to, offer you what Slytherin can and will. That's nice to know. Some of the other girls don't seem to like me very much, and my dorm mates are going to have to catch me up on pureblood tradition and how Slytherin girls behave. I don't know anything about it and some of the girls are already being awful to me. Malfoy was whispering about honor killings just as we were coming in. I'm sure he meant for me to hear. I see. I've heard about a number of honor killings in my time. But you aren't a Muggleborn. No, this girl Pansy Parkinson called me a blood traitor, though, because my parents didn't raise me or any of my siblings by the traditions. You'll have to prove to her that you can carry yourself like an honorable pureblood. She will repeal her words if you prove her wrong. Thanks. Malfoy also doesn't want my friend Astoria openly associating with me because I'm a blood traitor. They're betrothed, she said. How is that fair? It is most likely he's merely going overboard protecting his intended. Once you establish yourself there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, you'll have to do a lot to prove your family still has honor. My parents are honorable, they just think differently from the others. Of course, I'm simply stating that their different though process will not do you many favors among your peers. I noticed, it isn't just Parkinson who's giving me nasty looks. The gateway to school was sealed today. Harry Potter convinced me to fly my dad's car to Hogwarts. Was that wrong of me? Will my dad hate me? Someone sealed the gate. Dreadful, trying to keep students from reaching school. No, you were absolutely within your right to get to school any way you could. Your father may be angry for a little, but news that you're in Slytherin should change his tune. Will he think Harry is a bad influence? I mean, he did talk me into breaking an important rule, and if we had been spotted we could have been expelled. Will he make me stop seeing Harry if I tell him? It shouldn't matter to him. The Potters are an ancient family. Closeness to him could potentially erase your poverty forever and establish your family as a kingpin among British civilization. He'd be a fool to throw that away over a single violation. After all, you weren't caught. I've been told his family is really old before. My friend Celine Pritchard said that her mother was considering offering Harry a marriage contract for having Celine as a bride. And Astoria's betrothed to Malfoy. Isn't that strange? I mean, we're all 11. Well, Harry is 12, but that's still really young to get married. It wasn't that strange when I was in school. Girls often married young, especially in times when there was danger on the horizon. Do you think Parkinson will try to make me a victim of an honor killing, if she thought she could get away with it? The Parkinsons have considerable political clout, you may want to keep an eye on her. It would be brazen of her, considering that Headmaster Dumbledore seems to have a soft spot for families such as yours, but she may attempt it. Thank you, Tom. You always have such helpful advice. It's so nice to have a friend in my pocket in such a scary position. I have to sleep now, though. Good night. Good night, Ginny. Inside the confines of the diary, Tom Riddle boded his time. Listening to this blood traitor's worried prattling, and pretending to be sympathetic was exceptionally irritating. Of all the people who could have picked up his diary, why did it have to be a preteen girl? If he had hair, he'd be ripping at it. However, her being sorted into Slytherin would have her writing in his diary more than she usually did, which was all the better for him. He was gaining more power steadily the more she poured her fears and hopes into him. She was putting so much of herself into him, he would be able to unlock the chamber sooner than he had expected. This was more than he had initially hoped for. If she kept up like this, he'd be releasing the basilisk within the week. Then all would come to fear Slytherin's heir, and he could begin what he had meant to do years before, purge the world of those unworthy of studying magic, until only the pure remained. And he'd start with his former home, Hogwarts, which had undoubtedly been sullied even further since that doddering old fool Dumbledore had become headmaster. And the stupid brat was already offering him potential targets, without even realizing it. Perhaps he should have attacked the Parkinson girl. Her father had renounced his service to him and lived on his gold like a coward, after all. She mentioned this Granger Mudblood, her bizarre and half-blood friend Lovegood, her blood traitor siblings, and of course Potter himself. Speaking of whom, It seemed that the boy was more of a risk-taker and a rule-breaker than he would have expected of Dumbledore's golden boy. It may require a different approach for when he went after the boy again. But with that in mind, it would be easier to drive a wedge in between him and that meddling old coot if that was his normal behavior. The boy seemed to be ready to break rules to look out for himself, and the coot was of the mindset that anything can be sacrificed for the greater good. Oh yes, it should be easy to push the two apart. Divide and conquer had always been his preferred methods. For years he had been trapped within this diary. But it wouldn't go on much longer. No, soon Tom Riddle would be released, and he would reign over all. Harry woke the next morning with a headache he couldn't explain. Must be left over from the altitude yesterday, he reasoned, swinging his legs off the bed and getting dressed. He grabbed his books and his timetable and headed downstairs. And of course, Defense Against the Dark Arts was every bit the joke it was last year, with Professor Lockhart still in the position. He hadn't stopped his self-interested boasting since last year. In fact, Harry was getting the impression that he was more arrogant and overblown than the last time he had seen him. At the beginning of the lesson, he let loose a cage full of pixies into the classroom and then couldn't contain them. Hermione Granger of all people had had to freeze them and put them away. At this point Harry would rather be taught defense by a werewolf and cut class right after this, halfway through the man's rambled explanation. If he flashes those teeth at me one more time, Harry thought, I'll probably go blind. Whoever hired this guy should be fired from breathing. He ended up catching up with the Weasley twins, who had the sense to leave long before he had. This, of course, got him on the wrong end of a canary cream, so he walked into his next class, herbology, plotting revenge. He would rather die than admit that, yeah, it had been kind of funny. In herbology, they were repotting mandrakes. The little creature's cries gave him a splitting headache, and he nearly passed out since everyone had pulled their mandrake up at the same time, but he pulled through nonetheless. On his way to his next class, he walked into a smaller kid. The kid had mousy hair and reminded Harry of Ginny for some reason, in size and in expression. He scrambled to pick up his camera and looked up at Harry, eyes wide. Harry, all right, I'm sorry, I'm Colin Creevey, he said excitedly. I'm in Gryffindor, too. Do you mind? Would it be all right if I took you picture? Oh, all right, Harry said, trying to keep the smile of his face. Another fan. Wow, Colin wasn't a girl, but it was still a nice feeling to see someone in such awe of you. Taking photographs now, Potter. What do you do with your spare time? Harry rolled his eyes and turned in the direction of the ever-present Draco Malfoy and his cronies. He'd walked across the courtyard at some point and said it loudly enough to catch some of the surrounding students' attention. More fool him. I was going to ask you the same thing, Draco, he said in a bored tone. Don't you ever get tired of following me around? I swear, it's like I have a stalker. Man, if we were a little older, and in a Muggle school, you'd be expected to declare your intentions. When he said this last sentence, he raised his eyebrows in a way that his meaning couldn't be mistaken. Draco turned several interesting colors and it was all Harry could take not to burst out laughing. You, Potter, what kind of, how dare? It's funny seeing you at loss for words, Malfoy, Harry said with a smirk. Maybe you should freeze your face like that. Colin started giggling, a motion that was followed by the other students. Draco's mouth opened and closed and repeated this several times. Harry returned his attention to Colin. Sure Colin, but maybe later, I don't like the backdrop. He gestured to the wall and then walked off, leaving a hyperactive Colin and a gaping Malfoy, who still hadn't quite processed his response. Harry stepped back into the hallways of the school and then stopped. An uneasy feeling had washed over him, and he had a feeling that he wasn't alone. Let me rip, let me tear, let me kill. The voice hissed from the walls, making him spin around. But he was alone, there was no one who could have said it. It was resonating within his head. It was old, and angry. Harry started walking down the hall. Magic or no, hearing voices inside your head was never a good sign. The voice was heavy with malevolence. He picked up the pace, trying to find out where it was coming from. Let me kill. He rounded the corner and stopped. The voice had retreated, but there was something on the floor that wasn't the leaking water. A Ravenclaw was lying still on the floor. Justin, if Harry was remembering his name right. Ginny was kneeling next to him, putting a hand on his and then pulling it back, fear in her eyes. What happened? Harry asked, running up to the unmoving body. Ginny's head shot up. Harry, I don't know. I was just wandering in the halls and I found him like this. But I don't know what's wrong. He's so cold. Is he dead? Harry looked down at Justin and put 2 fingers on his neck. His skin was cold, but there was a stiffness and a hardness to it that a dead person didn't. I don't know, he told her. He knew that didn't sound very comforting, but he couldn't tell her what he didn't know. He caught sight of her left arm. Although it was mostly obscured by her sleeve, there was a nasty-looking scar that started at her wrist and went up. Hey, what happened? Bulstrode's work, Ginny muttered, pulling her sleeve down further. Do you think we can pick him up? Ha! Harry and Ginny looked up to see Filch, the caretaker, standing over them, his face twisted into a horrible grimace. Caught in act, he shouted. What? Ginny said in a small voice. I knew you were trouble from the first minute you stepped into this castle, Potter, Filch went on, and here's the end proof, you've attacked another student. I didn't, Harry said hotly. I found him like this, Ginny called me over. So you have an accomplice. Filch said, that changes nothing. Headmaster. Harry and Ginny were hauled through the school and up into the headmaster's office. This in and of itself wouldn't have bothered Harry, who was familiar with such offices, if it hadn't been because a boy had been turned to stone. Both their heads of house, McGonagall and Snape, came in along with them when they heard Filch's shouting. Ginny was shaking and looking positively terrified. This was truly the cap off of a terrible week, being suspected of causing students harm. She clutched her arm, where the curse was still stinging her. No, she'd been on the receiving end of student harm, not the perpetrator. Her fingers locked around Tom's diary, seeking comfort as Headmaster Dumbledore appeared from his study. Her mother talked about Dumbledore all the time and called him the greatest, most fair person you'd ever meet. She desperately hoped that it was all true. Harry, on the other hand, was feeling distinctively uncomfortable with the way Dumbledore's twinkling eyes seemed to bore into him and refused to meet them directly, instead settling for staring over his shoulder at the brilliant red phoenix on the perch in the far corner. No matter how many people sang Dumbledore's praises, something about him just felt off, and he was going to stay on his toes around the man. I've heard about what happened to poor Justin, he began in a grandfatherly voice, but perhaps the 2 of you could tell me what happened. Ginny immediately started. I was just walking down the hallways, to get to my next class. I turned the corner, and I saw Justin on the floor. I went over to him, but he didn't answer me and his skin was so cold. A minute later Harry found me, and we were about to find a teacher when Filch came over. She subsided, her brown eyes wide and beseeching. A likely story, Filch exclaimed. He's using you as a cover-up. Potter, nothing but trouble ever since he got here, has no respect for anything, he's probably trying to see what he can get away with. Harry bit down on an exceptionally foul-worded retort. It wouldn't do him any favors when he was trying to prove his innocence. No second year could have done this, Dumbledore said firmly. But that means that someone else has. Did either of you, perchance, see anything suspicious in the halls before you came upon Justin? Harry shook his head no and looked at Ginny. She blinked once, twice, and seemed to be looking at something that wasn't there. No sir, she whispered. Something was wrong. Maybe it was her arm that was bothering her. Maybe. Dumbledore shook his head. You both may go. Severus, Minerva, please remain. There are some things we should discuss. Harry and Ginny left the room, Harry straining to hear whatever he could before he was shuffled out the door. Chamber. Can't be back. At dinner, Harry picked at his food, deep in thought. Something strange had happened in the halls. He had heard that voice, and then he'd found Justin. He forbore mentioning that to the teachers, because it probably would only have served to make him look worse. If the voice and the attack were connected, why hadn't Ginny heard it? She was fairly close by when he had heard it. What was going on? Harry went straight to the library. It didn't matter that there was another 2 lessons before dinner. It had been 2 weeks after the first attack and the start of the Whispers, and he needed answers. There was definitely a connection between the voices he had heard and Justin's petrification, he was sure of it. There was also a chamber, apparently. There wasn't much that made sense, but he was going to clear that up as soon as possible. Ginny had been distraught over what happened to Justin, despite Harry pointing out it wasn't her fault. She had run off towards Astoria the minute she caught sight of the girl. The younger Greengrass had shot Harry a confused look but kept her attention on her housemate. Now, one thing Harry was cursing himself for doing was during the dueling club. Lockhart, in his infinite wisdom, had paired him up with Draco for a mock duel. Harry had knocked him over with Expelliarmus of all spells. Some people, definitely Daphne and Ronald, had laughed at this. Draco, incensed, and summoned a snake. It had hissed at Tracy when Harry, not knowing what came over him, ordered it to stop. Then it turned and looked at him. It listened to him. It responded that it was hungry, and that it just wanted a mouthful. Harry, caught up in this scene, told it that Tracy was not dinner, and to find dinner someone else. The snake had hissed in displeasure, but obediently slithered away from Tracy, off the table and down the halls, heedless to the screaming students. Harry had then looked around to see a lot of people staring at him, some with looks of suspicion and dislike. He had been confused by this until Daphne told him that he had just spoken in Parseltongue, the language of snakes. And there was one particular person who was famous for talking to snakes, Salazar Slytherin. Later that evening, in the most unhelpful coincidence Harry could remember, Mrs. Norris and Ron Weasley were both found petrified in the hallways. There was a message written in blood on the walls: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the air, beware." It was clear to Harry that this was the air Dobby had warned him about. Weeks went on and the attacks continued. Hermione Granger was one of the victims, as was a Ravenclaw girl named Cho Chong. Terry Boot had been hit an hour before dinner. Frankly, Harry was surprised the school wasn't being closed down. A Muggle school would have been on lockdown after the first attack, and shut down for inspection after the second. Why Hogwarts was still open with nearly 8 students having been attacked amazed him. Naturally, everyone was running around like headless chickens trying to figure out what was going on, rather than put some actual thought into how the attacks were being carried out. The teachers, for instance, were simply carrying on their normal duties like absolutely nothing was wrong. In fact, they clarified that students would still be expected to do their exams, even though there was a mysterious monster breathing down on their necks that had already attacked several of their fellow students. Harry had seen no extensive attempts to search for the snake. Some of the students promptly came to the conclusion that he was an evil dark wizard who had attacked Justin, Mrs. Norris and Ron. He heard it whispered in the hallways, saw it in the looks that some people gave him, in the way that prefects followed him from class to class. He had it shouted at him by some of Justin's classmates. Ernie Macmillian was of the opinion that the reason the Dark Lord had gone after Harry when he was a baby was because he didn't want any competition. Harry heard him talking about it with Hannah Abbott when he had walked into the library. "Think about it," Ernie had said. "Slytherin was a Parseltongue too, and you know what he was like. Potter must be his descendant, he'd have powers the rest of us don't. It's a family trait, Parseltongue. Where else would he have got it?" "I don't know, Ernie," Hannah said uncertainly. "Harry isn't much of a conversationalist, but he risked his life to save Tracy when her broom broke in first year." "Are you kidding? She's a pureblood, remember," Ernie said. "She's one of the elite, worthy of magic. And you know who he was often seen hanging out with? Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, and Blaise Zabini, Slytherins and purebloods. He talks to Dean," Hannah pointed out. "And I saw him help Neville with a spell a week ago. You never hear him say words like mudblood, unlike Malfoy." "Well, he can't make it too obvious, can he? He needs just enough clout to stay under the professor's radar. You know, I heard that he engages in criminal behavior regularly at his Muggle home, has been at it since he was little." "That's just a rumor. No one knows how he survived his encounter with you-know-who. I mean, he was a 15-month-old baby, he should have been blasted into little pieces. But he survived, and the darkest wizard in years didn't. That must be the reason, right? Because no one knows how he did it, not even Dumbledore." Harry had gotten fed up at this point. and had walked into the room. It had almost been amusing to see how fast Ernie's face drained of color until he was whiter than paper. As much as it angered him to think about what the Hufflepuff had said, those comments had raised a few questions that had been nagging at him for some time now. How had he survived Voldemort's attempt on his life, when so many experienced witches and wizards hadn't? What kind of magic had occurred that fateful night to protect him, and given him the scar on his forehead? This was yet another reason Harry was in the library. The other one was because he needed to get away from all the people staring at him. It made his insides burn. How they could have come to that conclusion was beyond him. He didn't even know Justin. Why would he attack him? More than that, how would he be capable of it in the first place, and even then why would he stick around the crime scene after he'd done it? None of these questions seemed to matter to the Hufflepuffs, or some of the Gryffindors for that matter. They were all making a point of avoiding him. Some people even ran away from him when he went to sit down for lunch. People avoided him. The only ones who approached him without blinking or acting strangely around him were the ones who had survived the Cerberus attack back in their first year. Not exactly comforting. It stung. It really did. He was finally in a place with other people like him, and they were turning on him over mere hearsay. Did none of them believe that it was possible to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? Harry was used to being thought of as a troublemaker. He was used to people acting like this around him. It hadn't bothered him when it was his family and their snobby friends, because the hatred was mutual. But here, he forced the unhappiness of this deep down inside him. He dropped the moderated behavior he had been putting on for this school, for having wanted to fit in. No, he was back to his old self at this point. No more rule obeying. He was doing things his way. Harry went to the library intent on getting some answers for all these questions. He walked into the library and began scanning the shelves. He went past potions textbooks and charms lists, Quidditch books, and other assorted things. His fingers traced the spines of the books he passed. There were many things to look at, but none that he needed. His fingers hit Deadliest Creatures Alive. Harry grabbed it off the shelf and opened it. On the inside cover it said, "For those who tamed these creatures, see bloodlines and ancient families." It had obviously been scribbled there by another student. Harry obligingly closed the cover and turned his attention back to the shelves. He continued his search, collecting other books as he walked. These included unusual abilities in young wizards, known family traits, and destructive blood feuds. After a while, he now had a sizable book collection under his arm, but couldn't find the Bloodlines book. So, he put the books down on a table, got out his invisibility cloak and ducked into the restricted section. There, he proved to have a little more luck. He found Bloodlines and its sequel, Blood Magic and magical connections between family members. There were some other interesting books there, likely containing dark curses and other unpleasant things. Well, it was good to study the opponent, so he grabbed Darkest of Magics and headed back to his original stack. Now there was the question of where to go. Harry didn't want to be interrupted. Eventually he decided on the girls' bathroom that was haunted by notoriously grumpy ghost beeping Myrtle. She was the reason no one went in there anymore. Putting a levitation charm he'd learned over the summer on the stack of books, Harry hurried down the hallway and towards the bathroom. Harry sat against the wall, reading through the books. Bloodlines had confirmed what many people had suspected: he had Slytherin ancestry. It certainly explained his ability to speak Parseltongue. He had looked at his family tree, which was ripped above 3 generations back. Harry was extremely irritated at this and didn't doubt that it was done on purpose. Now how was he going to find out about his family? There was scant information regarding any possible ways he could have survived the Dark Lord's assault when his highly trained parents hadn't. There were some things, but it was mostly speculation. The only thing that seemed to relate to his case was the power of love, which, apart from making Harry feel like a male Sailor Moon, was such a vague and inconsistent power, that Harry wasn't sure that it was a power at all. Oh, he was under no illusions of what people in love could do, but he didn't see how it would vaporize Dark Lords or help people survive curses. The blood protection wards that the restricted book talked about would only protect him from the man who directly cast a curse at him, not from his followers or from a jet turbine that he could drop on the house. And it could have dire repercussions for the ones tied to it if they broke their oaths or weren't careful. Also, the person involved had to love the person they were setting up the protections for, otherwise the caster was wasting his or her time. It stated that very clearly, in large letters and red ink at the bottom of the page. Yeah, there was no way that was how Harry had survived Voldemort's curse. Besides, what did he know about love? His only living relatives hated him, and while he had his dear friends Carrie, Pierce and Miranda, he didn't have the kind of love for him that this book described. No, Harry was starved of any kind of familial or romantic love. Under his criminal persona he was a very lonely orphan, no different from the next. That was a dead end, but not all his questions were. He was getting a strong suspicion of what was petrifying students, although he wasn't certain yet. There were a handful of creatures that were capable of turning people to stone the way the other students were ending up, including the cockatrice and the basilisk. What didn't make sense, however, was how either of those creatures could get around in the school without being noticed. The basilisk, for instance, was over 60 feet long. I thought we might find you in here. Harry looked up to see Daphne and Tracy standing in front of him. Her hair was hanging around her face like a curtain, but her eyes were sharp and focused on him. He'd been reciting the speech he figured he'd have to give her ever since this mess started. He didn't like people getting hurt on his behalf. You know, girls, it'd probably be better for you if you didn't hang out with me, Harry started, but he was cut off before he could get far. I couldn't give less of a damn what any of them thought, Daphne snapped, causing him to start. You're my friend, and I stand by my friends. End of story. She glared down at him. And no amount of arguing will make me change my mind, so don't bother. Harry blinked a few times and, almost despite himself, smiled a bit. Nice to know that. I have to ask, do you think I'm attacking the other kids? Daphne scoffed. Hardly. Astoria and I agree on this, by the way. I know you. You're definitely a troublemaker, but you're no dark wizard. She would be here too, but she's in potions now, and you know how Professor Snape can get. A dark wizard. The boy who lived. I wonder if any of these people ever listened to themselves talk. If they did, they should know how ridiculous they sound. Tracy agreed wholeheartedly. Harry did smile at this. Their words created a warm feeling in his stomach, something he was unfamiliar with, affection. The thought of someone looking out for him was an unfamiliar one, and after the month he'd been having it was more than welcome. Daphne walked across the room and sat down next to him. Any luck? She asked. Harry turned his eyes back to the book he'd been reading. I've found out more about my ability to talk to snakes. I do have Slytherin ancestry. I thought about going into Slytherin, he added, but I didn't like the personalities in there. Barring you, he said quickly when Daphne's eyebrows rose. The Slytherin Ice Princess chuckled. Good save, Potter. Anything on what's petrifying the students? There's a few creatures that are capable of this, but I don't see how any of them could be getting around the school unnoticed. Harry said, they're really big, there's no way you'd miss them. Daphne frowned and looked at the page describing the basilisk. Well, maybe they aren't using the hallways, she responded seriously. Pipes, Tracy said, shocked. Both Harry and Daphne looked at her. The pipes in Hogwarts are big, Tracy said nervously, her eyes shooting around the bathroom. Maybe it's be able to fit through them. But where would it come from? Daphne's mouth made an O of understanding. The chamber. Remember, Tracy, all the myths say that Slytherin left a monster only he could control in the chamber. Harry's been hearing voices. Voices only he can hear, late at night, usually right before there's an attack. Basilisk. Harry muttered. Adrenaline, fear, excitement and a host of other emotions washed over him. Astoria said that she heard Professor Snape talking to Professor Dumbledore. Daphne went on. She was out in the halls last night. Tracy gaped. She was. But we're supposed to be on lockdown. She could have gotten hurt. Daphne rolled her eyes. Like that's ever stopped her before. According to Astoria, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before. Apparently, one of the students died while several others were petrified. It only stopped after someone was accused and expelled. The three students stared at each other for a long minute. Then Harry dug through his stack of books and pulled out Hogwarts, a History. He turned to the end section and read aloud. The Chamber of Secrets, a secret base rumored to have been built by Salazar Slytherin soon after the school was created, has long been thought a myth. However, during the time when Albus Dumbledore was deputy headmaster, there was a series of attacks on the school. There were several petrifications of Muggle-born students until finally, a third year named Myrtle McGrew was killed in the bathroom by the monster of the chamber. At long last, the culprit, Rubeus Hagrid, was found associating with the monstrous spider and was expelled from the school. There were no further attacks. There was a short pause after Harry finished reading this. Harry took a deep breath, closed the book, and then said very clearly, "That's bullshit." Harry, no, seriously, Hagrid, the heir of Slytherin, you've got to be kidding me. What kind of idiotic old sod could possibly come to a conclusion so asinine and full of holes? Remind me, what's Slytherin's supposed obsession that put him at odds with the other founders? The thing that all the people who believe it preach to everyone else. Pure blood. What's the problem here? Hagrid's a bloody half-giant. If that's true, then Slytherin would have died rather than associate with Hagrid, much less have him for his heir. There is no way in hell he could possibly be Slytherin's heir. What kind of ridiculous thought process went into that trail? Do these people not bother to put any investigation or thought into any of the accusations they throw around? Do they? Harry, we get it, Daphne said seriously. Harry broke off his rant and ran his fingers through his hair, a little sheepish from losing his temper in front of her. Definitely, Hagrid couldn't be the one who let the monster loose. There aren't any kinds of spiders that turn people to stone. Tracy sighed. All they would have had to do was look for bite marks and boom, Hagrid would have been cleared. What kind of justice system does that? Harry said. Then he raised a hand and said, "Wait, no, don't answer that. I've gone through the system many times and you don't want the answer to that question. Believe me. Well, since it's obviously not him, then who did open the chamber?" Daphne asked, pulling the conversation back to the main problem. Malfoy, maybe, Tracy suggested. His family's been in Slytherin for years, and he's not subtle about his hatred of Muggleborns and half-bloods. He's been bragging about it for weeks now. Harry rolled his eyes. No way. If Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin, he'd have gotten himself caught now. He's way too obvious. I think someone with actual Slytherin aptitudes would be much more careful than that idiot's being. Harry's right. It's not Malfoy. Daphne agreed. That doesn't leave us very much to go on, Harry sighed. The headmaster's obviously bloody useless, so we can't ask him anything about that time. This book doesn't names the students who were just petrified, and even if we could track them down, it's not very likely that they'll know who set the monster on them, or even what the monster itself was. If only there was a witness left over, Daphne agreed with a sigh. The group looked at each other. You said the girl who died was in the bathroom when it happened. Tracy repeated. But, what if she never left? No. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin when a young girl's voice suddenly came from one of the toilets. A moment later, a ghost appeared from one of the stalls. She was a student judging by her size, with glasses and pigtails. I'm beeping Myrtle, and I was too upset to move on. I had been crying in the bathroom when I heard a noise outside. I opened the door to tell who it was to buzz off, and boom. I was dead, the ghost screeched. I swore I wouldn't leave this bathroom until everyone was as upset as I was. Harry bit into his bottom lip, fairly certain that if he didn't he'd start laughing. It wasn't a funny situation, but the ghost's tone was so close to a baby whine he couldn't help it. Hello Myrtle, Daphne said, politely ignoring the explosion. Do you remember anything about the thing that killed you? Myrtle blinked rapidly, as though deep in thought. The last thing I remember is a pair of big, yellow eyes over by that sink. Harry, Daphne and Tracy immediately ran over to the sink Myrtle was pointing to. It was one of several, but there was a snake inscribed on the side of the faucet. Harry ran his fingers over it and felt a cold thrill tingle on his skin. This must be the entrance. He breathed. We've found the chamber. Now what? Tracy whispered. There's a 100-foot-long snake down there that will kill us if we look at it. Well, we can't very well leave it there, or it will keep attacking students. Daphne said, we have to find some way of stopping it. Well, unless you feel like jamming all the pipes. Which, I assure you, will get us kicked out of school faster than any snake would, Harry began, and then snickered at Daphne and Tracis' revolted expressions. Our other option is to kill it. Daphne frowned. Kill it, Harry, this is one of the most dangerous creatures alive. How are you expecting to kill it? Wouldn't it be more prudent to go tell Headmaster Dumbledore about it? Harry rolled his eyes. And do what? Let him totally mishandle the whole thing, again, and leave it down there to keep attacking people. I bet I'd be the one tossed out of school this time. I'm an easy target, what with the way everyone's been talking about me. Tracy was looking at the facet. I've heard there's a kind of glasses that you can wear that offer you temporary protection from the basilisk's eyes, but they're unfathomably expensive. She turned on all the taps. If you only see its reflection, you get petrified. It might be safer if there's more reflective surfaces. She explained. Daphne turned on her heels. Good thing it's Friday. Come on guys, Harry, don't forget those books. I've got to go get in touch with Nocturne Alley and put in an order. Nocturne. Tracy started with a squeak as they walked out of the bathroom at a rapid pace. Daphne nodded and said, I'm going to do something slightly illegal, if the two of you would kindly look in the other direction for a little. It should get us what we need, hopefully without my parents even noticing. They gave me my own vault key the day I entered Hogwarts. Have you and Astoria switched heads? Tracy asked wonderingly. Usually you're encouraging her not to do anything rash. Daphne scowled at her. No, I'm just more discreet about my opinions. It never hurts to be careful, especially when you're a pureblood girl. Harry, find out more about the basilisk and its weak spots. Tracy, don't let anyone know what we're up to. At this, Tracy looked indigent. I wasn't about to give you away. For Merlin's sake, Greengrass, we're friends. Then use my first name, please. Daphne said with a smirk. All right. Yes, Daphne, Tracy and Harry both said. Harry smirked at Daphne, who instead of blushing and looking away just met his eyes steadily, a flash of something there that wasn't there before. Maybe it was the look in her eyes, but it seemed to be the first time Harry registered that Daphne was just as pretty as her sister. And with that thought came a tightness in his chest that he couldn't explain. Hi Ash, how's your day? Daphne asked distractedly from where she was filling out an official form to send to a dealer in Nocturne. It was a dodgy place, but it had what she needed at a lower price due to the fact her family was old. It could be better. Daphne, have you seen Ginny Weasley anywhere? Astoria asked. Ginny? No, not since yesterday. Daphne said. I think she likes to have some space, since not everyone's been receptive of her sorting. Astoria snorted. Understatement. You know why I was in trouble with McGonagall soon after school started. Why? I punched her brother Ron in the face when he called her a slimy snake. Nothing but trouble. I don't think it hurt as much as he made it out to. Daphne winced. She knew from experience that Astoria's punches were painful. But that's not the point. She's acting weird. Maya Jones, our new prefect, remember, says that she's been sneaking off to some hiding place constantly, and whenever she came back to the dorm she looked like she'd been run through the mill. Daphne paused her writing and considered that. She hadn't seen very much of Ginny, since the first years had largely different classes, but when she thought about it the redhead had looked pretty battered as of recently. And I seriously doubt she's usually as meek as she's been acting. Astoria went on. Me and Rushman have been trying to keep track of her, but she disappeared after dinner yesterday and I haven't seen her in any of my classes. Daphne finished her letter and handed it to Hedwig. There's something in this school that's attacking students, she said. Do you think it caught her? Astoria's eyes widened, and worry began to fill her. But I checked all the usual places, and I haven't seen her body. That's probably a good sign. Daphne said. Harry has an inkling of what's in the chamber, but we'll need serious equipment if we're going after it. Hedwig flew out the window. What's that? Astoria asked, walking over to the window. Nothing good, Daphne said seriously. She then turned to her sister and handed her a package. You better hold on to this. Use it whenever you're in the hallways, check around corners, everything. Astoria opened it, a mirror fragment. She turned to her sister. You don't think the monster's a cockatrice? No, Daphne said grimly, we think it's a basilisk. Astoria's eyes widened again, and she said several words that would have had her mother deliver an hour-long lecture on how that sort of language was unbecoming of a girl of her standing. Okay, where did you learn those words? Daphne demanded. I have to go somewhere when I get out of the house. Astoria muttered, and it's refreshing after having to be so polite all the time. You should try it. Daphne resisted the urge to smack her sister, thinking about how disappointed her parents would be in her if she didn't act like the beautiful, upright ice queen that she was raised to be. Harry's friendship with her wasn't just affecting him. Try to take this seriously. This is dangerous. I am taking it seriously. Astoria protested, looking very put out. Basilisks are serious, as a rule. I'm just worried about my dorm mate. She could be anywhere, and that creature's sneaking around right under the teachers' noses. And they don't seem to be very worried about it. Daphne looked sharply at her sister. Ash, have you been telling other people this? No, Astoria scowled and recited her mother's favorite phrase, as the benefits of a good Slytherin girl, I know when not to talk. Good. I don't know how well Harry's concern is founded, but he doesn't have a good feeling about Headmaster Dumbledore. Doesn't? Why? Isn't he, what, one of the greatest wizards of all time? There's just something off about him. Something wrong. Something fake. And sometimes I get that feeling too. There's no way how he twinkles his eyes at people is natural. So you're going to deal with the basilisk? Astoria asked. When Daphne nodded, she said, I want in. No way. Daphne said hotly. I'm not putting you in danger. But you're my sister. And you'll be in danger. Astoria said stubbornly. I have to go with you. Daphne groaned. This was going to be a long argument. It was the dead of night, but Harry wasn't even the slightest bit tired. He barely felt it, not with the whispers in the hall and the knowledge of what was in the basement. There was little doubt that sleep would only come when the monster was defeated. Basilisk skin was, for the most part, spell-resistant. Fire was very irritating, but couldn't kill it, and it would take dozens of cutting curses to get past its scales. Its venom could kill a fully grown troll easily, and it was fast-acting. There were precious few things that it was vulnerable to, but thankfully there was something inside this school that could help him. Unfortunately, it would be a bit difficult to snatch. Hogwarts. A history had been kind enough to inform him that the sword of Gryffindor had goblin enchantments on it, and its silver could kill the monster in question. Unfortunately, it was in the headmaster's office, and it said that it would come only to one with true Gryffindor qualities. Well, Harry thought, it's probably noble, daring and chivalrous to go stop the evil snake that's petrifying all the students. So unless Professor Dumbledore has changed the password since the last time, I can still get inside. He grabbed his invisibility cloak, put it on and hurried down the stairwell. He approached the gargoyle that concealed the entrance to the headmaster's office when suddenly, Dumbledore and McGonagall both emerged from it, McGonagall looking frantic, and they both disappeared down the hallway. That was convenient. Harry's stomach suddenly went cold. Too convenient. Someone else has been attacked. I have to hurry. Now with more speed behind him, he went up to the gargoyle, Sherbert. The door swung open and he ran inside. Dumbledore's phoenix made a curious noise as Harry scrambled inside, looking around wildly. Sword, where the hell is it? He muttered. Looking for this. The voice was so unexpected Harry nearly gave himself whiplash turning around. The hat that had sorted him last year was perched on the edge of a shelf. And from within him, there was a glittering ruby handle. Go, the hat whispered. And quickly. Their lives are on the line. Harry didn't need any more prompting. He grabbed the handle and unsheathed the gleaming silver sword, before turning and running back outside. It didn't take him too long to find the scene, and what a scene it was. The teachers were gathered around another bloody message on the wall. McGonagall sounded despairing, Snape actually looked worried and slightly stricken, and standing at the corner just out of sight was Astoria. The spun around, clutching a brown package as if her life depended on it, tears of anger flooding down her cheeks. It's got them, Harry. She whispered, although she couldn't see them. It's got Ginny and my sister. Their skeletons will lie in the chamber forever. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.